Chapter 701. Dongfang had just walked out of the space passageway with a dark expression when a group of reporters holding various signs rushed up and surrounded him. "Hello, Mr. Dongfang. I'm a reporter from the Federation. I want to ask, what explanation is your Ceres security company prepared to give for what happened in the Lepler star system? I'm a reporter from the news. Mr. Dongfang, may I ask if it's true that you were in charge of commanding that fleet? Why did you choose to give the order to abandon Chu Nan and escape alone? Mr. Dongfang, I heard that Chu Nan and you are good friends. You even went to West Cloud Academy together last year and even stayed in the same dormitory. Is this true? Mr. Dongfang, I heard that Supremacy Ovally was also involved in this matter. Miss Angie Prairie disappeared after that. Do you know anything about her? Mr. Dongfang. Dongfang closed his mouth tightly and ignored these reporters. He only waved his hand behind him. The three burly men who were originally only beside him to help him block the reporters exerted strength and actually pushed all the reporters around him out, forcefully pushing a path through the crowd. Mr. Dongfang, obstructing the reporter's investigation is obstructing the freedom of the press. You'll be condemned like this. A reporter was pushed away involuntarily. Seeing that he could not approach Dongfang, he could not help but cry out in pain. Dongfang suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned around to stare at the reporter. His eyes seemed to be burning. Although the reporter stared at him without showing any weakness, his trembling legs still betrayed the fear in his heart. Although no one had been able to investigate Dongfang's background until now, it was obvious that he should have a very strong background in the Ceres security company. Otherwise, he would not have been the main person in charge of an important operation at such a young age. If he was really angered, the outcome of this reporter was unimaginable. Mr. Dongfang, if you don't announce the truth, Chu Nan will only die even more mysteriously. In order to let the public know the true situation of the entire matter and give Chu Nan fair treatment, I hope you can answer our questions well. At the very least, you have to let us know if Chu Nan is really dead. Did your Ceres security company deliberately arrange this incident to put on a show? Although he was actually afraid, this reporter still forced himself to shout, "A show!" The voice coming from Dongfang's teeth was bone-chilling. He looked at the reporter deeply and suddenly took a deep breath. He waved back and pointed at him. A figure suddenly darted out from behind and broke through the crowd. He kicked the reporter over and started punching and kicking him. That reporter immediately fell to the ground and cried out in pain. From the scream, he knew that it was definitely not an act. The reporters beside him immediately glanced sideways and dispersed with a whoosh. They looked at the beaten reporter in shock. "Mr. Dongfang, aren't you afraid of being condemned by others?" A reporter asked loudly. "We're." Dongfang suddenly turned around to look at him. The reporter was glared at by his murderous gaze and immediately swallowed the second half of his sentence. "I'm warning you, I'm in a bad mood. Don't provoke me." After saying that, Dongfang walked out of the space passageway. This time, no reporter dared to stand in his way. However, after walking out of the space passageway, a person was still blocking the way. "Mr. Dongfang, aren't you worried that this will affect your company's reputation?" Carlyle, the director of the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce's Earth Federation branch on the Purple Cloud planet, frowned slightly and looked at Dongfang before sighing. Dongfang sneered. He actually has the guts to say that this is a show. It's his luck that I didn't kill him on the spot. It seems that the rumor that you and Chu Nan are good friends is true. Carlyle looked at Dongfang deeply. No wonder he would rather be in danger than let you lead the fleet to retreat. Dongfang stopped in his tracks and covered his chest with his right hand. A pained expression appeared on his face, and even breathing became difficult. Carlyle was shocked, thinking that his words had suddenly stimulated Dongfang to erupt with some malignant disease. Fortunately, Dongfang immediately took a deep breath and his expression quickly returned to normal. He turned to look at Carlyle and said seriously, "This is the worst decision I've ever made in my life. If I could do it again, I would definitely lead the fleet to cover his retreat." Although his expression was very calm, Carlyle could tell that there was thick regret and grief that could not be hidden in his eyes. Carlyle sighed. "I don't think Chu Nan will agree with what you do. Under those circumstances, sacrificing him alone was the best outcome for everyone. Moreover, it's not like he did not have the chance to escape. However, to him and his family, this is the worst outcome. To me, it's also the worst outcome," Dongfang said in a low voice. Carlyle could only shake his head lightly and sigh again before gesturing at Dongfang. "Get in the car. I believe Chu Nan's family will receive some comfort after seeing his good friend." "No, they probably want to kill me more." Dongfang shook his head. Carlyle was slightly stunned, then understood. He thought for a moment, but could only remain silent. Half an hour later, the latest low-altitude shuttle carried a group of people out of Sigma City and landed outside the farm where Chu Nan's family was. As soon as he landed, Dongfang immediately frowned and asked Carlyle, "When did these people come?" At this moment, there were already a few circles of people gathered outside the farm and even inside. Many of them were clearly reporters from various major media outlets. Although many of them did not have identification marks, the situation looked similar. Clearly, these people were all media outlets who had rushed to Chu Nan's house to investigate after receiving the news. "They all rushed over yesterday," Carlyle said. "You know, these guys have always been sensitive to such things." "Then are you just going to watch and not do anything?" Carlyle was slightly stunned, then shook his head with a bitter smile. "Our Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce is not your Federation Chamber of Commerce after all. There are many things that can't be done casually. Alright, if you don't do it, I'll do it." Dongfang turned around and summoned Uncle Muluo, who also had a dark expression, and whispered a few instructions. A moment later, Uncle Muluo nodded and left. Not long after, a team of low-altitude shuttles suddenly flew over from the distant sky. As soon as he landed, groups of heavily armed burly men darted out of the low-altitude shuttle and rushed into the farm. They directly tied up the people surrounding the farm, both openly and secretly, and threw them into the low-altitude shuttle. If anyone dared to resist, they would immediately be beaten up. In an instant, screams and curses sounded in the farm. Carlyle glanced at the situation on the farm and turned to look at Dongfang in surprise. "Mr. Dongfang, are you really not worried that your company's reputation will be affected?" "I told you, I'm in a bad mood," Dongfang replied before his gaze landed in the middle of the farm. There were a few ordinary houses spread out. It was Chu Nan's house. Perhaps because he had heard the strange commotion outside, a middle-aged man was looking out of the house. Seeing the situation outside, his face was filled with surprise, diluting the sorrow on his face. Dongfang stared at him intently, his expression continuously changing. After the guys around the farm were tied to the low-altitude shuttle and taken away, he gritted his teeth and strode over. Under the middle-aged man's surprised gaze, Dongfang walked straight to him. Then, with a plop, he knelt on the ground and buried his head deeply. "Uncle Chu, kill me." Chapter 702. Splash. The glass bottle smashed into the ground and shattered into pieces, causing the two female students beside him to involuntarily cry out in surprise. However, Elvie, who was holding the glass bottle in her hand just now, still acted as if she did not know anything. She still raised her right hand and handed it to the experiment table. Seeing that her hand was about to collide with the ultra-high temperature bright flame on the experiment table, the female classmate closest to her hurriedly reached out and pulled her arm. Elvie only turned to look at the female classmate with a puzzled expression. "Why are you holding me back?" The female classmate rolled her eyes helplessly and pointed at Elvie's hand before pointing at the ground. Elvie looked at her empty palm and then at the glass fragments on the ground. Only then did she react to what had happened. She nodded and still calmly reached out to take another glass bottle. However, the glass bottle she wanted to take was empty. The female classmate beside her could not stand it anymore. She grabbed Elvie's arm and pulled her to the other side. "Elvie, what's wrong with you? I discovered that you seem to have lost your soul these few days and are always distracted." "Did something happen?" the female classmate asked curiously. Another female classmate walked over and asked with similar concern, "If you're not feeling well, you might as well take leave and rest well. The teachers will definitely agree." Elvie blinked and her large eyes finally returned to focus. Looking at the concerned two people in front of her, she forced a smile and shook her head. "I'm fine. I'm just a little tired." Among the new students of the Life Science Academy, the two of them were considered the two female classmates who had the best private relationship with Elvie. However, they did not know much about her private situation. Now that Elvie clearly did not want to say it, there was nothing they could do. Elvie paused again and took a deep breath. She stood up and said to the two of them, "You're right. I'll take leave to rest. This will only delay the experiment and make it difficult for you to complete your homework. I'm sorry." The two female classmates hurriedly shook their heads to indicate that they were fine. Then, Elvie rejected their suggestion to accompany her on leave and left. Seeing Elvie disappear out the door, a female classmate's expression changed and she whispered to her companion, "Did you discover? Ever since that huge incident, Elvie has become like this. Do you think it's related to that guy?" His companion asked in confusion, "What big matter? Which guy? Are you stupid? Of course, it's..." Elvie did not hear the whispers and gossip of the two female classmates behind her. Even if she did, she was not in the mood to pay attention. She only felt that her entire head and body seemed to be completely empty. It was as if her body no longer belonged to her. She had been living like a walking corpse these few days and did not know what she was doing. If she had to say it, a thought would only appear in her mind. He was dead. Chu Nan was dead. He was actually dead. However, every time this thought appeared, she always felt as if her head was pierced by millions of needles. At the same time, her heart felt as if it was being cut by countless knives. The bone-chilling pain almost involuntarily suffocated her for a long time before she slowly recovered. Therefore, in the end, she did not even have this thought and even took the initiative to avoid thinking about it. However, she knew very well that the truth had already happened. Regardless of whether she wanted to, the truth was the truth and could not be changed. But, he's dead. What should I do? Before knowing this news, Elvie had never expected Chu Nan to be so important to her. Previously, although she knew that she liked Chu Nan a little, this liking was only because he was an interesting person, a person worth studying, and a person who had once helped her escape danger. He was a person she was willing to be close to. She did not think it had anything to do with the liking between a man and a woman. However, after knowing the news of Chu Nan's death 3 days ago, Elvie felt a mental impact that she had never felt since she was young. It was as if the entire world had become extremely dark at that moment. This impact had not even subsided until today. Therefore, she knew that Chu Nan's status in her heart was much more important than she had imagined. As an expert in human genetic science who had been determined by many teachers in the Life Science Academy to definitely shine in the future, Elvie had a certain amount of research on human behavior. She knew very well that her performance was clearly the most unreasonable behavior in human behavior. It was called love. This should be her first love. As a girl who was about to turn 15 years old, it was not strange for her to have her first love. But now, her first love was dead. In fact, he died before he could clearly know her intentions. What should he do? Elvie did not know. Therefore, she could only continue walking in confusion. Just as he was about to pass through the building where the laboratory was, a figure suddenly darted out from the side and grabbed Elvie. Elvie reflexively struggled for a moment, but she did not break free. Just as she was about to call out, she saw the face of the person in front of her and instantly calmed down. She asked in surprise, "Brother, why are you here?" Dunleavy looked at Elvie worriedly and discovered that she had clearly lost weight compared to the last time he saw her through a long-range communication. The proud and arrogant smile that should have always hung on her face had disappeared, and her bright eyes no longer existed, leaving only a pool of stagnant water. Mom and Dad miss you and asked me to see you." Dunleavy sighed in his mind, knowing that the situation he was most worried about had indeed happened. Moreover, from Elvie's current situation, she was probably much worse than he had feared. "Mom and Dad miss me." Elvie barely smiled, but she shook her head. "There's no need to lie to me. You're here because of Chu Nan, right?" Dunleavy smiled bitterly. As expected, he could not hide it from his extremely smart sister since she was young. "All right, I'm indeed here because of him." How do you feel now?" Dunleavy asked with concern. "My feeling? I don't feel anything." Elvie shook her head. "To be precise, I don't know what to feel." Dunleavy's heart ached even more. This answer was far more serious than saying she was very sad. It was enough to prove how serious Chu Nan's death was to her, and she did not even know how to express her feelings. "Why don't you go home and stay for a few days? Or take a few days off from the academy and I'll bring you to relax," Dunleavy suggested. Chu Nan was a student of Star Cloud Academy. He was very worried that Elvie would continue to stay in Star Cloud Academy and would always think of him and be sad. If he took her out for a walk, he might be able to ease her mood. Hearing this suggestion, Elvie's expression suddenly changed. For the first time, she looked focused and thoughtful. Dunleavy was overjoyed. It seemed that this suggestion was effective. "You've decided. Where do you want to go?" "I propose to go to Gal Beach on planet Ramel. It happens to be." "Take me to the Lepler star system," Elvie interrupted Dunleavy. "Take me to see that stargate." Dunleavy looked at Elvie in a daze and was speechless for a long time. He knew that he definitely could not persuade Elvie, but he did not know what would happen after she went to the place where Chu Nan died. Chapter 703. A trace of internal breath circulated in his body at a much slower speed than Chu Nan's normal cultivation. It took a full minute before it finally circulated in the last fine meridian and slowly flowed back to his dantian. The reason why he was so careful and slow was because Chu Nan still had to circulate his internal breath while maintaining the absorption of the violent spatial energy of the outside world at the same time and continue to maintain the fragile balance between his physical spatial energy resisting the corrosion of the outside world. Moreover, he was not only cultivating his internal breath cultivation method now, but he was also making further improvements and modifications on the foundation of the original 9 revolutions technique to prepare to break through to the 7th level. Seeing that this trace of internal breath successfully flowed back to his dantian without any accidents, Chu Nan heaved a sigh of relief. This successful circulation meant that his improvement and modification of the 6th level of the 9 revolutions technique had finally been completed. According to the precise time in his mind, from the first level of the 9 revolutions technique to completing the improvement and modification of the 6th level, he had spent a total of 151 hours, 49 minutes, and 18 seconds. Due to the process of improving and modifying the 9 revolutions technique and the additional internal breath consumption that he had no choice but to use in order to improve, the 174 hours he had calculated previously had been further reduced. Now that he had calculated again, even if he did not consume any additional internal breath and continued to maintain this state, there were only 18 hours, 25 minutes, and 33 seconds left. There was not much time left for him. Chu Nan composed himself and replayed the modification process of the 1st to 6th levels of the 9 revolutions technique in his mind. Through these modifications, Chu Nan's understanding of the 9 revolutions technique had improved. He discovered that his previous opinion of the 9 revolutions technique was a little off. Breaking through the 2nd level of the 9 revolutions technique was not like he thought. He could not ignore the 1st level and only focus on cultivating according to the 2nd level. After obtaining a powerful data ability last year, he improved according to his own situation. From the 3rd level onwards, this situation of separation was even more serious. After reaching the 6th level of the cultivation method, he opened all the meridians in his body and almost completely abandoned the first 5 levels of the cultivation method. He only focused on cultivating the brand new 6th level cultivation method that had fused with other cultivation methods. Under normal circumstances, this was naturally not wrong, but now that he had cultivated from the beginning and seriously sorted it out, he discovered a problem. There was actually an indistinct connection between the 1st to 6th levels of the 9 revolutions technique left behind by Su Anshan back then. Chu Nan had made more than 100,000 attempts on the foundation of the 1st level of the cultivation method, leaving behind more than 100,000 internal breath circulation routes. Then, he made more than 150,000 attempts on the foundation of the 2nd level of the cultivation method, also leaving behind more than 150,000 internal breath circulation routes. When he analyzed these two data at the same time in his mind, he discovered that 3,721 of them had a certain overlap synchronization effect. After entering an in-depth analysis of these 3,721 points of data, he finally discovered that when he chose 781 of them to circulate the 1st and 2nd levels of the cultivation method continuously, in other words, the 1st cycle circulated his internal breath according to the 1st level of the cultivation method, and the 2nd cycle immediately changed to the 2nd cycle circulating his internal breath. The increase in internal breath obtained by the 2nd level of the cultivation method was obvious. After discovering this, Chu Nan deliberately paid attention and analyzed the data of more than 260,000 experiments on the 3rd level. Therefore, as expected, he discovered that there were 437 internal breath circulation routes in the third level of the cultivation method that could be connected to the first and second levels. The increase in internal breath obtained from this was even more obvious. After confirming this phenomenon, Chu Nan would set aside a portion of his time to study the fourth to the sixth level of the 9 revolutions technique. After advancing to the sixth level of the cultivation method like this, he put together the data of more than 1.8 million internal breath circulation routes and spent a total of 27 hours analyzing them. In the end, he confirmed a plan for the circulation of internal breath that could be connected from the first level to the sixth level. When he circulated the first level of the 9 revolutions technique in the first cycle, the second cycle, when he circulated the sixth level of the 9 revolutions technique in the sixth cycle, he discovered that the increase in his internal breath had actually exceeded more than 3 times the amount he had used to circulate the sixth cycle alone. This increase was greatly beyond his expectations. Moreover, not only that, after Chu Nan circulated the first to the sixth level of the cultivation method, he could clearly sense that his perception of the spatial energy around him had greatly increased. Even the speed at which his internal breath fused with the violent energy was faster and easier. Why did Su Suanshen not mention that the 9 revolutions technique had such a special effect when he left it behind? Was it because he deliberately did not say it, or did he not realize it himself? Chu Nan did not have the time to think about this problem. What he needed to resolve was another problem. He was now certain that if he wanted to break through to the 7th level of the 9 revolutions technique, this characteristic he had unintentionally discovered was the key. It could even be said to be the key to breaking through to the 7th level. After further confirming that the 6th level of the 9 revolutions technique that he had discovered was indeed the most optimal result, Chu Nan began to study it on this foundation. Clearly, if he wanted to successfully break through, the 7th level of the cultivation method probably had to maintain a connection with the 6th level. However, what should he do? When he reached the 6th level of the cultivation method, Chu Nan had already mobilized all the meridians in his body. This even far exceeded the scope of the 6th level of the 9 revolutions technique left behind by Su Suanshen back then. It also far exceeded the meridians that ordinary martial artists needed to use to cultivate their internal breath cultivation methods. Therefore, it was certain that if he wanted to break through the 6th level of the 9 revolutions technique and reach the 7th level, it was almost impossible to do it with the meridians in his body. Therefore, that sentence appeared in Chu Nan's mind again. With your body as the medium, your internal breath will turn into a bridge and your body will melt into the universe. You can roam the world and achieve the great Tao. At the same time, Chu Nan recalled the situation when he used the life helix and a trace of understanding arose. If fusing the spatial energy in his body with the external spatial energy could turn into a huge spatial energy spiral, then if he used his internal breath to fuse and enter the external universe, could he also absorb the external space into the internal breath circulation and achieve the degree of internal and external harmony? Perhaps, this was the true appearance of the 7th level of the 9 revolutions technique? As soon as this thought arose, Chu Nan immediately became firm and did not hesitate. A trace of internal breath flowed out of his dantian and quickly completed the circulation of the first level of the 9 revolutions technique. The first cycle of cultivation had ended. After flowing out, he circulated the second level of the cultivation method that he had confirmed could produce connections and completed the second cycle of cultivation. This lasted until the end of the 6th cycle. When his internal breath returned to his dantian, it had already obtained a huge increase and a large amount of internal breath that he had exhausted had been partially replenished. However, Chu Nan was not satisfied. He knew very well that this could not completely make up for the huge consumption of his internal breath. Moreover, if he encountered any accidents, he did not have any extra strength to deal with them. In the end, he would still die. If he wanted to survive, he had to make a breakthrough. Internal breath flowed out of his dantian again. After circulating in the meridians in his body according to the 6th level of the cultivation method for a cycle, it actually seeped out of his meridians and flowed against the violent spatial energy that was simultaneously absorbed from the outside world. Chapter 704. Alright, I understand. Thank you for your special announcement. I'll tell Master the truth. Goodbye. Xing Yuanlin closed the communication on his personal terminal and turned to walk into the room behind him. As soon as he entered, he discovered that Mu Yatong was not sitting on his favorite sofa in the middle of the room. Instead, he was standing on the balcony with his back facing the door. He looked at the distant mountains outside as if he was in thought. For some reason, Xing Yuanlin actually saw a trace of loneliness in his back. Xing Yuanlin did not dare to disturb Mu Yatong's thoughts. He gently closed the door and stood on the spot to wait quietly. After an unknown period of time, Mu Yatong suddenly let out a long sigh. Yuanlin, do you think I did something wrong? Xing Yuanlin was shocked. He had been taken in by Mu Yatong since he was young and had followed him for more than 30 years. In his impression, Mu Yatong was filled with confidence and domineering at all times. He had never said such dejected words before. What had happened? Countless thoughts raced through Xing Yuanlin's mind. A moment later, a thought flashed through his mind and he understood. He paused for a moment and whispered, Master, no one expected Chu Nan's talent to be so shocking, so this is not your fault. Mu Yatong turned around and revealed a smile. As expected, you know me the best, Yuanlin. However, you're wrong. Indeed, no one expected Chu Nan's talent to far exceed the imagination of me and Norman. However, if I did not want to use him to do those things to him back then and only needed to give him some appropriate guidance and help, I believe he would not have suffered such an accident and his growth would have been smoother and faster. Xing Yuanlin pondered for a moment and shook his head lightly. I don't think so. Master, you once said that the growth experience of every martial artist is different. If every powerful martial artist wants to grow, they have to experience countless tests. They even have to experience life and death several times. Only those who can pass can become true experts. Although Chu Nan's rapid growth is related to his talent, it should be related to his experience. If not for such huge pressure and danger, he would not have broken through so quickly. He might not even be able to break through the cosmic heaven's gate now. Mu Yatong shook his head. You don't have to comfort me like this. I've seen that video analysis. He shouldn't have become a heaven control expert like you at that time, but he had already shown signs of breaking through. I don't know how he did it, but just this point is enough to prove that his talent is much more terrifying than we thought. Even without enough pressure and danger, his growth must have been extremely fast. I'm afraid he has already surpassed Tianyu. Hearing Mu Yatong mention Qi Tianyu, Xing Yuanlin immediately grasped the opportunity and smiled. Just now, the royal family of the Declan Empire. Mu Yatong raised his hand and interrupted Xing Yuanlin. I understand. According to the previous plan, arrange for Tianyu to register and participate. In addition, tell him this news and what I just said. Xing Yuanlin glanced at Mu Yatong in surprise and thought to himself, Chu Nan is already dead, so why did he still use it to provoke junior brother Tianyu? Do as I say, Mu Yatong said indifferently. Yes. Xing Yuanlin hurriedly lowered his head. After explaining this, Mu Yatong turned around and looked at the distant mountains again. Just as Xing Yuanlin was about to leave the room, Mu Yatong suddenly sighed. Yuanlin, not only did we lose a chance to obtain a powerful cultivation method from the Declan Empire, but more importantly, our Earth Federation might have lost a powerful star-grade martial artist like this. Xing Yuanlin's heart trembled. He did not expect his master to have such a high evaluation of Chu Nan. However, on second thought, he was relieved. After any knowledgeable martial artist saw that video, they would probably no longer doubt Chu Nan's talent. If he lived and successfully survived, it was very likely that he would become a powerful star-grade martial artist in the future. However, he was dead. Phew. Chu Nan had long lost his skin, and only flesh and blood were left on his left arm. A few small holes appeared in the air and a few pieces of flesh shot out. They were instantly crushed into the tiniest basic particles by the violent spatial energy of the alternate space and turned into nothingness. Chu Nan's body trembled slightly, causing the surrounding violent spatial energy to flow chaotically, immediately causing the injuries on his body to become even more serious. Fortunately, at this moment, a milky white light flashed and instantly healed the injuries on his body. Although this almost caused the violent spatial energy introduced into Chu Nan's body to lose control and his meridians were severely injured, forcing him to divert more internal breath to circulate the flame of life to repair his meridians and body, causing the time he calculated to decrease by an hour, he was not shocked but happy. After a total of 71,837 attempts, he finally successfully grasped the method to maintain the circulation of his internal breath and his meridians after leaving his body. Moreover, he successfully investigated the circulation pattern and frequency of his internal breath when it came into contact with the violent spatial energy of the outside world. This meant that he had finally taken the first step forward. After the flame of life healed his meridians and physical injuries, Chu Nan organized and analyzed the various statistics he had tried in his mind. After thinking for a moment, he activated the flame of life again and exhausted a portion of his internal breath to repair the injuries in his meridians and other parts of his body further. He no longer maintained the minimum like before. The new attempt that was about to begin might encounter various unexpected situations. He had to leave a portion of his body that could endure the damage to ensure his safety. After making these preparations, Chu Nan carefully checked the situation of the various parts of his body again. At the same time, he checked the circulation of his internal breath and ensured that everything was under control. Only then did he calm down and carefully draw out a trace of internal breath from his dantian. This trace of internal breath first circulated for a cycle according to the first level of the 9 revolutions technique that Chu Nan had confirmed before. Then, it circulated for the second cycle. They continued in succession until the 6th cycle circulated the 6th level of the 9 revolutions technique. This trace of internal breath passed through a fine meridian in Chu Nan's arm and seeped out of his body. Previously, Chu Nan had always maintained the balance between the spatial energy in his body and the violent spatial energy in the outside world in his flesh. Now that his internal breath seeped out of this balance, it was as if a drop of water had been thrown into the violent spatial energy like a boiling pot of oil in the outside world, instantly causing a huge reaction in the alternate space. However, the intense reaction was instantly calmed. This trace of internal breath had been carefully tested and adjusted by Chu Nan and had already perfectly reached the same frequency as the violent spatial energy of the outside world. Although it initially caused an intense reaction because of the abnormality, it quickly perfectly fused with the violent spatial energy of the outside world and fused into one, just like the internal breath in his body and the violent spatial energy that guided him into his body. After carefully controlling this trace of internal breath to circulate on the surface of his arm a few times and confirming that it would not cause any accidents, Chu Nan was overjoyed and controlled it to wander around the surface of his body. Chapter 705. When this trace of internal breath completed a circle on the surface of his body and returned to his body, entering his meridians and finally flowing back to his dantian, Chu Nan heaved a sigh of relief. He was very happy that nothing unexpected happened on his first attempt. This meant that there was no problem with his previous concept, and it had the possibility of successfully constructing a higher-level internal breath circulation structure. Although he did not know if he would really break through to the 7th level of the 9 revolutions technique if he continued to deduce like this, if he completely constructed it as he had expected, at the very least, he could really escape the threat of death and finally survive. After recording the data of this attempt into his mind and analyzing it for a while, Chu Nan discovered that the previous joint analysis and research of the first 6 levels of the 9 revolutions technique was very effective, causing him to have a complete framework to deduce higher-level cultivation methods on this foundation. Therefore, with just the first try, it basically formed a complete internal breath circulation cycle. Of course, if he wanted to successfully complete the most suitable internal breath circulation plan and complete the connection with the first 6 levels of the cultivation method, just one time was far from enough. He still needed to try at least tens of thousands of times. Chu Nan calculated the time spent in the previous attempt and accurately calculated the remaining internal breath in his body. Then, he placed them together and finally came to a conclusion. Currently, the internal breath in his body could only support him in completing the same 51,989 experiments. His internal breath would not be able to support him anymore. In other words, if he could not make progress in the 51,989 experiments, his previous efforts would be in vain and he would still die. However, Chu Nan no longer felt the suffocating sense of urgency. After all, even if the pressure brought about by death was extremely great, he had been facing it at all times for a few days and was already used to it. Moreover, compared to the initial 35 seconds of life, he had already greatly extended this time through his own efforts. Moreover, he had hope of completely escaping the threat of death, so how could he feel that the situation was as serious as before? He was confident that he could definitely successfully find the most suitable internal breath circulation plan and successfully break through to the 7th level of the 9 revolutions technique. He would successfully survive. Creak! Angie Prairie pushed open the slightly dilapidated door in front of her, revealing exquisite decorations and various advanced and technological equipment that did not match the appearance of this house. As soon as he pushed open the door, a silly-looking robot automatically welcomed him. "Master, welcome home." The robot emitted a crisp electronic sound and 2 mechanical arms stretched out. Angie Prairie threw a huge bag on her back to the robot with familiarity and instructed, "Bruiser, other than 3 meals a day, don't disturb me in the future." "Understood." Bruiser, who was called a robot, agreed and opened the huge bag. He discovered that it was filled with all kinds of food, but there was a very small number of personal necessities. Seeing Bruiser briskly place the things in the bag into the storage cabinet, Angie Prairie took off her clothes and went to the bathroom to take a shower. Then, she stopped putting on her clothes and went to the middle of the room. She sat down cross-legged. Soon, milky white light seeped out of her body and she began to cultivate with all her might. After bidding farewell to Dongfang, she spent 4 days wandering around before finally arriving at a small house in a wasteland in a very remote area of a very remote star system planet that Supremacy Ovally had personally set up. In a traditional sense, this hut should be her and Supremacy Ovally's home. However, she and Supremacy Ovally spent most of their time wandering around the Milky Way and rarely returned. Of course, the dilapidated appearance of this house was only a deliberate decoration by Supremacy Ovally. In fact, the various facilities inside were extremely high in technology and were definitely not inferior to the new and most modern residence promoted by the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce. Of course, Angie Prairie did not need these things. The reason why she chose to return here was not only because this place was remote and almost no one disturbed her, but also because she did not have to worry about all the trivial matters in her life here and could focus all her energy on cultivation. The moment she saw Chu Nan fly into the Stargate, she had already made up her mind to cultivate with all her might and break through the cosmic heaven's gate as soon as possible to become stronger. When she felt powerful enough, it would be the death of Grek and the sinful planet of Lepler. Supremacy Ovally's face suddenly appeared in her mind, disrupting the rhythm of her cultivation. In the past few days, she still did not receive any news from Supremacy Ovally. Angie Prairie was more or less worried. However, she quickly shook off this worry and did not think about her. This was because she knew very well that even if something really happened to her master, she could not do anything now. Only by becoming a star-grade martial artist was she qualified to pay attention to this. Before that, she did not have to think or do anything. She only had to focus on cultivation. Cultivate. Cultivate more. A milky white light seeped out of the flesh on the surface of Chu Nan's body, which had lost the protection of his skin. The originally blurry flesh gathered bit by bit and gradually recovered its complete shape. His muscles also recovered bit by bit. If not for the fact that there was still no skin, Chu Nan's body would have looked much more normal than before. However, this was not the point. If one looked carefully, one would discover that the milky white light had gathered and formed a thin milky white membrane on Chu Nan's body. In this milky white membrane, an aura was quickly circulating. Soon, it completely circulated on the surface of his body. Chu Nan was overjoyed. After 49,492 attempts, he finally found a surface-level internal breath circulation plan that could be connected to the 6th level of the 9 revolutions technique. He successfully pushed the spatial energy defense built under his flesh to the outer layer. Although this plan was clearly not the most perfect plan, it was enough at this moment. After repeating his internal breath for 10 cycles, Chu Nan clearly recorded the data and analyzed it with the research of the first 6 levels of the cultivation method. In the end, he confirmed the plan. As his thoughts spun, Chu Nan directly pulled out all the internal breath he could draw from his dantian and circulated it at high speed in his meridians with a surging momentum that he had never experienced before. At this moment, Chu Nan even gave up on absorbing the violent spatial energy into his meridians to replenish his consumption. All of his internal breath was used to circulate the 9 revolutions technique. This also meant that if he did not succeed this time, he would no longer have any excess internal breath to absorb the violent spatial energy to replenish himself. Therefore, he would be unable to continue resisting the impact of the violent spatial energy from the outside world. His body, which had already endured for more than 180 hours, would instantly be crushed into the tiniest basic particles by the violent spatial energy of the alternate space. There was no possibility of survival. If he did not succeed, then, no, I've calculated all the data clearly. How can I not succeed? Chu Nan roared in his mind. This huge internal breath quickly completed the 6 cycles of circulation from the first level of the 9 revolutions technique to the 6th level in his body and surged out. Chapter 706. The violent spatial energy in the outside world was suddenly attacked by such a huge internal breath. It seemed to have been stunned for an instant, and then there was an intense reaction. However, this reaction was not the reaction of a shark that had smelled blood and pounced over wildly. Instead, it was as if it had encountered something intimate and took the initiative to approach to express goodwill. In the small space around his body, the still violent spatial energy seemed to have been suddenly tamed. It obediently circulated with the powerful internal breath circulating on Chu Nan's body and quickly circulated according to the circulation route set previously. When Chu Nan retracted this internal breath into his body, the same huge violent spatial energy was guided into his body and flowed into his meridians. This time, this violent spatial energy was extremely docile and did not cause any intense impact to his meridians. As his internal breath circulated in his meridians, it had almost perfectly fused into his meridians and entered every part of his body. The milky white membrane on Chu Nan's body was immediately replenished by a much stronger internal breath and spatial energy. At the same time, traces of green aura seeped out of the light membrane. This was the first time Chu Nan had enough spatial energy and even had the ability to transform a portion into life force. Therefore, under the powerful replenishment of life force by the goddess Song and the effect of the even stronger flame of life, the skin that Chu Nan had not been able to recover quickly appeared bit by bit and covered his entire body in the blink of an eye. As the light membrane faded, the skin on Chu Nan's body had already appeared. His entire body was extremely white and rosy from top to bottom, like a newborn baby. It was complete and smooth without any injuries. For the first time, Chu Nan opened his eyes and smiled. Success! This success meant that he had finally adapted to the environment of the violent spatial energy in this alternate space and finally had the ability to control and transform it from the violent spatial energy in the surrounding space. He finally had the capital to survive in this terrifying space. However, this was still not enough. With a thought, Chu Nan activated his internal breath again and quickly circulated it from the first level of the 9 revolutions technique to the 6th level. His internal breath seeped out of his body again and continued to flow with a large amount of violent spatial energy. This time, he expanded the range of his internal breath's influence on the violent spatial energy and absorbed and controlled more of it. His internal breath increased again, and the spatial energy in his body was further strengthened. Not only did he quickly return to his normal state, but there was also even an obvious increase compared to before he entered the Stargate. Logically speaking, he should stop here because he was basically certain that he could survive normally and his life would not be in danger. However, Chu Nan still felt that it was not enough. After continuing to circulate his internal breath for a few cycles, he felt that something was wrong. Although he had already let his internal breath out of his body and could already affect a large portion of the violent spatial energy in this space, it was almost identical to the positive space universe. However, he felt that this should not be the only thing. Su Suanshen's description of the 7th level of the 9 revolutions technique flashed through his mind again. Chu Nan pondered for a long time before a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. The scene of his body being crazily corroded by the violent spatial energy in the alternate space when he first flew into the Stargate flashed through his mind. Although the situation at that time was extremely dangerous, his brain, which was equivalent to an AI, still accurately recorded all the details and relevant data. He repeated the situation in his mind and combined it with his new attempt and understanding of the 9 revolutions technique to carefully deduce and think. After a long time, Chu Nan suddenly opened his eyes that shot out 2 beams of light. His expression was extremely happy. Although he did not make a sound, he still laughed. Haha, I see. Chu Nan opened his arms and his expression relaxed. He suddenly removed all the energy shields and internal breath protection in his body that were used to resist the violent spatial energy of the outside world. The violent spatial energy immediately began to crazily corrode and destroy his body. His skin and flesh were crushed into the tiniest basic particles in the blink of an eye, and his ashes were annihilated, leaving only a skeleton in his body. However, the moment his flesh and skin disappeared, the violent spatial energy that corroded his body emitted a dense green aura. At the same time, an intense milky white light surrounded his entire body. The flesh that had just been crushed into basic particles actually recovered a little in the blink of an eye. At the same time, more than half of the skeleton in Chu Nan's body had been corroded, but under the effect of the dense life force and powerful flame of life, he completely recovered in the blink of an eye. In less than a second, Chu Nan's entire body had already experienced the process of being completely destroyed and perfectly recovered. If anyone else was present at this moment, they would definitely be shocked by what was happening. How could such a ridiculous thing happen in this world? However, Chu Nan did not have any unexpected thoughts. Instead, he revealed an as expected expression. No wonder Tom Kenshin Supremacy overly said that the most cutting-edge science and martial arts are already close to metaphysics. This technique of body reforging exists in the Noctem Chamber of Commerce. Supremacy overly also feels that it can be completely done, but there's probably only one example of me perfectly fusing science and martial arts. In the eyes of others, this was simply akin to walking through the gates of hell. Chu Nan did not have any intention of stopping after completing it. After his body was successfully reconstructed, he let go of all his defenses again. The violent spatial energy instantly destroyed his body again, but he reconstructed it in the blink of an eye. Therefore, he repeated it again and again. Amidst his body's continuous destruction and reforging, Chu Nan was not surprised to gradually discover that his body had adapted to the violent spatial energy around him. The speed at which this violent spatial energy destroyed his body became slower and slower. After this process was repeated 3,913 times, Chu Nan discovered that the surrounding violent spatial energy could no longer affect his body. His body seemed to have become part of the surrounding space. No matter how violent the spatial energy in the surrounding space was, it would not pose any obstruction to him. It's done. With a thought, Chu Nan's internal breath, which was several times stronger than before, crazily surged out of his dantian that had been reforged. He completed 6 cycles of circulation with familiarity and it seeped out of his body. This time, his internal breath instantly fused perfectly with the outside world. His internal breath seemed to have become his invisible body and easily fused into the surrounding space. His internal breath circulated with the violent spatial energy. The entire space seemed to have perfectly fused with his body. Chu Nan only felt his internal breath flowing from the inside out without stopping. His entire body seemed to have completely transcended, and he understood. With your body as the medium, your internal breath will turn into a bridge and your body will melt into the universe. You can roam the world and achieve the great Tao. This is clearly it. The 7th level of the 9 revolutions technique had been successfully broken through. Chapter 707. The spatial energy in the alternate space was still violent and unruly. It wreaked havoc wildly as if it wanted to tear everything that entered the alternate space into pieces. However, Chu Nan was floating in it and was not affected at all. The violent spatial energy brushed past his body and naturally entered his skin. It flowed into his flesh, entered his meridians, and perfectly fused with his internal breath. As Chu Nan's mind circulated freely, it was as if it had become a part of his body. Everything was relaxed and natural. Not only that, Chu Nan only needed to casually think and his internal breath could extend out of his body with the violent spatial energy. He could easily extend it all the way out. The furthest he could go was hundreds of meters away from his body and absorb the spatial energy in a large area into his control. At the same time, the range of his perception of spatial energy in the space had greatly increased. Now, he could easily sense the smallest fluctuation of spatial energy more than 10 kilometers away. With this, he clearly grasped all the situations in this large area in his mind. He felt the violent spatial energy that was like magma rolling and could instantly turn him into ashes, becoming like a gentle breeze blowing on the surface of his body. He felt the perfect fusion and interaction of his internal breath and the spatial energy of the outside world. He felt that his internal breath could see through his body as he pleased and easily sensed the distant space that could not be seen with the naked eye. Chu Nan could not help but laugh loudly. Under his deliberate control, his laughter shook the spatial energy and spread far and wide in the alternate space. The joint vibration of spatial energy actually set off an energy storm in the alternate space, instantly causing countless clear spatial cracks. A moment later, the huge space around him seemed to have been stimulated by something. The already violent spatial energy became even more violent and chaotic. More spatial cracks appeared, and they densely filled the surrounding space for a moment. Chu Nan's laughter stopped. Damn, I just wanted to cheer. Did you need to have such a huge reaction? Chu Nan muttered in his mind and did not dare to do anything else. Fortunately, he could sense the change in the surrounding spatial energy extremely clearly at this moment. With a thought, he activated his internal breath and accurately controlled the spatial energy around him, calming them down from their even more violent state and returning to the normal state of the alternate space. Alright, it's not easy to escape. I need to hurry up and find an exit. Chu Nan looked around and saw nothing else other than various gorgeous colors. Clearly, it was impossible to find the exit from here with his eyes. He stretched out his internal breath and placed his perception of spatial energy as far as possible, but he discovered that he had floated in this alternate space for more than 7 days. He was already an unknown distance away from the entrance of the Lepler Stargate, so it was impossible to return the way he came. It seems that I can only try my luck and find another exit. Chu Nan looked around again and discovered that he was also looking for a direction in this damn space. He could only casually choose a direction and fly forward at full speed. As he flew, Chu Nan continued to sense the surrounding space with all his might. Due to the fact that there was nothing in the alternate space, Chu Nan felt very bored after flying for a while. Later, he simply closed his eyes and only cared about maintaining his perception of the surrounding space. Then, he flew and cultivated the 9 revolutions technique. Although he was certain that he had successfully broken through to the 7th level of the 9 revolutions technique, he had only done it to save his life previously. Therefore, there were still many parts of the 7th level that were relatively rough and worth thinking about. He needed to cultivate more and continue to find flaws. In any case, he was free now and could do such a thing. As he practiced by the side of the road, Chu Nan could not be bothered to pay attention to how long had passed. He continued to maintain this state and patiently waited for the change to appear. What? Feng Mingzi applied to drop out. Simandi looked at Wang Sichen in surprise. Why? Wang Sichen's expression was a little hesitant. After a while, he replied hesitantly. Feng Mingzi said that he feels that he can't increase his strength if he continues to stay in Star Cloud Academy, so he has to leave the academy and undergo stronger cultivation to find a way to increase his strength faster. Nonsense. Simandi slapped the table forcefully. Our Star Cloud Academy's martial arts branch is the best martial arts academy in the Federation. Hasn't he improved quickly enough here? Wang Sichen moved his lips, but in the end, he did not say the sentence that reached his throat. Before this, the Star Cloud Academy was indeed the best martial arts academy in the entire Federation. No one doubted it. However, because of the incident that happened to Chu Nan recently, not to mention that the martial arts branch was suspected and criticized by the outside world, it was scolded by many people as a cold-blooded academy that did not care about the lives of students and did not even value their lives, causing the entire Star Cloud Academy to be greatly condemned by public opinion. Under such circumstances, how could the martial arts branch have the courage to call itself the best martial arts academy in the Federation? Simandi cursed a few more times. He thought for a moment with a dark expression and shook his head. No, we can't approve his withdrawal application. If even he escapes, our martial arts branch will be greatly embarrassed this time. Isn't it embarrassing enough now? Wan Sichen muttered in his mind, but he said, I'm afraid. After Feng Ningzi submitted this application, he had already disappeared. I don't know where he is now. What are you doing? Simandi angrily slapped the table again, causing the thick solid wooden table in front of him to let out a creaking scream. You actually let him escape just like that? Ah, if you can't find him, all of you can wait to be punished. Wan Sichen lowered his head and could not help but curl his lips. Feng Ningzi was a void break martial artist now. If he really wanted to escape, how many people could stop him? Moreover, it was obvious that his heart was no longer in Star Cloud Academy. What was the point of forcefully staying? If he was really forced into a corner and his grandfather was forced out, the entire Star Cloud Academy would be embarrassed. In fact, Wan Sichen knew very well why Feng Ningzi left. The reason why he came to register for the Star Cloud Academy's martial arts branch was very much because of Angie Prairie. After entering the academy, he was very close to Chu Nan because of his outstanding performance. It could be said that these two people were the greatest motivation for him to stay in Star Cloud Academy. However, ever since Chu Nan's accident, Angie Prairie had disappeared without a trace. No one could obtain any news of her. One of them was dead, and the other was missing. How could Feng Ningzi, a guy who liked to wander around the Milky Way in search of his martial arts path, be willing to continue staying in Star Cloud Academy obediently? When he submitted his withdrawal application today, Wan Sichen was not even surprised because Feng Ningzi's thoughts had actually been clearly revealed the day he knew that something had happened to Chu Nan. Now, it had only taken shape. The only one who did not know was probably the branch dean in front of him. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and send someone to find him. Simandi was furious again. He slapped the table and roared at Wan Sichen, if you can't find him or don't hear from him, you don't have to come back. Wan Sichen did not dare to refute. He casually bowed and turned to walk out. Just as he reached the door and was about to open it behind him, the door was suddenly pushed open. Wan Sichen looked up in surprise and discovered two completely unexpected people standing outside the door. The two of them ignored Wan Sichen and walked straight in. They arrived in front of Simandi and showed him a document in their hands. Dean Simandi, we're representatives of the Academy's Disciplinary Inspection Committee. We want you to come with us now. Simandi, who had been furious at Wan Sichen just now, instantly turned ashen. Chapter 708. Chu Nan's heart stirred slightly. He opened his eyes and looked at the far end on the left. Although the space in all directions still looked no different from all the previous alternate spaces in his eyes, Chu Nan could clearly sense that the spatial energy in the distance on the left was slightly different from the surrounding space. If the spatial energy in the surrounding space had always been violent and disorderly, then in a certain space far ahead on the left, he could sense that the spatial energy there was even more stable. There was also an extremely abnormally orderly behavior in the alternate space. After flying in this strange space for an unknown period of time, he finally sensed something different. Chu Nan was immediately excited and slightly changed the direction of his flight to quickly fly in the direction where he sensed the abnormality. The more he flew in that direction, the clearer Chu Nan could sense the calm and orderly spatial energy. After flying for a while, Chu Nan sensed it even more clearly. He was surprised to discover that the spatial energy in the surrounding space was not running around like the spatial energy he had sensed in all the alternate spaces. Instead, it was obvious that it was flowing in the same direction as if it was controlled. Chu Nan was not familiar with this phenomenon, but he clearly had some impression of it. After thinking carefully, he immediately accurately found a similar situation in his mind. This scene was clearly similar to the scene he had sensed when he flew into the Stargate. However, when he flew into the Stargate, he would sense that the spatial energy in the surrounding space was flowing in the opposite direction of him, which was to surge towards the Stargate. Now, the spatial energy in the surrounding space was surging in the direction he flew. In other words, there might be a Stargate leading to the main space ahead. Chu Nan was extremely excited and continued to sense the direction of the spatial energy flow. He quickly flew in that direction with the surrounding spatial energy. After flying for a while, Chu Nan suddenly stopped. He could clearly sense that the spatial energy in the surrounding space was gathering towards the area in front of him from all directions, causing this area to appear extremely special in the entire alternate space. This is the location of the Stargate? But there's nothing special outside. Chu Nan was a little puzzled. Previously, when he flew into the alternate space from the Stargate of the Lepler star system, he could clearly see a very large black space in the alternate space. Clearly, it was the projection of the Stargate in the alternate space. However, there was nothing abnormal in the area in front of him with the naked eye. Most importantly, this area was too small. Chu Nan frowned and sensed for a while. He made up his mind and flew over. He had even survived in such a terrifying environment previously. How could he be afraid of such a small abnormality now? A moment later, he had already flown to that area. Feeling that all the spatial energy in the surrounding space was gathering towards the area he was in, Chu Nan confirmed that he was not in the wrong place. However, why didn't anything happen? Chu Nan asked in confusion and flew around this area twice. He discovered that it was still deep in the alternate space and did not show any signs of passing through the Stargate and escaping. Damn, I finally found an abnormal place, but I still can't escape this damned alternate space? Chu Nan could not help but feel a little vexed. Although his life was no longer in danger in the alternate space and he could live without eating or drinking, he was not willing to stay in this boring space for a long time. Moreover, he knew very well that he had flown into the Stargate in front of everyone. Once the news spread, everyone would definitely think that he was dead. He could ignore what others thought, but if this news reached Dongfang, Angie Prairie, and the others, and most importantly, his parents and Zioxi, Chu Nan did not dare to imagine what kind of blow they would suffer. In order to reassure them as soon as possible, Chu Nan had to return to the positive space universe as soon as possible and contact the outside world to prove that he was still alive. After feeling anxious for a while, Chu Nan took a deep breath and calmed himself down. It was meaningless to be anxious for no reason. He had to think of a way. In addition, he did not know how long it would take to find such an abnormal area. If he wanted to leave this place, the best way was to make a fuss in this abnormal area. After thinking for a moment, an article describing spatial travel flashed through Chu Nan's mind. According to the inaccurate memory of the time before his brain became equivalent to an AI, he vaguely remembered that the article seemed to have once described the connection point between the positive space universe and the alternate space universe. The existence of the Stargate was actually the balance of spatial energy between the two universes. Balance, balance, balance. Chu Nan pondered for a moment and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. With a thought, he adjusted the circulation of his body's internal breath and opened it again to interact with the spatial energy in the surrounding space. Moreover, he could control this spatial energy to become more calm and stable, closer and closer to the characteristics of the positive spatial universe's spatial energy. When the spatial energy in his body and the outside world was adjusted to a sufficiently stable level, Chu Nan's vision suddenly darkened and he instantly felt his body relax. That feeling was difficult to describe with words and was extremely subtle, but Chu Nan clearly understood that he should have passed through a special space. The surrounding spatial energy environment had clearly changed and became identical to the normal space universe he was familiar with. He composed himself and looked in all directions. Soon, he saw a pale silver river formed by countless shining stars in the vast black sky. Milky Way. Chu Nan could not help but groan. That's great. I haven't transmigrated to other galaxies. Apart from the stars that filled the sky, what attracted Chu Nan's attention the most was an extremely bright fireball hanging in the starry sky on the right. Clearly, this should be the star closest to him. From the size of the fireball, he was probably in the gravitational range of this star, which was a star system. Moreover, when he looked down, he could see a small ball emitting a dim light. Needless to say, this should be a planet in this star system. Haha, my luck is really good. I'm actually so close. This planet could actually be seen with the naked eye, so it could be seen that it was definitely not too far away. Chu Nan immediately circulated his internal breath excitedly and flew towards the planet at the highest speed. Chapter 709. An hour and 46 minutes later, a small fireball shattered the planet's atmosphere and smashed toward the ground with a shocking aura. In just a few seconds, this fireball had already penetrated the sky above the lower atmosphere. Just as it was about to smash into the ground, this fireball suddenly stopped completely against the common sense of physics. However, the terrifying air wave still rushed down because of inertia, crushing all the trees in the forest a few kilometers below. Chu Nan lowered his head and stuck out his tongue before scratching his head in embarrassment. I was too excited and forgot for a moment. However, there shouldn't be anyone in this forest, right? It was no wonder that Chu Nan was excited. It was not easy for him to escape from the alternate space. He originally thought that he might not be so lucky to immediately return to a civilized society, but he did not expect that there was a planet so close, and this planet was clearly a planet with life. Then, as long as he could find others on this planet and ask where it was, or reconnect to the Milky Way network, he could naturally find a way back. As for why he did not think of a way himself, Chu Nan glanced at his bare left wrist and sighed. The spatial energy in the alternate space was so violent that he almost could not even protect his life, so how could he protect his personal terminal? Now, his entire body was naked. Not to mention his personal terminal, even his clothes had completely disappeared. Fortunately, he was already used to such accidental clothes being damaged. Moreover, there was clearly no one around, so he did not feel too awkward. After looking around, Chu Nan began to quickly fly above the forest and look for traces of living people. However, although he had reduced his flying speed and flown for half an hour, he had already flown more than 1,000 kilometers. He still did not see any traces of living people, and he did not even discover any traces of human civilization. Damn, don't tell me this is actually an uninhabited planet that has not been discovered at all. Chu Nan could not help but curse. He thought for a moment and simply flew higher into the sky to look further away from the planet. With his current supervision, although he did not dare to say that he could see thousands of kilometers away, he could easily see everything within hundreds of kilometers. However, he still could not see any human activity. Not to mention the most advanced modern human city, even the oldest primitive human tribes could not discover it. That shouldn't be the case. Chu Nan chose a direction in confusion and flew as he investigated the situation. However, after flying for more than 1,000 kilometers, he still did not discover anything. Damn, I don't believe it. Just as Chu Nan was about to increase his speed and search the entire planet, he suddenly heard an angry roar coming from the left. It sounds like a beast. With a thought, Chu Nan quickly flew in that direction. Before long, he saw dust dancing in front of him. More than 10 extremely huge beasts with 2 horns on their heads and 4 hooves flying below, dragging a slender tail behind them. They were like bulls as they quickly moved left and right and formed a circle to fight something in the middle. When Chu Nan saw these ferocious beasts, he could not help but laugh. Heh, giant spiritual bull? I'm really fated with this ferocious beast. However, when he focused his gaze, he immediately discovered that something was wrong. Although these dozen or so ferocious beasts looked like giant spiritual bulls, their bodies were clearly smaller. Their other appearances were also slightly different from the giant spiritual bulls. However, this did not mean it was weaker than ordinary giant spiritual bulls. On the contrary, the hooves of these ferocious beasts carried the faint sound of wind and lightning. Wisps of lightning flickered between their horns, and from time to time, they condensed into a thick bolt of lightning and shot out. When the lightning landed on the ground, a huge pit was immediately formed. The power could be imagined. This was not a giant spiritual bull, but a higher-level lightning giant spiritual bull. The giant spiritual bull was only a D-rank beast, but the lightning giant spiritual bull was at least a B-rank beast. When he thought of this, Chu Nan was shocked. B-rank ferocious beasts were enough to contend with mid-stage void break martial artists. They could be considered overlord-level existences on any planet and were extremely rare. Now, more than 10 of them appeared. What surprised Chu Nan, even more, was that these dozen or so lightning giant spiritual bulls were surrounding the same opponent. It could be seen that this opponent's strength was also shocking. However, when Chu Nan focused his gaze, he discovered that in the flying dust, the opponent fighting more than 10 lightning giant spiritual bulls was thin and small. He was more than 10 times smaller than the lightning giant spiritual bulls and shuttled back and forth in the dust like a figure. Wait, figure? Human? Chu Nan was stunned and immediately overjoyed. He had been looking for a long time. Wasn't he just looking for someone? He did not expect to find it so easily. Haha. Chu Nan laughed and landed from the sky before slapping one of the lightning giant spiritual bulls. As expected of a B-rank beast, the lightning giant spiritual bull reacted as soon as Chu Nan moved. 3 of the lightning giant spiritual bulls raised their heads and lightning flashed on their heads and feet as 3 bolts of lightning struck him. Humph, I'm not even afraid of the violent energy of the alternate space, so why would I be afraid of you stupid bulls? Chu Nan sneered disdainfully and could not even be bothered to dodge. He still maintained his original posture and slapped down. Slap, 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 crackle, crackle, crackle. 3 bolts of lightning struck Chu Nan at the same time and his body immediately emitted lightning. Chu Nan's entire body was bathed in lightning, but he laughed even louder. Haha, this lousy lightning is inferior to my elemental. Halfway through his sentence, Chu Nan's voice stopped. He suddenly seemed to have lost all control and fell from the sky. Bang! As soon as he fell to the ground, several bull hoofs had already stepped on him. They actually forcefully stepped his entire body into the soil and sank. A moment later, a dazzling white light erupted from the soil. Chu Nan's figure suddenly flew out and into the air. Damn! I was careless and was taken advantage of by you, a group of stupid bulls. Come, see how I kill you. He had been careless just now and did not expect that the lightning shot out from the horns of these lightning giant spiritual bulls actually had the ability to disintegrate all the spatial energy in the space, causing him to lose control of the spatial power in an extremely short period of time and fall. This mistake made him, who originally wanted to show off his skills, extremely embarrassed to have his face stepped on by the lightning giant spiritual bull. It immediately made him extremely angry. Just as he shouted, he was surprised to discover that the hooves behind him sounded. The group of lightning giant spiritual bulls seemed to have been stimulated and fled into the distance. Chu Nan moved his body and originally wanted to chase after him, but he stopped and turned to look down. As expected, on the ground below, a very thin figure looked up at him. Chu Nan immediately tidied up his expression and stood in front of that person with the most amiable smile. Hello, I'm Chu Nan from the Earth Federation. What's your name? The person opposite him was slightly shorter than Chu Nan, but he was clearly much thinner. His body and face were covered in dust and it was almost impossible to see his original appearance, but generally speaking, he should be a young youth. Hearing Chu Nan's question, his expression changed, but he did not answer. Instead, his gaze moved down and landed on his lower body with a thoughtful expression. Chapter 710. Damn, I forgot. Chu Nan slapped his forehead and realized what was going on without lowering his head. Now, his clothes had long been completely destroyed in the alternate space. He was in a standard naked state. No wonder the other party's gaze was so strange when he suddenly appeared in front of a stranger. However, he was already used to this situation. He could already be calm in front of a girl like Angie Prairie. Apart from being slightly awkward in front of this young man, he did not have any intention of panicking. No, doesn't this prove that I've really become a pervert? Chu Nan suddenly reacted and the corners of his mouth twitched. He hurriedly turned around and flew to the top of a tree beside him. He chose more than 10 large leaves and found a thorn in the forest to string together. He wrapped it around his waist and barely covered his vital points before flying back. However, when he returned to the spot, the youth had already disappeared. Chu Nan was immediately anxious. It was not easy to find a living person. How could he let him go just like that? Fortunately, a moment later, he heard the abnormal sound of water coming from the left. He hurriedly flew over and discovered that the youth was currently dragging the corpse of a lightning giant spiritual bull back and forth in a huge water beach with one hand, as if he was washing it. Chu Nan was surprised. Although this lightning giant spiritual bull was much smaller than an ordinary D-rank giant spiritual bull, it was still more than 2 meters tall, more than 4 meters long, and weighed at least a few tons. However, this young man could pull it back and forth in the water with one hand without any difficulty. It was really not compatible with his thin body. However, on second thought, this young man was actually able to fight more than 10 lightning giant spiritual bulls at the same time without being at a disadvantage. Clearly, his strength was extremely powerful, so it was not strange for him to have such strength. Of course, from his appearance, he might be slightly younger than Chu Nan, but having such strength already surprised him. When he saw Chu Nan land beside him, the young man's gaze landed on his lower body again. When he saw that Chu Nan was surrounded by leaves, his face moved as if he could not help but smile. However, because his face was still covered in thick dust, he could not see it clearly. About that, I'm sorry about earlier. Due to an accident, I lost my clothes and other things. Look, Chu Nan stretched out his wrist, even my personal terminal is gone. Can you lend me your personal terminal? I only need to go to the Milky Way network and contact someone. The young man looked at Chu Nan's outstretched arms and tilted his head. He seemed to think for a moment before extending his arm. Chu Nan glanced at his wrist and was immediately disappointed. There was also nothing on his wrist. Clearly, there was no personal terminal. No way. Chu Nan's expression instantly became extremely ugly. He originally thought that he could use him to return to civilized society after finally encountering a living person, but he did not expect that this guy did not have a personal terminal. Could it be that he's a local native of this planet? Chu Nan sized up the youth in front of him in confusion and shook his head. Although this guy's entire body was covered in dust and even his original appearance could not be seen, it should be impossible for him to have such strength at such a young age on any known backward civilization planet. Most importantly, although the clothes he was wearing looked very simple, the materials looked extremely special. There were no signs of handiwork at all. This was definitely not something any backward civilization could make. Therefore, it was very likely that this young man had landed on this planet due to an accident like his. Are we both in the same boat? Chu Nan could not help but smile bitterly. It was not easy for him to encounter a living person, but the result was the same as him. How should he return? However, on second thought, he became excited again. It was impossible for this young man to have drifted over from an alternate space like him, and it was obvious that he was not a Stargrade expert. Then, he would definitely have other ways to come here. If he had come here in an accident, it proved that this planet still had a passageway to the outside world. Then, someone would definitely save him. At that time, Chu Nan only needed to leave with him. It would be even better if he came to explore this planet himself. Since he could come, he definitely had the ability to leave. Chu Nan only needed to follow him and he would definitely be able to find a way to leave this place. No matter what, this was much better than Chu Nan returning to the alternate space and finding the next Stargate exit that was unknown. In short, I'm definitely following you. Both sides did not have personal terminals and there was a language barrier. Chu Nan could only use his hands and feet to draw on the ground and begin to explain his background to the youth. As the young man cleaned up the lightning giant spiritual bull, he casually listened to Chu Nan's explanation. It was unknown how much he listened to. Chu Nan spent a long time but did not see any reaction. He could only give up helplessly. Sitting at the side and watching the young man continue to pull the lightning giant spiritual bull around in the pool, Chu Nan was a little puzzled. What's he doing? This lightning giant spiritual bull is already dead. What's he still doing? After a while, after the young man stirred up the huge pool, he pulled out the corpse of the lightning giant spiritual bull and placed it beside the pool. Then, he glanced at Chu Nan with a trace of vigilance. Chu Nan was immediately stunned. What does this mean? Then, he understood. It seemed that this youth was afraid that he would snatch his spoils of war. Chu Nan hurriedly stood up and waved at him. He shook his head and indicated that he did not mean it. It was unknown if the young man understood it, but he thought for a moment and ignored Chu Nan. Instead, he raised his right hand and his palm turned into a knife. With a few slashes, he cut off the two horns on the lightning giant spiritual bull's head. Chu Nan's eyelids immediately twitched. The horn on the lightning giant spiritual bull's head was the essence of its entire body. Not only was it extremely hard, it also contained extremely special and powerful spatial energy. Not to mention that it was impossible for ordinary martial artists to cut it open with their bare hands. Even if they had the ability, they would definitely be heavily injured by the violent spatial energy erupting from the two horns. However, this youth cut it so easily. It could be seen that his strength was indeed extraordinary. I thought I was already talented enough. I didn't expect that there was indeed someone better in this world. Chu Nan could not help but feel defeated. At his current age, he was able to possess such strength. He originally thought that not only was he a rare genius martial artist in the Earth Federation, but he should also be considered top-notch in the entire Milky Way. He did not expect that he would casually encounter a youth who looked to be inferior to him and his performance was actually not much inferior to his. However, in the next moment, Chu Nan could not help but laugh. His heart was instantly filled with a strong sense of superiority. Chapter 7:11. The young man's action of cutting off the bull's horn was clean and neat in one go, but his next action seemed very clumsy. After cutting off the bull's horn, the young man held it in both hands and carefully sized it up for a while. He placed it in his hand and knocked it on each other. After a while, two bolts of lightning were suddenly stimulated from the bull's horn, as if they had frightened him. He actually threw the two bull's horns far away. When he finally calmed down, he had no choice but to jump into the pool and dive into the water to scoop up the two bull horns he had thrown out just now. Then, he stimulated the lightning again. After a moment, he went to the forest and picked up a pile of fallen leaves and branches, piling them up. Just as Chu Nan was thinking about what he wanted to do, he saw him raise his two bull horns. The aura in his body moved and the bull horns suddenly released a huge bolt of lightning that struck the pile of branches and leaves. Boom! The spatial energy contained in the horns of the lightning giant spiritual bull was extremely powerful. Even if it was an inanimate object, the lightning stimulated would not be much weaker than the lightning in nature. Now that he had stimulated it with all his might, this lightning was extremely thick and powerful. As a result, it directly shattered the pile of branches and leaves into charred ashes. At the same time, the flames that instantly soared turned the young man's face, which was already covered in dust, into darkness. Ha ha ha! Chu Nan could not help but laugh. He could tell now that this youth wanted to start a fire, but was there anyone like him? Hearing Chu Nan's laughter, the young man turned around and glanced at him. Although his face was pitch black and his expression could not be seen, his embarrassment could be seen in his eyes. Chu Nan could only forcefully suppress his laughter and wave his hand, gesturing for him to continue. The young man ignored Chu Nan and grabbed the two bull horns to think for a moment before picking up a pile of branches and leaves. Then, he stimulated the bull horns again. This time, although the lightning shot out by the bull horns was still slightly thicker, it was not to the extent of directly splitting the branches and leaves into ashes like before. Instead, it successfully started a fire. Heh, after starting the fire, shouldn't it be time to cook? Chu Nan continued to sit in the distance with one hand supporting his chin and watched in amusement as the young man was busy. As expected, after finally starting the fire and stabilizing it, the young man ran to the body of the lightning giant spiritual bull and circled it twice. He slashed down again and cut the back thigh of the lightning giant spiritual bull. His hand blade was very powerful. Of course, it easily cut off the entire leg of the lightning giant spiritual bull. However, she had forgotten something very important. Pew! Blood sprayed out from the place where his thigh was cut, instantly pouring from head to toe on the youth, who had clearly not expected this, turning him into a bloody person from head to toe. Seeing the young man holding the bull's leg in his hand and covered in blood standing on the spot in a daze, Chu Nan could not help but laugh wildly again. Haha, this guy is really too clumsy. The young man turned to look at Chu Nan. There was no expression on his face that was covered in dust, flames, and the blood of the lightning giant spiritual bull, but the embarrassment in his still bright eyes was even more obvious than before. Chu Nan could only force himself to stop laughing. He thought for a moment and simply turned around to not look at him. As expected, a moment later, there was finally movement behind him again. Chu Nan quietly turned around and discovered that the young man had already cut the huge lightning giant spiritual bull's leg into a few pieces. Then, he held it in his hand and roasted it on the fire. This guy is indeed inexperienced. Chu Nan could not help but roll his eyes. This young man actually grabbed the roasted meat and roasted it directly. Not to mention adding any seasoning, he did not even flip the sides. Moreover, with his roasting method, it would be a tragedy in a while. Just as he thought of this, he saw a few drops of oil suddenly drip from the beef and fall into the fire. Immediately, the flames suddenly exploded and pounced on the beef, igniting the butter roasted on it. In an instant, the entire beef was enveloped by flames and burned. The young man was shocked. With a shake of his hand, the burning beef flew out and landed in the pool. With a soft whoosh, the flames were extinguished and it sank into the water. The young man blankly looked at the pool for a while before suddenly turning around to look at Chu Nan. Chu Nan hurriedly turned around and pretended not to see the scene. A moment later, when he heard a commotion behind him, Chu Nan turned around again and discovered that the young man had picked up another bull's head and roasted it on the fire. Perhaps because he had learned his lesson just now, he raised the beef far away from the flames this time and did not have to worry about any more butter dripping. However, he was raised so high and so far away from the flames, so how could he cook it? Seeing that the young man was still patiently roasting the beef, Chu Nan could not stand it anymore. He stood up and walked to the fire. He first pointed at his stomach at the young man, indicating that he was also hungry. Then, he pointed at the corpse of the lightning giant spiritual bull beside him and made a questioning expression. The young man looked at Chu Nan and then at the corpse of the lightning giant spiritual bull. He thought for a moment and nodded. Chu Nan smiled at him and arrived beside the lightning giant spiritual bull. He dragged it to the pool and gestured before reaching out to draw a hole under its neck. Although the lightning giant spiritual bull was a B-rank ferocious beast, it basically followed the basic biological rules of a four-legged mammal. It was not much different from its super distant relative, yellow ox. Chu Nan cut down and happened to cut open the aorta on its neck. Blood that was even more ferocious than the youth who cut open its thigh sprayed out and shot into the pool, dyeing the huge pool red. However, there was water surging in this pool, so he did not have to worry that the water would completely become muddy. After letting out the blood, Chu Nan quickly skinned, cut, and divided the lightning giant spiritual bull. As a child of the farm, he had done many similar jobs with his parents when he was young. Now, because he was much stronger than before, he was even more familiar with this matter and it was easy and simple. Soon, he cut different pieces of beef separately. Then, he thought for a moment and gestured to the young man to wait. He flew up and looked around. A moment later, he flew to the seaside of this continent and dug a pit to lure in a stream of seawater. Then, he activated the high-level fire elemental power cultivation method. Soon, the seawater was evaporated, leaving a layer of sparkling salt. Chu Nan grabbed one and placed it in his mouth to taste. He frowned slightly and was not satisfied. However, he was not so particular under such conditions. He grabbed this handful of sea salt and flew back. He touched the beef evenly and entered the forest to search carefully for a while. He actually found some usable materials. After preparing these things, Chu Nan looked around and found a rock to shatter. He cut a few of them into rocks of different thickness and thinness. One of them was especially thin and formed a small shelf. He placed the thinnest rock on it and found some branches to start a fire below. Under the heat of the fire, the thin stone piece quickly became hot. Only then did Chu Nan cut the partially marinated beef into thin slices and spread them on the stone. He sprinkled salt and butter that had been brewed at the same time and added the various ingredients he had found. Soon, the beef slices emitted an alluring fragrance under the pressure of the fire. Growl, growl, growl. A strange cry suddenly sounded beside him. Chu Nan turned around and laughed. This voice actually came from the stomach of that youth. The young man blushed. Alright, perhaps his face was red, but it was impossible to tell. He turned around and wanted to leave, but Chu Nan grabbed his arm and handed him the 2 branches that he had broken from the tree with his other hand before pointing at the roasted meat. The young man looked at the meat slice with a struggling gaze. He hesitated for a long time before taking the branch and clumsily picking up the meat slice. He looked at it for a moment before stuffing it into his mouth. Whoosh! The young man narrowed his eyes and revealed a very satisfied gaze. However, he did not care about the heat at all. He swallowed the meat in a few mouthfuls and looked at the meat that was still roasting on the rock with shining eyes. Chu Nan grinned at him. Ha ha, don't be anxious. Eat boldly without worry. I'll be full. Chapter 7:12. Half an hour later, the young man finally swallowed the last piece of meat and gently burped before smiling at Chu Nan in embarrassment. Chu Nan pointed at the unfinished meat slices on the stone slab and waved his hand. He turned around and went to the pool to wash his greasy hands and mouth. When he returned to Chu Nan's side, an extremely exquisite and expensive accessory escaped from nowhere and handed it to him. For me. Chu Nan was stunned. He pointed at himself and hurriedly waved his hand when he saw the young man nod. It's only a roasted meat. There's no need to do this. Moreover, you were the one who obtained this meat. Speaking of which, I have to thank you. Seeing a trace of doubt in the young man's eyes, Chu Nan recalled that he should not understand his Earth Federation language. He could only point at the meat on the stone slab and pat his stomach with a satisfied expression, indicating that this was enough. Then, he pushed the young man's hand back. However, the young man still insisted on handing over the exquisite accessory. His gaze was firm, as if he did not plan to give up if Chu Nan did not take it. Chu Nan shook his head helplessly and smiled bitterly as he pointed at himself and shrugged. He did not even have any clothes on him now. Even if he accepted this gift, there was nowhere to put it. The young man glanced at Chu Nan from head to toe and seemed to understand this problem. He thought for a moment and could only put away the accessory. Then, he turned around and walked to the pool. He sat down and closed his eyes. From the looks of it, he should be cultivating. As Chu Nan ate the roasted meat, he curiously sized up this youth. This guy was really filled with mystery. It was clearly wrong to say that he was a local native. Be it the clothes on his body or the exquisite accessories he had just taken out, it showed that this was definitely not the standard of civilization that backward natives could possess. However, if he was from the modern interstellar civilization, he did not even have a personal terminal and could not understand Chu Nan's words. What was even stranger was that he did not say a word from the beginning to the end, as if he was mute. Moreover, he was so young and had such powerful strength, which meant that he should not be a young man who casually appeared. To be able to cultivate to this extent at his age, it was impossible for him to figure it out. He definitely had a powerful master. After all, even if he was a genius, it was impossible for him to be so talented. One had to know that although Chu Nan unexpectedly had a powerful data ability and had been tempered by many fortuitous encounters, he had still been carefully taught by many people to reach his current level. However, on second thought, Chu Nan laughed. In his opinion, this young man was filled with mysteries. Perhaps he was also filled with mysteries in the young man's heart. Forget it, this is it for now. Let's see. Chu Nan swallowed the remaining roasted meat in a few mouthfuls and found a place to sit down and cultivate in peace. Although he had successfully broken through to the 7th level of the 9 revolutions technique, this did not mean an end, but only a beginning. From the moment he broke through to the 7th level of the 9 revolutions technique, Chu Nan had stepped into a brand new world. Even his entire understanding of martial techniques had changed drastically and he had to adapt and understand it again. Although he had already tried to make some adjustments to the 7th level of the cultivation method in the alternate space, that was far from enough. Previously, Chu Nan had cultivated from the 1st level to the 6th level according to the traditional martial arts cultivation method. He let his internal breath circulate in the meridians in his body to strengthen his internal breath and gradually strengthen his control of spatial energy. Now, the 7th level of the cultivation method was not limited to this. Not only did his internal breath have to circulate in the meridians in his body, but it also had to envelop the space outside his body and reach the realm where his internal breath circulated with the spatial energy of the outside world and his body melted the universe. Su Suanshen did not leave any detailed description of how to achieve the most compatible and best cultivation. Moreover, even if Su Suanshen was reborn, he would definitely not be able to give any guidance to Chu Nan, the 9 revolutions technique that he had long modified beyond recognition. Therefore, he had to rely on himself. As soon as he sat down, Chu Nan had a thought and his internal breath naturally circulated through his meridians from his dantian. The spatial energy in his body and the space outside his body also naturally circulated. The entire process was effortless. The spatial energy in the surrounding space seemed to have become a part of Chu Nan's body and it was easy to command. With a thought, his internal breath had already seeped out of his body and completely fused with the spatial energy outside. It began to circulate around his body in a special and strange manner. The young man in the distance suddenly opened his eyes and looked in Chu Nan's direction in surprise. However, after looking at it for a while, he closed his eyes and cultivated by himself without paying much attention to Chu Nan. Therefore, the two of them sat cross-legged by the pool at the same time. Soon, they were immersed in their cultivation, as if they had lost all reaction to the outside world. Time seemed to have frozen at this moment. Water flowed in the pool, birds chirped and leaves moved in the forest. Apart from that, there was no other sound, and it felt very quiet. After an unknown period of time, Chu Nan was suddenly woken up by a rumbling sound. He opened his eyes and discovered that the youth by the pool in the distance had already disappeared. He could not help but be stunned. With his powerful hearing and extremely precise perception of the surrounding space, he actually did not discover when this youth left. From this, it could be seen that this youth's strength was probably slightly stronger than he had imagined. But where did he go? Chu Nan turned to look in the direction of the roar with a strange expression. Don't tell me it's starting again. He circulated his internal breath and his body naturally flew into the air. He saw dust rolling in the distance. From time to time, a few trees would collapse with a bang. At the same time, several bolts of lightning flickered between the tree crowns of the forest. Does this guy have a grudge against the lightning giant spiritual bull? Chu Nan flew over in amusement and indeed, he saw that the youth was fighting more than 20 lightning giant spiritual bulls. The dust and debris below mixed together. The young man's figure shuttled back and forth in the dust. His movements were agile and his figure was elegant. But no wonder this guy's face and body are so covered in a thick layer of dust as if he had just been dug out of the sand. Chu Nan could not help but shake his head. This guy could fight more than 10 or 20 lightning giant spiritual bulls for a long time without being at a disadvantage. Coupled with his observations from various details, he was certain that he should at least be a good void break martial artist. As a void break martial artist, he could clearly have more relaxed and simple combat methods, so why did he have to make himself so dirty? Why did he have to fight the lightning giant spiritual bull in close combat like this? What was he thinking? After thinking for a moment, Chu Nan's body moved and he appeared above a lightning giant spiritual bull below. He threw a punch. The lightning giant spiritual bull reacted quickly and immediately raised its head to release a bolt of lightning at Chu Nan. Humph, Saint Seiya won't be defeated by the same move twice. Chu Nan sneered and circulated his internal breath, slightly affecting the spatial energy in the space around his body. After the lightning struck, it was immediately affected by the special frequency spatial energy resonance and instantly turned invisible. Then, Chu Nan's punch landed on the head of the lightning giant spiritual bull. Boom! Chapter 713. The huge body of the lightning giant spiritual bull fell to the ground. There were no injuries on the surface, but in fact, its brain had been shattered by the force of Chu Nan's punch and it was completely dead. Just as Chu Nan was about to attack another lightning giant spiritual bull, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him and stretched out his hand to stop him. Chu Nan looked at the young man who suddenly appeared in shock. What? I only want to help you. The young man shook his head at Chu Nan and pointed at the lightning giant spiritual bulls before pointing at himself with a serious expression. Chu Nan understood. I understand. You want to deal with these lightning giant spiritual bulls yourself. The young man clearly still did not understand Chu Nan's words, but he still stared at him. At the same time, he waved his hand and slapped a lightning giant spiritual bull that rushed over. Chu Nan was stunned and surprised. The young man's palm strike looked ordinary, but Chu Nan knew very well that his palm strike had cleverly sealed all the angles of the lightning giant spiritual bull's attack. Moreover, Chu Nan could clearly sense that the spatial energy in the surrounding space naturally circulated with his palm and completely sealed the space around the lightning giant spiritual bull, not giving it any chance to dodge. Most importantly, when the young man's palm slapped the forehead of the lightning giant spiritual bull that was at the front, a strange black aura clearly seeped out of his palm. With his powerful perception of the spatial energy in the surrounding space, Chu Nan clearly sensed that around the strange black aura, even all the spatial energy seemed to have been swallowed. That space seemed to have forcefully disappeared from the entire space, causing him to feel extremely strange. What strange cultivation method is this? Chu Nan looked at the youth in surprise and discovered that he was still staring at him with vigilance and warning. He smiled, raised his hands, and retreated. Seeing the young man turn around and fight with the lightning giant spiritual bulls, Chu Nan was puzzled. This guy clearly had such powerful strength and methods, so why did he not use them? Why did he have to fight those lightning giant spiritual bulls in close combat like now and make him so miserable? Could it be a different method to train yourself? Chu Nan frowned and still felt that it could not be explained. However, he did not speak the young man's language and could not communicate normally at all. He could only hide his doubts in his heart and obediently watch him fight those lightning giant spiritual bulls from behind. Although that youth did not use his full strength for some reason, his strength was indeed outstanding. Even those lightning giant spiritual bulls could not do anything to him. He did not use the strange black aura that flashed past again. Just by relying on the external martial techniques on his fists and feet and his clearly tempered and perfect body, after fighting with those lightning giant spiritual bulls for more than 10 minutes, 3 of them had already been knocked to the ground by him. When the remaining dozen or so lightning giant spiritual bulls saw that the situation was bad, they turned around and fled. The young man's feet moved as if he wanted to chase, but he stopped. A moment later, he looked at the 3 lightning giant spiritual bulls on the ground and pondered for a moment before suddenly turning to look at Chu Nan. Chu Nan laughed. Don't tell me you're hungry again so soon. Looking up at the sky, he discovered that he had been immersed in studying the 7th level of the 9 revolutions technique just now. Now, the sky had already darkened, and it looked like a long time had passed. Forget it, I'll do it again. Chu Nan pointed at the pool that he had just left with a gesture and stood up to fly to the seaside. He refined another batch of sea salt and flew back to the pool. He discovered that the young man had indeed dragged back the 3 lightning giant spiritual bulls he had killed and had already started a huge bonfire. Seeing the young man's expectant gaze, Chu Nan held back his laughter and continued to deftly dissect the 3 lightning giant spiritual bulls and marinate them. This time, he was not only making roasted meat. After turning around and entering the forest to search, he returned with a large handful of all kinds of plant roots and buds. These were all kinds of wild vegetables picked according to his experience, and there were also various fungi that could be found in almost all life weeks in the Milky Way. After throwing these things beside the youth and pointing at the pool to signal for him to help wash them, Chu Nan turned around and dug out a ball of red soil from the stream beside the upper reaches of the pool to make a thin round pot. Then, he cut down a tree and peeled off the bark to inlay it in the inner layer. Then, he activated the high-level fire elemental power cultivation method and carefully controlled the temperature of the flames to completely burn the soil. Therefore, a simple pot was completed. With his powerful data ability and perfect control of spatial energy, although this pot did not look very good, the tree bark inside was tightly connected, leaving no gap. The outer soil was also tightly closed to ensure that the heat was even. It was definitely not much inferior to an ordinary iron pot. After doing this, Chu Nan used a rock to set up a simple stove and placed the pot on it. He used water to boil it a few times before heating it again. He first added the seasonings and added the bull's head in water to cook it. Then, he added water, wild vegetables, and mushrooms and let it slowly cook. Before long, a strong meat fragrance mixed with the fragrance of wild vegetables wafted out, instantly causing the young man's eyes to light up. When Chu Nan was preparing earlier, he had been watching from the side with eyes filled with curiosity and praise. Now that he saw Chu Nan magically make a pot of meat soup, he looked at him with admiration. Looking at his gaze, Chu Nan laughed and Chu Zioxi's appearance suddenly appeared in his mind. The reason why he was so familiar with cooking in the wild was that he often brought Chu Zioxi to play wildly in the wild when he was young. When he had nothing to do, he would start a fire and get something to eat. Over time, he became skilled. The current appearance of this young man was simply very similar to Chu Zioxi, who had been drooling at the side before he cooked the meat soup. However, when he thought of Chu Zioxi, Chu Nan's heart sank. He had landed on this planet and could not contact the outside world. His parents and Zioxi probably thought that he was already dead. He did not know how they were feeling now. With Zioxi's personality, she might cry, right? When he saw Chu Nan suddenly stop, the young man was stunned. He retracted his gaze from the pot and raised his head to look at him. He discovered that Chu Nan was looking at the sky with a slight frown and his face was filled with nostalgia and worry. His heart could not help but stir. He opened his mouth, but he forcefully closed it and only let out an ah. Chu Nan was shocked by the voice. He lowered his head and saw that he was staring at him. He instantly recovered and laughed. What? You're hungry? Don't be anxious, this meat soup has to be cooked for a while. Eat some roasted meat first. Chu Nan quickly made some roasted meat, but the young man did not eat as happily as before. What? It's not delicious. Chu Nan was a little strange. The young man shook his head and suddenly pointed at the sky and himself. Then, he pointed at Chu Nan and nodded. Chu Nan's eyes lit up as he looked at him in disbelief. He pointed at himself and then at the sky before asking in surprise, "You said that there's a way to take me away." It was unknown if the young man understood, but he nodded forcefully and smiled at Chu Nan. Although this smile was not very meaningful on his face which was still covered in dust, Chu Nan clearly felt his kindness. He immediately smiled and patted the young man's shoulder. "That's great. It's up to you to run out of this damn place." The young man turned to look at the place he had been sent by Chu Nan and thought. Chapter 7:14. Crackle. An extremely thick flash tore through the night sky, instantly illuminating the dark sky in the cave that was only illuminated by the faint flames. Chu Nan glanced outside the cave and discovered that it was still raining heavily outside. Even if lightning instantly illuminated the entire world, his vision still could not reach far. He turned to look at the pot of beef rolling on the bonfire in front of him and smelled the tempting fragrance. Chu Nan was a little puzzled. Why aren't you back yet? He had already spent a week on this planet with that youth. The young man seemed to have specially come here to cultivate. What he did every day was to find powerful ferocious beasts to fight. Apart from that, he basically did nothing else. It was very strange. Ferocious beasts could be seen everywhere on this planet. One could encounter a wave of ferocious beasts almost every 2 steps in the forest, and powerful ferocious beasts were also everywhere. For guys like the lightning giant spiritual bull who were ranked lower among B-rank ferocious beasts, they had already encountered 8 waves in a row in the past few days, allowing them to have sufficient beef supplies. It was also strange to mention this. It was obvious that youth's strength had also reached the standard of a void break martial artist, but he was different from many void break martial artists. His desire for food was abnormally strong, and he seemed to be quite satisfied with Chu Nan's cooking. Every time Chu Nan made meat soup or the side dishes inside, he would eat them all as if he could not eat enough. In just this week, he and Chu Nan had eaten 3 lightning giant spiritual bulls. It was also because of this that Chu Nan would choose a fixed time to start cooking every day. No matter where the young man was or which ferocious hand he had, he would rush back at mealtime and bring back a monster corpse as an ingredient. After a week, the two of them had long formed this strange tacit understanding. However, it was clearly past mealtime today, but the young man was still nowhere to be seen. This made Chu Nan a little worried. Could something have happened? After interacting with him for so many days, although the young man still did not understand his words and never spoke like a mute, the two of them had a tacit understanding and developed some feelings. Moreover, Chu Nan's hope of leaving this planet and returning to civilization was on the young man, so he naturally did not want anything to happen to him. After thinking for a moment, Chu Nan stood up and walked to the entrance of the cave to look into the depths of the forest. The night sky was still covered in dark clouds. From time to time, lightning flashed, illuminating the night sky and the forest below. However, the youth's figure could not be seen in any direction. Where can I find him in such heavy rain? Chu Nan could not help but frown. After looking around, Chu Nan decided to return to the cave and wait patiently. Although it was obvious that the young man had never completely revealed his strength, Chu Nan could tell that his true strength should not be much inferior to his. In fact, it was not inferior at all. From the strange black aura he unintentionally revealed on the first day, he was at least not inferior to Chu Nan in terms of internal breadth. Moreover, his inheritance in external martial techniques was clearly outstanding. When fighting monsters, regardless of whether it was his fists or feet, they were all elegant and his moves were exquisite. With a glance, it was obvious that they were definitely not low-level trash external martial techniques. It was also because of this that Chu Nan was even more certain that he was not a native of this planet. It was impossible for a martial artist with such an outstanding inheritance to be a native who stayed in the surface civilization. With such strength, even if he faced the strongest B-rank beast, there should not be any problems. As soon as he walked into the cave, another bolt of lightning fell. While it illuminated the cave, it made Chu Nan feel a little strange. He suddenly turned around and rushed out of the cave to look at the distant night sky. At this moment, another bolt of lightning struck. As the lightning flashed, Chu Nan suddenly discovered a thin figure flying over at high speed in the night sky. At first glance, Chu Nan determined that this guy was clearly that youth. Chu Nan felt strange. Although this youth's strength had clearly reached the middle-level void break martial artist, after so many days, Chu Nan rarely saw him fly into the sky. Most of the time, he used his movement technique to pass through the ground. He originally thought that this should be a cultivation method that he had deliberately limited to himself, but now that he discovered that he had flown back at high speed, it naturally puzzled Chu Nan. Could it be that he discovered that he had missed his mealtime and was in a hurry to rush back? When he thought of this, Chu Nan was amused. However, just as the young man was about to fly above the hole, he suddenly stopped. He seemed to hesitate for a moment before flying in another direction. What's going on? You don't want to eat anymore? Chu Nan was surprised. Just as he was thinking about whether to fly up and ask, Chu Nan suddenly felt a strange spatial energy fluctuation coming from the sky on the left. Crackle! Another thick bolt of lightning struck. With the help of lightning, Chu Nan immediately saw the phenomenon in the distant sky. Under the rain, the distant sky seemed to have burned with a blazing fire, illuminating a large area of the sky with brilliant flames. The momentum looked extremely shocking. In the flames, a huge bird that was like a phoenix from the ancient legends of the Earth Federation was spreading its wings and flying over at high speed. Chu Nan was immediately shocked. Blazing flame bird. This was an A-rank beast. Although the blazing flame bird could only be ranked last among A-rank ferocious beasts, A-rank ferocious beasts were still A-rank ferocious beasts. According to the records of the Pan Milky Way's Murderer Encyclopedia, the blazing flame bird was equivalent to a 4th stage or even 5th stage void break martial artist under normal circumstances. When it spread its wings and activated its flame mode, even the peak 5th stage void break martial artist would find it quite troublesome. Damn, where did this guy go to provoke such a big guy? Chu Nan immediately understood the reason why the young man turned around and flew out. It was obvious that after he flew here, he suddenly recalled that he was afraid of implicating himself in being chased by the blazing flame bird, so he changed his mind and wanted to lure it away. Damn, this fool. If you don't want to implicate me, don't bring him back, okay? Although Chu Nan cursed in his mind, he did not hesitate. He tapped his feet and flew into the air, preparing to catch up to the youth and tell him to join forces to kill the blazing flame bird. With the strength that the young man had displayed in the past few days, Chu Nan believed that as long as the two of them joined forces, they would definitely be able to easily kill the blazing flame bird and there was no need to escape. The reason why the young man fled was probably that Chu Nan had not had the chance to show his strength these few days, so he underestimated him. Unexpectedly, just as Chu Nan flew into the air, he discovered that the young man who was originally flying into the distance in the distant sky had suddenly swayed violently a few times. Then, he flew in a parabola and fell into the forest ahead. Chapter 7:15. What the heck? Chu Nan was shocked and hurriedly increased his speed. He flew to the young man's side before he fell into the forest and reached out to hug him. He hugged and lowered his head to take a look. Chu Nan was shocked again. At this moment, the young man gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. His face and even neck were black and filled with gray decay. His body continuously trembled as if he was in great pain. Damn, is there a mistake? You're going berserk at this moment. Chu Nan could not help but curse. The young man's symptoms were clearly that there was a problem with his internal breath, causing him to lose control. That was why he could not even maintain the most basic flight and fell from the sky. Chu Nan turned around and looked at the fire cloud that had already flown much closer. He thought to himself that the reason why the young man had gone berserk at this moment was very likely because he was heavily injured in the battle with the blazing flame bird and had forcefully suppressed it to escape. However, he still could not suppress it at this moment and his injuries erupted, causing his internal breath to lose control. This fool still thinks of not implicating me under such circumstances. Chu Nan lowered his head and looked at the young man's small face that was filled with pain. He sighed and shook his head. He then looked at the fire cloud that was getting closer and closer. He thought for a moment and quickly flew down with the young man in his arms. He returned to the cave and carefully placed the young man down. Then, he came out of the cave again and looked up at the fire cloud that was flying towards the entrance of the cave before cursing. Damn, do you think I'm as easy to deal with as that guy? Chu Nan flew up and flew towards the fire cloud. As soon as he flew up, his internal breath had already circulated in his body 6 times extremely quickly. He completed the circulation according to the first to sixth levels of the 9 revolutions technique. Then, it seeped out of his body. The huge spatial energy in the space around him was immediately mobilized by his internal breath to circulate together and quickly formed an extremely special space that perfectly fused with his internal breath and spatial energy around his body. His cultivation of the 7th level of the 9 revolutions technique was completed. In his previous cultivation, Chu Nan discovered that using the 1st to 6th level of the 9 revolutions technique to control his internal breath, the increase in internal breath was clearly greater than using the 6th level of the 9 revolutions technique to circulate 6 cycles. When he combined the 7th level of the cultivation method, the increase in his internal breath doubled on this foundation. Most importantly, the 7th level of the cultivation method could release internal breath outside his body and perfectly fuse with the spatial energy around him. Therefore, the spatial energy mobilized like this was even more terrifying. If it was said that the spatial energy level that Chu Nan could mobilize previously was only equivalent to the level of a 2nd stage to 3rd stage void break martial artist, then after the 7th circulation of the 9 revolutions technique was completed, the spatial energy he could mobilize had increased by 10 times. Boom! Chu Nan's fist was clearly more than 300 meters away from the blazing flame bird, but the terrifying spatial energy brought about by both sides had already collided. Perhaps because it was angered by the young man, the blazing flame bird was currently in a flourishing state of spreading its wings in flames. The power of this attack was comparable to a peak 5th stage void break martial artist. With the enhancement of the 7th level of the 9 revolutions technique and his precise data ability to deploy spatial energy, the power erupted by Chu Nan's strike had also jumped to the level of a 5th stage void break martial artist. The two terrifying spatial energies collided ruthlessly. It was as if a huge hole had exploded in the sky, and an extremely wide spatial crack appeared, chasing away all the surrounding rain. The impact of the airwave shot into the sky, completely scattering the dark clouds above his head, revealing the bright starry sky behind the dark clouds. Shriek! The blazing flame bird hissed and its huge body rolled into the sky. Chu Nan was also shocked by the huge recoil and smashed down like a meteor. He smashed into the forest with a bang and the air wave overturned the extremely thick tree roots. However, Chu Nan recovered extremely quickly. As soon as he landed, he soared into the sky from the deep pit and threw another punch at the blazing flame bird. This was the first time he had fought with a powerful enemy after breaking through the 7th level of the 9 revolutions technique. Although it was an A-rank ferocious beast and not a martial artist, under normal circumstances, Chu Nan should have fought with the other party and verified his current strength. However, when he recalled the young man's situation, he was not allowed to slowly fight the blazing flame bird. Instead, the faster he dealt with it, the better. Therefore, his aura pressed forward in this punch, fusing all his internal breath and all the spatial energy he could mobilize into it, not leaving any way out. At this moment, the blazing flame bird had yet to recover from the head-on collision with Chu Nan. When it saw him attacking again, it let out a long neigh and the sky was immediately filled with flames as if the entire sky had been burned. "Humph, are you competing with me in fire?" Chu Nan sneered. With a thought, he adjusted the frequency of his internal breath and activated the high-level fire elemental power cultivation method. A trace of flame seeped out of his body and transformed into a fiery cloud in the blink of an eye that completely enveloped the entire sky. The two fiery clouds quickly collided. The entire sky seemed to have been burned by flames, revealing a shocking dark red color. The places where the two fiery clouds came into contact were intertwined. At first, it was extremely stalemated, but after Chu Nan came into contact with it for a moment, he had already figured out the spatial energy fluctuation characteristics of the blazing flame bird's flames. After adjusting his internal breath slightly, he had already let the fiery cloud he released easily assimilate the blazing flame bird's fiery cloud and corrode it back. Shriek! The crazy flames quickly swept back to the blazing flame bird. It let out a long hiss filled with pain. Its huge wings flapped twice with all its might before letting out a long hiss as if it did not give up and released another fire cloud. However, ferocious beasts were ferocious beasts after all. Even A-rank ferocious beasts were not as flexible as humans. The fire cloud it released was only slightly stronger than the previous one, but its essence did not change. It was easily assimilated by Chu Nan's fire cloud again. Shriek! The fire cloud swept back again. The blazing flame bird let out a long neigh that was even more painful than before. Its wings flapped twice more, but this time, it directly turned around and flew back in the direction it had flown in. "You want to escape?" Chu Nan moved and wanted to pursue it, but he immediately stopped. "Forget it, I'll let you go today." Chu Nan shook his head and turned around to land on the ground. He entered the cave and discovered that the youth was still lying on the ground. However, the frequency at which his body trembled was even more exaggerated than before. The black color that seemed to have seeped out of the bones on his face, neck, and all his exposed skin was even more obvious. Clearly, the situation was much worse than before. Chapter 716. Why did he come out to cultivate alone with such a hidden danger? Chu Nan felt a little regretful. However, this was not the time to think about these problems. The young man's situation was clearly very bad. If he did not quickly help, he would be dead. Chu Nan sat down beside the young man and carefully looked at the abnormal situation on his face, neck, and other exposed skin. He discovered that the black color indeed seeped out and did not stop on the surface, proving that his problem was inside his body. As for whether it was related to the cultivation method, he was not 100% sure now. Chu Nan thought for a moment and felt that it was impossible to make an accurate judgment just by looking at a portion of his body. He raised his hand and took off the young man's shirt, planning to take a good look. As soon as his shoulder was revealed, Chu Nan immediately frowned. Not only his neck, even his shoulder was already black. Because the flesh on his thin collarbone was the thinnest, one could even clearly see that the bones inside were black. From this point, the young man's problem was probably much more serious than Chu Nan had imagined. As a void break martial artist, the tempering of the body was not as simple as stopping at the muscles and blood vessels. Being able to break through the cosmic heaven's gate proved that all parts of the body had been tempered to a certain extent. Not only were the muscles and blood vessels, but the internal organs and bones were no exception. Now, the young man's bones were even black. Apart from proving that his strength was indeed powerful and had already perfectly fused his internal breath and body, even his bones had been tempered to this extent, it also proved that the problem with his current cultivation method had already affected this extent. Chu Nan knew that he could not delay any longer. With a move of his hands, he pulled off the young man's wet shirt and threw it to the side. Just as he was about to take off his pants, Chu Nan was suddenly stunned and stopped. His gaze landed on the young man's chest. Apart from the extremely thin upper body that was emitting a faint black color, the thing that attracted Chu Nan's gaze the most was the two lumps on his chest that were not especially protruding, but they should not belong to a young man. Even if the surrounding skin was all black, there were still two bright red dots like cherries standing at the top of those two bulges. Damn! Chu Nan was stunned for a long time before he returned to his senses and could not help but curse softly. This young man was actually a woman. Some of the situations when he interacted with her these few days instantly flashed through Chu Nan's mind. Every time Chu Nan approached, she would subconsciously retreat. Every time she slept and meditated, she would find another place that was a distance away from Chu Nan. Every time she relieved herself, she would enter the forest and leave far away. Every time. Chu Nan forcefully covered his face and recalled that he had actually did it in front of her twice when he needed to pee. At that time, he did not take her strange expression seriously and only thought that this young man was especially shy. Now that he thought about it, damn, this is too shameful. Even though he had long tempered his shame in front of Angie Prairie and would not feel too ashamed even if he appeared naked in front of the public, when he recalled these scenes, he was still so ashamed that he wished he could dig a hole and hide in it now. However, wait, at least not yet. Chu Nan took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He forced himself to stare at the young man. Oh, no, it should be the girl's chest for a while. After ensuring that his mentality would no longer be affected by this, he stretched out his hand and placed it on the girl's stomach. The girl was currently in an extremely dangerous situation. Compared to saving her life, she could not care less about some small things. As soon as Chu Nan's palm touched the girl's skin, he immediately felt abnormal energy fluctuations. It was not a spatial energy fluctuation like the outside world, but an abnormal fluctuation caused by the out-of-control internal breath in the girl's body driving the spatial energy that had fused into her body to lose control. Chu Nan only felt it and was immediately extremely surprised. The abnormal fluctuation in the girl's body was extremely shocking. If it was any other ordinary low-level void break martial artist, even if their body had been tempered sufficiently, they would definitely not be able to endure the out-of-control energy impact in their current terrifying body. Although the girl's current situation was very bad, she could still persist. Moreover, her body would actually react naturally to every abnormal energy conflict, reducing the damage brought about by these abnormal energy conflicts greatly. From this point, it was probably far from the first time such an abnormal situation had happened to the girl. Therefore, her body had already developed a certain resistance. When he recalled that such a thin and weak girl would often suffer such an impact that would definitely bring about great pain, Chu Nan could not help but sigh in his mind. It was unknown what inheritance she had obtained, but the cultivation method she cultivated actually brought her so much pain. However, she was still so enthusiastic in cultivating herself, as if she did not mind this situation at all. Forget it, now is not the time to think about this. Chu Nan shook his head. He knew that there was no need to take off the girl's pants and was certain that she should be in this state from head to toe. He focused his mind and sent a trace of internal breath into the girl's body. As soon as this trace of internal breath entered the girl's body, the internal breath mixed with abnormal spatial energy that was originally wildly conflicting everywhere in her body immediately surged over. As if treating Chu Nan's trace of internal breath as an unwelcome outsider, it launched an angry wave-like attack and instantly extinguished this trace of internal breath. The girl's body shook slightly. Clearly, the reaction of her internal breath had brought her even greater pain. Bear with it. In order to save you, this is a job that has to be done. With a thought, Chu Nan probed again. This time, with the data gathered from the collision with the girl's body as the foundation, under Chu Nan's careful adjustment, this trace of internal breath easily deceived the surging internal breath in her body and successfully mixed in. Chu Nan carefully controlled this trace of internal breath to slowly move through every meridian in the girl's body and became more and more shocked. The cultivation method the girl cultivated was clearly extremely special. The characteristics of her internal breath were completely different from the internal breath produced by the hundreds of internal breath cultivation methods Chu Nan had come into contact with. Every time it flowed, it was as if a ferocious beast had appeared in her body and would ruthlessly devour everything. What shocked Chu Nan the most was that not only did this ferocious beast want to devour his trace of internal breath, but it also seemed to want to completely devour the girl. Chapter 717. If an ordinary martial artist cultivated their internal breath cultivation method to a certain extent, their body would naturally be strengthened. Be it their flesh, meridians, or bones, they would be strengthened. This was the path that martial artists had to take in the first place. Moreover, they would obtain further and greater strength after becoming stronger. Chu Nan was an obvious and even extreme example. The degree of tempering of his body far exceeded ordinary standards and the strength of his internal breath. To be honest, even if he had broken through to the 7th level of the 9 revolutions technique and every time he cultivated his internal breath, it had only been a year since he obtained the data ability of an AI last year and began to continuously break through the 9 revolutions technique. The time was still short, so the strength of his internal breath was only similar to a 3rd stage void break martial artist, and it was even slightly insufficient. However, the strength of his body had already surpassed the heaven control realm by a large level. Moreover, after breaking through to the 7th level of the 9 revolutions technique in the alternate space and his body being completely destroyed and repaired hundreds of times, the strength of Chu Nan's current body had probably long surpassed the level of ordinary heaven control martial artists and far surpassed the strength of his internal breath. However, this girl was the complete opposite. From her previous performance, she clearly already had the strength of a void break martial artist. It could be proven that she could casually control spatial energy and fly in the air. Moreover, the surging internal breath in her body clearly proved that the strength of her internal breath was not inferior to Chu Nan's and was enough to reach the level of a 3rd stage void break martial artist. However, when Chu Nan's internal breath flowed through her meridians, he discovered that every meridian was extremely fragile. Not to mention a powerful internal breath that was compatible with her 3rd stage void break martial artist, it was even insufficient compared to ordinary mid-stage internal breath martial artists. Moreover, her internal breath was very strange. Every circulation seemed to swallow everything, causing her meridians to be further weakened. Now that she had fallen into this bad situation of losing control of her internal breath and going berserk, her meridians were quickly shrinking and weakening at an abnormal speed. If this situation continued, it would not be long before her meridians could not endure the impact of the powerful internal breath and collapsed. At that time, she would be dead. After figuring out these situations, Chu Nan did not have the time to think about why such a strange phenomenon appeared in her body. He quickly placed all the data he had gathered into his mind and calculated. Then, he mobilized his internal breath, which was far larger than before, and injected it into the girl's body. With the data and precise calculations he had gathered, although the internal breath Chu Nan injected was huge, it did not cause the internal breath in the girl's body to rebound and attack. Instead, it easily allowed Chu Nan's internal breath to sneak in. Then, Chu Nan controlled this internal breath to circulate in the girl's meridians and began to exert strength. He slightly controlled the frequency and direction of the vibration of this internal breath and slightly drove the internal breath that had lost control in the girl's body to flow in the direction Chu Nan wanted. In the beginning, the effect of this action was minimal. The out-of-control internal breath in the girl's body was like a wild horse that was unwilling to listen to instructions. However, under Chu Nan's guidance over and over again and because he controlled the precise data of both sides' internal breaths, the out-of-control internal breath in the girl's body finally became obedient. During this process, the girl's naked body kept trembling. Clearly, she had endured extremely great pain in the confrontation of the two internal breaths. However, Chu Nan could not care less about this and still focused on controlling the internal breath that had lost control in the girl's body. Finally, the internal breath that had lost control began to be completely affected by Chu Nan's internal breath. It followed his guidance and flowed through the meridians in the girl's body. In the beginning, it was still in a rapid state, but after circulating for dozens of times, it slowly calmed down under Chu Nan's deliberate guidance and finally returned to a normal fluctuation range. The girl's trembling body finally stopped, and her originally extremely rapid breathing became much calmer. Whoosh! Chu Nan gently exhaled and his serious expression finally relaxed. Doing this meant that the girl had finally escaped the most dangerous situation. At the very least, her life would not be in danger for a short period of time. However, this was clearly not enough. Chu Nan turned to look at the girl who still had her eyes closed and the pain on her face had decreased greatly. He knew that if he ignored her like this, she would experience such pain and danger again sooner or later. No wonder she had been unwilling to use her full strength in the past few days. With the situation of her special body and meridians, if she urged her internal breath with all her might, her meridians would naturally be affected because they could not endure the powerful internal breath. It was obvious that she had been forced to use her full strength by the blazing flame bird previously, causing this situation. If not for Chu Nan or another martial artist, it would be impossible for them to save her under such circumstances. Then, what awaited her could only be death. I didn't expect you to always live in such a terrifying shadow. Looking at the girl's face that he had previously felt was too girly and did not like much, but now that he knew that she was actually a girl, Chu Nan felt pity for her. This girl was so thin and petite. Clearly, her physique was not very good, but she still had to cultivate such a terrifying cultivation method. It was really puzzling. After confirming that the chaotic internal breath in the girl's body was completely stable, Chu Nan revealed another trace of internal breath. This time, he slowly circulated it in the meridians in the girl's body a few times and carefully investigated the situation of every meridian before absorbing all the data into his mind. After repeating this a few times, the data in Chu Nan's mind had already been gathered. After analyzing it deeply for a moment, a milky white light seeped out of his right palm that had been pressed on the girl's lower abdomen. Flame of life. To be safe, Chu Nan did not dare to mobilize the flame of life with all his might to help the girl recover her meridians because she was very worried that this would cause a strong reaction in her body. Moreover, the facts proved this. When the milky white light represented by the flame of life entered the girl's body, her internal breath that had just been forcefully calmed by Chu Nan immediately stirred. The girl's body involuntarily trembled again. Fortunately, Chu Nan had already understood these extremely special internal breaths in her body thoroughly in the process just now. He slightly adjusted the internal breath that urged the flame of life and calmed the commotion. The flame of life slowly injected into the girl's body. She had been severely damaged by the impact of her internal breath just now, and her meridians, which had become even worse, improved bit by bit. At first, Chu Nan did not dare to activate it with all his might. After the flame of life flowed through all the girl's meridians, it slightly strengthened. This repeated for dozens of cycles. After Chu Nan tried a few times and calmed the commotion of his internal breath more than 10 times, with the support of enough data, he finally adjusted the internal breath of the flame of life to a state that was balanced with her body and began to treat her with all his might. Chapter 7:18. It had to be said that the flame of life was indeed worthy of being a powerful cultivation method that Supremacy Overly had carefully studied for many years and modified countless times. Even if the meridians in the girl's body had already been damaged to this extent and had always been affected by the strange cultivation method in her body, they still began to repair under the effect of the flame of life. However, the speed of recovery was very slow. Not to mention the speed at which Chu Nan healed the injuries in his body, it was much slower than when he treated others. Chu Nan thought for a moment and understood the reason. Firstly, it was because the strange internal breath in the girl's body seemed to be able to devour everything. Even if he had already figured out the characteristics of her internal breath just now, when the flame of life touched it, it would still be swallowed. No, to be more precise, when it touched the girl's body, it was not swallowed. Instead, a portion of it had inexplicably disappeared. Secondly, the girl's body did not meet the requirement to carry such a powerful internal breath, so a large portion of her life force had to be used to resist the devouring of the strange internal breath in her body. It should be said that in terms of destruction and annihilation, the life force that could be drawn out to complement the recovery of the flame of life was very rare. No matter how much the flame of life could help others treat their injuries, it was still built on the other party's life force. The girl's life force was too lacking, so her recovery was naturally extremely slow. When he thought of this, Chu Nan felt even more pity for the girl. No wonder she looked so thin and weak. Her life force had been greatly exhausted in these things. It was already not bad that she could live until now, so how could she be healthy? Chu Nan was even more puzzled. Why did this girl insist on cultivating such a cultivation method that caused such a huge burden and damage to her? From the strength of her body and the strength she displayed, it was impossible for her to cultivate this cultivation method for a day or two, nor was it a year or two. She might have started cultivating since she was young. I don't know if she was forced to cultivate by her master or if she had some difficulties. However, she was definitely very young when she cultivated, so how could she know any difficulties? Therefore, she was most likely forced by her master. Chu Nan could not help but feel a trace of anger. In short, it was unknown what the person who taught her this cultivation method did, but he actually wanted to force a little girl to cultivate such a vicious cultivation method at such a young age. After investigating the situation in the girl's body again and confirming that he did not miss anything, Chu Nan thought for a moment and a faint green aura seeped out from his right palm that was pressed against the girl's stomach. This was naturally the effect of the goddess song cultivation method. The greatest problem in the girl's body was that her life force was severely insufficient. On the other hand, not only was she weak, her recovery was also extremely slow. If he replenished her with enough life force, she would probably be much better. However, for safety's sake and because the internal breath in her body was too strange, Chu Nan did not dare to directly urge the goddess song cultivation method with all his might like he did to treat others and inject a large amount of life force into it. Instead, he only injected a very weak trace as a test. Reality proved that his caution was necessary. After this trace of life force was injected into the girl's body, the strange internal breath in her body pounced forward wildly like a group of sharks that had smelled blood. In the blink of an eye, it completely swallowed this trace of life force. The girl's originally calm body trembled slightly again because of this abnormality. Clearly, she had suffered great pain. Chu Nan frowned. If she could not replenish her life force, it was not a big problem for the girl's injuries to recover. The problem was that the situation in her body could not be improved. With her current situation, according to Chu Nan's precise calculations, even if she did not do anything, as long as she continued to cultivate the strange internal breath cultivation method, the fragile balance formed by the burden of her body and the strength of her internal breath would be broken in less than 2 years. At that time, she would completely lose control of her internal breath and have no hope of being saved. She would definitely die. The only possibility was that he had crippled her internal breath cultivation method now. This way, she still had hope of gradually becoming a normal person and living. However, it was obvious that it was impossible for the girl to accept it, and the person who taught her the cultivation method would not allow this to happen. Damn it! After frowning for a moment, Chu Nan could not help but curse again. The guy who imparted the girl's cultivation method was really too detestable. This was really a problem. No matter what, I can't just watch her die. As Chu Nan continued to use the flame of life to help the girl recover, he thought of a solution. If he wanted to resolve this problem, he had to first think of a way to deal with the strange internal breath in the girl's body. Otherwise, regardless of whether it was the flame of life or the life force transformed by the goddess song, it would be greatly affected by the internal breath when it entered her body. The effect would be greatly reduced and it would even stimulate the girl and bring her great pain. Clearly, it was not good. Then how should I deal with these internal breaths? When he recalled the situation of helping the girl calm her chaotic internal breath, while Chu Nan continued to maintain the flame of life, he divided a trace of internal breath and circulated it in the girl's body. He began to have even closer and deeper contact with the strange internal breath in her body like before. This internal breath was indeed very strange. When faced with internal breath with the effect of the flame of life, it would react. When faced with the injection of life force, it seemed to have been instantly stimulated and became violent. However, after facing Chu Nan's slightly adjusted internal breath, he could live in peace as if he treated Chu Nan's disguised internal breath as one of his own. With this characteristic, Chu Nan proudly allowed the trace of internal breath he stretched out to circulate around the strange internal breath in the girl's body and completely fuse it to understand it in many directions. After cycles of circulation, the meridian injuries in the girl's body finally gradually improved with the help of the flame of life. The strange internal breath in her body became more stable and easier to investigate by Chu Nan. However, under normal circumstances, other than the frequency of the fluctuations being different from the internal breath produced by ordinary internal breath cultivation methods, there was actually not much special about this internal breath. After Chu Nan investigated for dozens of cycles, he did not obtain any more information and was a little hesitant. It seemed that if he wanted to resolve the problem, he had to stimulate those internal breaths again and make them reveal flaws. However, doing this would definitely bring great pain to the girl. After hesitating for a moment, Chu Nan gritted his teeth. A moment of pain is better than forever. This is for your own good. After making up his mind, with a thought, another trace of light green aura entered the girl's lower abdomen. Chapter 7:19. Just like before, as soon as this trace of life force transformed by the goddess Song entered the girl's body, the strange internal breath in her meridians quickly gathered and pounced over. This time, Chu Nan did not have any thoughts of resisting and allowed the trace of life force to be swallowed by the strange internal breath. However, the moment his life force was swallowed, he focused all his attention on that moment. Feeling what happened the moment the trace of life force was swallowed, Chu Nan was immediately stunned. No way. At that moment, Chu Nan actually felt a sense of déjà vu from the strange internal breath. Chu Nan thought for a moment and transformed another trace of life force to invest. This trace of life force was quickly swallowed by the strange internal breath in the girl's body. After experimenting twice more, through various exquisite data comparisons, Chu Nan finally confirmed that the strange internal breath in the girl's body was almost 97% similar to when he used the mutated goddess Song cultivation method. No wonder this strange internal breath devoured life force and made her originally powerful body so abnormally fragile. It turns out that it's because of this. Chu Nan lowered his head to look at the girl in surprise, but he could only see her still exposed upper body. However, his gaze seemed to have penetrated her skin and flesh and entered her meridians, seeing the strange internal breath. He did not expect that the strange internal breath in the girl's body was actually so similar to the mutated goddess Song cultivation method he had unintentionally discovered. Did this mean that the internal breath cultivation method the girl cultivated was actually similar to the goddess Song? Of course, the girl was currently in a coma and it was impossible for her to answer Chu Nan's question. Moreover, even if she woke up, the two of them did not speak the same language, so it was impossible for the girl to give Chu Nan a satisfactory explanation. However, discovering this characteristic was already a huge improvement for Chu Nan, allowing him to have greater confidence in improving the situation in the girl's body. Chu Nan sent another trace of life force into the girl's body. When the strange internal breath pounced over, Chu Nan cleverly reversed his control of the spatial energy in this trace of life force and transformed it into a mutated goddess Song cultivation method. Therefore, the strange internal breath that pounced over seemed to have lost its target at once. It turned a blind eye and circled the abnormally transformed life force twice in confusion before spreading out. Chu Nan took the opportunity to let this trace of life force that had been disguised by the mutated goddess Song fuse into his internal breath. After circulating it for a few rounds, he discovered the deeper characteristics of this internal breath. As he had guessed, this internal breath was indeed extremely similar to his mutated goddess Song cultivation method. The frequency of the deep internal breath vibration and the various reactions when it came into contact with spatial energy was almost identical to the mutated goddess Song. However, compared to the mutated goddess Song that Chu Nan had unintentionally discovered, the cultivation method the girl cultivated clearly had a deeper understanding of devour and annihilation. It could have a deeper effect on everything it came into contact with, be it the body, internal breath, or even life force. It was even more terrifying than the mutated goddess Song. Of course, the mutated goddess Song Chu Nan discovered also had its own advantages. It had a more direct effect on life, but in terms of devouring and destroying life force, it was much purer and stronger than the internal breath in the girl's body. After confirming this, Chu Nan tidied up the situation when he unintentionally discovered the song of the mutated goddess in his mind and stored all the relevant data in his mind. He also stored the relevant data regarding this strange internal breath that he had gathered from these few tests and began to perform a large amount of deep and detailed analysis. After a while, the green aura on Chu Nan's palm seeped out in a life force that was much stronger than the test penetrated the girl's lower abdomen. The strange internal breath in the girl's body quickly pounced forward. However, when it came into contact with this clearly much stronger life force this time, it did not instantly devour it. Instead, as if it was attracted, it circled around this life force without any conflict. Chu Nan moved again. This life force that had been specially adjusted by him circulated in the meridians in the girl's body. The strange internal breath also circulated as if it had been guided. Life force circled in the girl's body and naturally seeped into every part of her body. Then, Chu Nan continuously urged the goddess Song cultivation method. A dense green aura continuously entered the girl's body from his palm, causing her life force to be greatly replenished. The injuries that were originally slow to recover quickly recovered under the effect of the flame of life. During this period of time, that strange internal breath was like a swarm of bees chasing after flowers. It followed the life force controlled by Chu Nan and circulated in the girl's body, but it could not catch up and did not cause any abnormalities. It allowed the life force to replenish the girl and the flame of life to recover. Before long, the severely damaged meridians in the girl's body had completely recovered, and the other damaged parts of her body quickly recovered. Not only that, under the injection of powerful life force, the girl's originally relatively strange internal breath and fragile body had clearly improved because of the supplement of powerful life force. She no longer looked like she would lose her balance and lose control of her internal breath and fall into danger. The girl suddenly let out a low groan and slowly opened her eyes. Hearing the voice, Chu Nan turned around and saw the girl looking over. Due to the supplement of her powerful life force, although the girl had just recovered from her serious injuries, she did not seem weak at all. Instead, she was in high spirits and looked much stronger than when she woke up a few days ago. A trace of doubt appeared on her face as she glanced at Chu Nan. Then, as if sensing something, her gaze moved down and landed on Chu Nan's palm on her lower abdomen. Her expression became even more puzzled. Chu Nan noticed that she had clearly seen that his upper body was naked and he was touching her lower abdomen with his right hand. He was not far from her vital points and immediately felt awkward. As soon as any girl woke up, if she saw her shirt being taken off and a man pressing his hand on her stomach, she would probably misunderstand that this man wanted to do something to her. However, Chu Nan was currently concentrating on guiding the strange internal breath in the girl's body to complete the final recovery work. He did not dare to casually pull his hand away, or most of his previous efforts would be in vain. About that, don't misunderstand, As soon as Chu Nan spoke, he recalled that he and the girl did not speak the same language, so how could she understand his explanation? When he thought of this, Chu Nan could only smile bitterly and be mentally prepared for the girl to erupt in excitement. He secretly made a decision. In order to not waste all his previous efforts, even if he was forced to use force, he had to temporarily calm the girl down. However, the girl's reaction was completely beyond his expectations. Chapter 720. Hearing Chu Nan's words, the girl revealed an even more puzzled expression, but she did not scream as Chu Nan had imagined. She did not panic or show any extremely angry expression. Instead, after seriously looking at Chu Nan's hand on her stomach, she became thoughtful. This reaction stunned Chu Nan. He had imagined countless different reactions of the girl because of misunderstandings, but he did not expect to encounter such a reaction. The girl did not seem to have any reaction to the clothes on her upper body being stripped off. She did not seem to mind at all. What the heck? Even if that strange woman, Angie Prairie, suddenly woke up and discovered that her upper body had been stripped by an unfamiliar man, her first reaction was to slap that man to death. Chu Nan looked at the girl in confusion, but he did not dare to hesitate. He still injected a huge amount of life force into the girl's body and urged the flame of life with all his might. Now, he continued to use the flame of life not to treat the injuries in the girl's body caused by the impact of her internal breath, but to repair some hidden injuries that had probably been caused by cultivating this strange cultivation method for a long time. This was much more difficult than healing those obvious first injuries. Even with the replenishment of a powerful life force, the recovery speed was still much slower. Perhaps sensing the change in her body, the girl thought for a moment and glanced at Chu Nan in surprise. Then, she seriously looked at his hand on her stomach. She still had a puzzled expression, but she still did not have any special reaction to her current situation. At this moment, Chu Nan could not be bothered to pay attention to so much. Since the girl did not mind, he could save the effort to explain or even forcefully suppress her and focus on treating her. The increase brought about by breaking through the 7th level of the 9 revolutions technique was not only reflected in the increase in internal breath, but most importantly, the mobilization and control of spatial energy had increased greatly. This made the efficiency of Chu Nan using the goddess song to transform his life force much higher than before. Therefore, although he needed to divert a portion of his energy to deal with the strange internal breath in the girl's body, he could still transform a large amount of life force and continuously pour it into her body. Coupled with the even stronger flame of life, the hidden injuries in the girl's body had also been healed bit by bit. The girl's originally slightly sick and weak face gradually revealed a luster that should have belonged to her age. Feeling the change in her body, the surprise on the girl's face became stronger and stronger. She even raised her arm and clenched her fists as if confirming the true situation. After another 14 minutes, Chu Nan finally let go and exhaled. In fact, that period of time had always been very dangerous. The cultivation method the girl cultivated was too strange, so the internal breath produced was also extremely strange. Even if Chu Nan accurately grasped all the data, he was not completely fine, afraid that the strange internal breath would cause trouble again. Fortunately, it seemed to be because the girl had woken up that the strange internal breath did not cause any problems after that. She obediently let Chu Nan inject his powerful life force into the girl's body and let him use the flame of life to comb and repair her entire body from top to bottom from head to toe, causing the growth of her body to greatly increase. If it was said that the strength of the girl's internal breath was comparable to a third-stage void break martial artist, but the strength of her body was only equivalent to a high-level or even mid-level internal breath martial artist, then the strength of the girl's body had already greatly increased with Chu Nan's help and was comparable to ordinary initial-stage void break martial artists. Seeing Chu Nan move his hand away, the girl reached out to touch her lower abdomen with a strange expression. Then, she sat cross-legged and began to mobilize her internal breath to investigate her situation. Chu Nan hurriedly stood up and took the girl's shirt that he had thrown to the side. He used a high-level fire elemental power cultivation method to dry it and threw it into the girl's arms. He went to the other side and started to adjust his breathing. In order to help the girl recover, not only did he spend a large amount of mental strength, but the consumption of his internal breath was also not small. While the girl was checking his situation, he could also recover. However, compared to most martial artists, the speed at which Chu Nan's internal breath recovered far exceeded the expenditure. In less than 2 minutes, he felt that his dantian was filled again. The spatial energy around him was under his control and he could do as he pleased. When he opened his eyes, the girl had just completed her checkup and was looking over in even more surprise than before, her eyes revealing doubt. Chu Nan thought for a moment and discovered that it was too difficult to explain what had happened to the girl under the circumstances of a language barrier. He could only stand up and point at the clothes in front of the girl to let her put them on. Then, he picked up a rock from the ground and roughly drew a few diagrams on the ground of the cave. Coupled with the drawings he used on his hands and feet, he explained to the girl. It was unknown if the girl understood, but in short, she nodded lightly as she listened and revealed a thoughtful expression. At the same time, she looked at Chu Nan in even more surprise as if she found what he had done unbelievable. In short, that's it. I don't know if you understand or not. There's nothing I can do if you don't. Chu Nan threw away the stone in his hand and let the girl open her hand to indicate that he could only explain so much. Then, he pointed at the girl's lower abdomen and pressed on his dantian. He touched his chest and gestured for his internal breath to circulate. He pointed at the girl and waved his hand. Your cultivation method is very strange. If possible, it's best not to continue cultivating. The girl seemed to understand Chu Nan's meaning, but she still shook her head with a firm expression. Chu Nan could only sigh helplessly. It was unknown if the girl knew the harm brought to her by the cultivation method she cultivated, but it seemed that it was almost impossible for her to take the initiative to give up cultivating this cultivation method. Chu Nan was helpless about this. In the end, the two of them had only known each other for a week. Moreover, they did not even have a complete conversation until now. They were not familiar with each other at all. He did not understand the girl's situation at all and only knew a little about her cultivation method. It was impossible for him to make any better suggestions. Helping her escape danger and improve the bad situation of her body was already the limit of what he could do now. Just as Chu Nan was about to say something, he suddenly picked up a burnt smell. Chapter 721. Chu Nan turned around in surprise and discovered that the pot of beef soup had been placed on the bonfire. However, because he had been busy saving the girl, he could not care less. In the end, the meat soup had been simmering on the bonfire for too long and the soup had long dried. The beef was stuck to the dry simple bottom of the pot and was already charred. Alright, I wasted a pot of good beef. Chu Nan helplessly shook his head. Just as he was about to get up and pour the pot of beef, he suddenly heard a strange sound coming from beside him. Chu Nan turned to look at the girl with a strange expression. The gurgling sound just now clearly came from her stomach. Even if the girl was naked, she did not show any shyness toward Chu Nan. At this moment, she revealed a trace of shyness, but her gaze seemed to have uncontrollably landed on the pot of dried beef not far away. You still want to eat it like this? Chu Nan pointed at the pot of the bull's head and asked in surprise. The girl still had a trace of shyness on her face, but she still nodded firmly. Chu Nan wanted to laugh, but he forcefully held it in and went over to place the entire pot in front of the girl. The girl was indeed extremely hungry. Just as she was about to ignore everything and reach out to scoop up the meat to eat, she stopped and raised her head to look at Chu Nan with a questioning expression. Chu Nan understood what she meant and waved at her. He smiled and pointed at the pot. Then, he turned around and walked into the cave to fiddle with the beef that had been marinated and placed 2 days ago. Soon, he made another simple pot. Then, he built a fire and cooked a pot of beef soup. Just as he was putting it on the rack, he turned around and saw that the girl had already eaten the entire pot of beef. There was almost nothing left at the bottom of the pot. Chu Nan could not help but laugh. He could understand why the girl was so hungry. In order to repair her serious injuries and improve her physical condition, the life force required was extremely terrifying. Although Chu Nan continuously used the goddess song cultivation method to transform her life force to replenish her, some of her losses could not be completely replenished by her life force. The current her was the same as when Chu Nan had just grasped the high-frequency vibration internal breath to treat his injuries. Due to the excessive consumption, the energy needed to recover from his body was beyond his life force. He could only obtain it by eating a large amount. A pot of beef looked like a lot, but it was far from enough for ordinary internal breath martial artists, let alone satisfy the girl's body that had been deficient for a long time because she cultivated a special cultivation method and could not reach the requirements of a void break martial artist. Seeing that the girl was staring at the beef soup that was still brewing in the pot, Chu Nan waved at her to not be too anxious. He took the finished pot from her and casually washed it. He got another pot of beef and built another bonfire. After a while, although the pot of beef had not been simmered to the best extent, it was already edible. Chu Nan could not be bothered to care so much. He carried the entire pot to the girl and gestured for her to start eating before turning around to cook the next pot. The girl looked at Chu Nan, who was still busy, and hesitated for a moment. In the end, she could not endure the corrosion of the crazy hunger and lowered her head to eat a large piece of meat. Therefore, just like that, Chu Nan started 3 bonfires and 3 large pots of beef were cooked. The girl continuously ate in large mouthfuls. The fragrance of the meat in the cave overflowed and the gravy flowed. Before long, the girl actually ate a total of 7 large pots of beef and ate all the meat provided by the lightning giant spiritual bull. Chu Nan's gaze landed on the girl's slightly bulging abdomen. He was a little amused and surprised. The girl's body was so thin and weak, and her stomach did not look big. She actually did not have much of a reaction after stuffing so much meat in. Her appetite was really shocking. Feeling Chu Nan's gaze, the girl revealed a trace of shyness. She put down the finished pot in her hand and was about to gesture at him when she felt an irresistible sleepiness surge. Her eyelids instantly felt as heavy as a mountain and she could not help but droop. Then, her body tilted and she fell asleep. Hearing the girl quickly snore, Chu Nan shook his head and sat beside the last pot of beef that the girl had yet to eat. As he casually took out the bull's head to eat, he pondered about the strange internal breath he had detected in her body when he saved her. Through his deep investigation of these strange internal breaths, Chu Nan could roughly deduce the characteristics of the cultivation method that some girls cultivated. If he went deeper, he might be able to rely on his experience in grasping more than 100 internal breath cultivation methods, coupled with his powerful data ability and the detailed data he had gathered to roughly calculate the entire cultivation method. Under normal circumstances, Chu Nan was naturally unwilling to do such a thing to probe other people's cultivation methods. However, if he wanted to completely treat this girl and prevent her from dying an unnatural death in a few years, he could not care less. However, this was easy to say but not so easy to do. Chu Nan took a bite of the beef and fell into deep thought. Soon, he was completely immersed in his calculations and even forgot to eat the beef. At first, there was still lightning and thunder outside the cave. The rain was majestic, but after the entire night, the lightning faded, the rain stopped, and the dark clouds dissipated. The light of the star fell, instantly causing the dark forest to shine again. His gaze followed the entrance of the cave and climbed into Chu Nan's eyes. Although the light could not stimulate Chu Nan after being tempered several times, it still made him narrow his eyes reflexively. He woke up from his thoughts for the entire night and raised his head to look out of the cave. When he discovered that light had already appeared outside the cave, Chu Nan turned to look at the girl. When he saw that she was still sleeping soundly, he stood up and quietly walked out of the cave. As soon as he walked out of the cave, Chu Nan stretched his back and heaved a sigh of relief under the sunlight. A night of thinking did not bring him much progress, but it made him even more certain that the cultivation method that the girl cultivated was indeed similar to the mutated goddess song cultivation method. The mutated goddess song cultivation method was an abnormal transformation of spatial energy, but the cultivation method the girl cultivated was an abnormal transformation of the energy in her body. It was completely different from the internal breath naturally produced by ordinary martial artists cultivating various internal breath cultivation methods, causing this cultivation method and the internal breath cultivated to carry the characteristics of devouring and annihilation. In terms of power, it was definitely far superior to ordinary cultivation methods. If he deduced it from the mutated goddess song cultivation method, it was not impossible to reverse engineer this cultivation method. However, the problem was that it was very difficult for Chu Nan to completely deduce the details of the girl's cultivation method and he could not treat the problem correctly. Should I break the taboo and ask her what's going on with the cultivation method she cultivates? When he thought of this, Chu Nan turned to look at the cave and discovered that the girl had woken up and walked out. When she saw Chu Nan, she gestured at him a few times. Before he could understand what she meant, he saw her feet move and she flew into the air. Chu Nan was immediately stunned. This girl clearly rarely flew into the sky a few days ago. Now that she had just recovered, she actually made such a move. Wasn't she worried that something would happen? When he saw the girl flying into the distance, Chu Nan was shocked. That direction was clearly the direction where the blazing flame bird had fled yesterday. Could it be that this girl was going to find trouble with the blazing flame bird again? Chapter 722. Chu Nan thought for a moment and flew after him. The girl turned around and smiled at Chu Nan before flying forward. Chu Nan wanted to ask what she wanted to do, but when he recalled that the two of them did not speak the same language, he could only give up and follow behind in silence. The two of them flew for about half an hour. A small mountain protruded from the forest in front of them. There was a faint flame near the top of the mountain, looking very strange. Chu Nan glanced at it and immediately confirmed that this should be the nest of the blazing flame bird. The girl actually came here again. This guy had clearly been forced into danger by the blazing flame bird yesterday, but now, he actually came over. Was he really not afraid of death? The girl did not rush over directly. Instead, she stopped and waited for Chu Nan to fly over. She used her hands and feet to draw a few times and it was unknown what she wanted to say. However, Chu Nan understood her last few gestures. The girl pointed at herself and then at the blazing flame bird's nest on the mountain. She gestured to fight and pointed at Chu Nan before shaking her head. You want me to not interfere and help? Chu Nan asked in surprise. The girl clearly did not understand Chu Nan and only glared at him. Chu Nan could only sigh helplessly and nod. The girl immediately heaved a sigh of relief and revealed an apologetic smile to Chu Nan before rushing down. This is not the way to court death, right? Chu Nan shook his head and floated in the air to watch, not planning to interfere. With the girl's strength, even if she could not defeat that blazing flame bird, she would not be instantly killed. If he saw that the situation was bad later, Chu Nan would not be obedient and watch her die. He would definitely save her first. A moment later, the girl had already flown to the top of the mountain and punched it. Then, a long hiss sounded from the blazing flame bird's nest. A dazzling fire cloud swept out and instantly enveloped the entire mountaintop, causing the sky above the mountaintop to turn red. As soon as the girl assumed a posture, the huge blazing flame bird flew out of the nest with a ball of flames and pounced at the girl. Chu Nan simply sat cross-legged in midair and assumed a calm posture to close the battle between the man and bird. After the girl was treated by Chu Nan, not only had her injuries healed, even the hidden injuries in her body that were caused by cultivating a special cultivation method improved greatly. At this moment, her condition was good and her cultivation was even stronger than before. Yesterday, she was clearly not a match for this blazing flame bird and could only be forced to escape. Now that they were fighting again, she was already on par with it. For a moment, the battle was even. Chu Nan, who was in the distant sky, clicked his tongue in wonder. Although he had already seen that the girl's cultivation method was magical through her performance a few days ago, allowing her to unleash strength that was far stronger than his internal breath and was similar to him, he was still very surprised to see the girl fighting with all her might. At this moment, the girl was fighting with all her might. Every punch and kick could bring about a strange black aura. As long as the fiery cloud that enveloped the sky touched this black aura, it was as if something had bitten it. A large portion of it instantly disappeared, and it actually looked a little comical. If the girl faced the blazing flame bird head-on, every time the black aura touched its main body, it would always make the blazing flame bird let out a long hiss as if it was in pain. Clearly, it had suffered a huge loss. Chu Nan was certain that if not for the fact that the strength of the girl's internal breath was only equivalent to a low-level void break martial artist and was too inferior to an A-rank beast like the blazing flame bird, with her extremely powerful and strange special cultivation method, she would probably be able to easily kill it in a few punches. After looking at it for a while, Chu Nan's interest in the girl's cultivation method immediately increased. If it was said that he wanted to study this cultivation method to save the girl's life previously, now, he was purely interested in this cultivation method itself. Such a special cultivation method should at least be it should at least be an A-rank cultivation method. While Chu Nan was still thinking about the characteristics of the cultivation method he had probed out from the girl last night, the situation on the mountaintop below suddenly changed greatly. The girl originally relied on her special cultivation method and also the very good external martial technique to fight the blazing flame bird. It was difficult to determine the winner. Suddenly, her body shook violently, and a ball of black gas surged out from her entire body. Then, her body tilted and she was actually slapped by the blazing flame bird's wing. She was immediately sent flying from the top of the mountain like a rock. This idiot is indeed sick. Chu Nan was shocked and cursed in his mind. With a thought, his internal breath circulated and his figure flashed. He instantly flew down and arrived beside the girl. He stretched his back and picked her up. Feeling the heat wave rolling behind him, Chu Nan knew that it should be the blazing flame bird chasing after him. He sneered and was about to turn around to fight it when he lowered his head to look at the girl in his arms. He thought for a moment and flew into the distance at high speed. Soon, he left the blazing flame bird far behind. When he came, because it was the girl who took the lead, his flying speed was far inferior to Chu Nan's. Therefore, it took half an hour. When he returned, Chu Nan carried the girl and flew with all his might. In less than 10 minutes, he returned to the cave. After putting the girl down in the cave, Chu Nan pressed his palm on her lower abdomen and stretched out his internal breath. As expected, he discovered that the strange internal breath in the girl's meridians was surging and conflicting everywhere, causing her meridians that had just recovered to be heavily injured again. Chu Nan was not surprised. The girl's appearance just now was clearly because she had lost control of her internal breath again in the full-strength battle with the blazing flame bird. With the imbalance in her body, this situation was simply too normal. With the situation of treating the girl last night and the fact that the girl's injuries were not as serious as yesterday, it was much easier for Chu Nan to treat her than last night. In less than half an hour, Chu Nan had already calmed the chaotic internal breath in her meridians and used the flame of life to repair all her damaged meridians. At the same time, he used the goddess song to replenish her enough life force. What was different from last night was that when Chu Nan was doing this, the girl had always been in a clear state. She had personally seen what he had done to her and felt the change in her body. The girl looked at him with surprise. However, after Chu Nan removed his hand, the girl still felt a strong sense of exhaustion. She did not think too much about it and blinked before falling asleep. Seeing that the girl had fallen asleep, Chu Nan smiled and turned around to build the bonfire again before putting it on. When the first pot of beef was completely stewed and the fragrance of the meat in the cave overflowed, causing one's appetite to increase, the girl nodded lightly and woke up. Then, a series of growling sounds sounded. Chapter 723. The girl blushed slightly, but Chu Nan was not surprised. He placed the entire pot of beef in front of the girl and prepared a new pot. Perhaps it was because of her previous experience or because she was indeed too hungry, the girl did not spend much time being shy and ate in large mouthfuls. The cave was filled with the fragrance of meat and gravy again. Due to the fact that her injuries were lighter than last time, the girl had exhausted far less life force in the recovery process than last time. The supplements needed were naturally not as good as last time. Therefore, this time, it only took half an hour. After the girl ate 3 large pots of fragrant beef, she announced that she was full. Seeing that she had stopped eating, Chu Nan stopped what he was doing and looked at her. He pointed outside and made a flying gesture with his hands to represent the blazing flame bird. Then, he waved his hand and gestured for the girl to stop. The girl looked at Chu Nan in a daze before understanding. However, she did not show any signs of retreating. Instead, she pointed out of the cave and gestured a few times. Due to her fast actions, Chu Nan did not know what she wanted to say, but from her firm expression, he knew that his persuasion was probably in vain. Chu Nan could not help but frown. This girl clearly could not defeat the blazing flame bird, so why was she so insistent on going? Could it be that she had some difficulties? However, what difficulties were more important than her life? It was unknown if the girl could see through Chu Nan's thoughts, but she wiped her mouth in an extremely elegant and obedient posture as usual. She suddenly stood up and solemnly bowed to him that he did not understand. Then, she pointed outside the cave and at herself. Then, she pointed at Chu Nan and gestured to stop with a firm expression. After doing this, she turned around and rushed out of the cave without any hesitation. This girl is courting death again. Chu Nan rolled his eyes. You don't want me to follow? Are you really going to commit suicide? Chu Nan ignored the girl's expression. His hope of leaving this planet and returning to civilization was pinned on her, so how could he let her die casually? With a tap of his feet, Chu Nan also darted out of the cave. He did not need to look around and directly flew towards the blazing flame bird's nest. As expected, not long after, Chu Nan discovered the girl's traces in the sky. This time, Chu Nan did not chase after him. Instead, he followed from afar. The two of them spent about half an hour flying above the blazing flame bird's nest again. Without a word, the girl rushed down. Therefore, another intense battle shook the ground. This time, the girl lasted longer than before and had already vaguely gained the upper hand in the battle. However, she still could not last long. Before long, another ball of black gas emerged from her body and was sent flying by the blazing flame bird's wing. Chu Nan immediately flew forward and hugged her before flying back to the cave. Next, he continued to repeat what had happened. Chu Nan treated her injuries and stewed the meat before watching her finish it. Chu Nan could not be bothered to ask further and only looked at her quietly. If he was not wrong, the girl would definitely not give up and still want to find trouble with that blazing flame bird. However, this time, the girl did not rush out like before. Instead, she looked at Chu Nan timidly and frowned and thought for a long time with an extremely hesitant expression. After a long time, the girl finally seemed to have made up her mind. She stood up and took out a small and exquisite accessory from her bosom. She handed it to Chu Nan and pointed outside the cave before pointing at him and gesturing. Chu Nan was a little amused. What? You finally understand that you can't deal with it alone and decided to ask me for help? This thing can be considered a commission for hiring me. Chu Nan looked at the accessory in the girl's hand and thought for a moment before reaching out to take it. The girl immediately heaved a sigh of relief and revealed a smile. She pointed outside the cave and revealed a questioning expression. Let's go. Chu Nan stood up and walked out of the cave. This time, the girl did not stop him. Instead, she followed behind. Half an hour later, the two of them flew above the nest where the blazing flame bird was. Just as Chu Nan was about to rush down and attack, he was stopped by the girl. Looking at the girl's flustered limbs, Chu Nan finally understood what she meant. It turned out that she did not want Chu Nan to help deal with the blazing flame bird. Instead, she only watched from the side and still wanted to fight it alone. A masochist. Chu Nan rolled his eyes and felt helpless. Since the girl insisted on doing this, he could only let her be. In any case, with him watching, the girl was not worried about dying. Moreover, on second thought, every time he treated the girl, Chu Nan would know more about the strange internal breath in her body. If it happened a few more times, he might really push out her entire cultivation method. Therefore, Chu Nan did not stop her. He flew to the side and waved his hand as if he was watching a show, letting the girl go down herself. The girl heaved a sigh of relief. She clenched her fists and made an encouraging gesture for herself before flying down. There was no need to elaborate on what happened next. Although the girl lasted longer than before, she still could not cross the boundary where her body and cultivation method conflicted. After fighting with the blazing flame bird for more than 10 minutes, a ball of black gas emerged from her entire body again. Just like the previous few times, she could not control her body and fell without the strength to fight again. This time, Chu Nan flew up and picked her up. The girl did not have a surprised and struggling expression like before. Instead, she only revealed an apologetic smile to Chu Nan and allowed him to carry her back. Healing, stewing meat, eating meat, sleeping. After completing a series of actions that were repeated a few times, the girl did not give herself any more time to rest. After gesturing to Chu Nan for an affirmative answer, she rushed out of the cave with him again. Next, he repeated the intense battle with the blazing flame bird. The girl could not endure the impact of the strange internal breath in her body again and was defeated. Therefore, Chu Nan carried her back again to treat her injuries, stew meat, eat meat, sleep. In the next 3 days, the girl and Chu Nan did nothing else and repeated this cycle. In these short 3 days, the girl had actually fought that blazing flame bird 17 times. While healing her, the meat of the 7 lightning giant spiritual bulls that Chu Nan had stored had been eaten by the two of them. 90% of it had fallen into the girl's stomach and he had only taken the time to eat a few. On the morning of the 4th day, just as the girl was about to rush out of the cave after a night of rest, Chu Nan pulled her back and shook his head. Don't go. You can't do this. Chapter 724. The girl looked at Chu Nan in confusion and clearly did not understand his words. Chu Nan did not care if she understood or not. He pulled her to sit down and stretched out his right hand to press on her lower abdomen. A trace of internal breath entered. The girl was a little strange, but she had often been pressed by Chu Nan to treat her stomach these few days and was already used to it. She did not resist and allowed him to move. However, not long after, the doubt on her face turned into shock. The trace of internal breath that Chu Nan entered was not used to treat her injuries as usual. Instead, after it entered her body from her lower abdomen, it flowed into the meridians near her dantian and slowly flowed through the meridians in her body. It would have been fine if it was only an ordinary flow, but the reason why she was so shocked was because the direction and trajectory of the trace of internal breath that Chu Nan entered circulated in her meridians was almost identical to when she cultivated her cultivation method. The girl could not help but open her mouth and cry out in surprise, but she did not shout in the end. She only looked at Chu Nan in surprise and confusion. This youth who should not be much older than her was clearly not her clansman. How did he know this cultivation method? However, after Chu Nan's trace of internal breath completely circulated in the meridians in her body, the girl discovered that this thought did not seem right. Although the trajectory of Chu Nan's trace of internal breath was very similar to the trajectory of her cultivation method, it was clearly different in many subtle but important places. This was definitely not the same cultivation method. The girl thought for a moment and roughly guessed that Chu Nan should have guessed some of the situation according to the situation in his body when he treated her these few days. However, this guess surprised her even more. This mysterious youth in front of him was actually able to use his internal breath to counterattack. His understanding of internal breath cultivation methods might not be too shocking. However, when she recalled that the teacher who taught the cultivation method often said that there were countless geniuses in this world and that there were always some people with unbelievable talent, the girl was relieved. She only looked at Chu Nan curiously and did not know why he suddenly did this. After Chu Nan controlled that trace of internal breath to circulate in the girl's meridians for a cycle, he looked at her and discovered that she did not have any special reaction. He thought that there was a problem with his deduction these few days. However, after calculating in his mind twice and realizing that there was no problem, he immediately firmed his mind and gestured at the girl, gesturing for her to circulate her internal breath with him. In order to increase his persuasiveness, Chu Nan flipped his left hand and slapped the ground. A strange black aura seeped out from his palm and a small pit immediately appeared on the hard ground of the cave as if it had been swallowed by something. The girl glanced at Chu Nan in surprise and felt another trace of internal breath flowing into the palm of his right palm that was pressed on her lower abdomen. When she recalled the meaning of Chu Nan's gesture, she suspiciously pulled out an internal breath from her dantian and followed behind it to circulate along the meridian circulating with his internal breath. After circulating it for a cycle, her internal breath returned to her dantian. The girl suddenly widened her eyes and looked at Chu Nan in shock. Earlier, when Chu Nan controlled that trace of internal breath to circulate in her meridians, she did not think much of it. However, after controlling her internal breath to circulate according to the trajectory of Chu Nan's internal breath for a cycle, she immediately discovered the shocking thing. Although it was many key differences from the trajectory of the cultivation method she cultivated, when her internal breath returned to her dantian, the girl clearly felt that her internal breath had clearly increased. This clearly meant that the trajectory of the internal breath that Chu Nan guided had perfectly fused with the cultivation method she cultivated. It was not another cultivation method at all and should be a modified version of her cultivation method. Most importantly, every cultivation method in the past was a form of torture to her, because every cycle of cultivation would make her feel intense pain in the meridians in her entire body. Her body felt as if it was pierced by 10,000 needles. However, now that she was cultivating according to Chu Nan's guidance, she did not feel this pain at all. Instead, she felt that after her internal breath circulated, her entire body was warm, as if she had taken a hot shower. She felt extremely comfortable and her entire body seemed to have suddenly become much smoother. Although the increase in internal breath obtained from cultivating like this was probably slightly inferior to normal cultivation, compared to the cultivation method that would only bring her endless pain and even life-threatening danger, this was already much better. The girl looked at Chu Nan in surprise and opened her mouth, but he interrupted her. "Don't speak. Focus on cultivation." Chu Nan continued to control the trace of internal breath to circulate in the girl's meridians and guide her to cultivate according to the cultivation method he had deduced through the data of the past few days. As he guided, Chu Nan focused on detecting the situation in the girl's body and stored all the data in his mind. At the same time, he quickly used his AI brain and analyzed. The current plan to guide the circulation of the girl's internal breath was calculated according to his precise analysis of the situation in her body these few days. Although there was no problem with the current situation of the girl, he did not think it was perfect enough and there was still room for improvement. Every time he guided the young girl's breathing to circulate for a few cycles, Chu Nan would always make some slight adjustments to the circulation route of his internal breath according to his calculations. At first, the girl seemed to be a little puzzled, but she still obediently followed Chu Nan and made adjustments. With every adjustment, she clearly felt that the effect of cultivating her internal breath had increased compared to before. Before long, it was completely comparable to the increase in her cultivation method. This shocked the girl even more. The understanding of this mysterious youth in front of her was too shocking. He clearly did not know what cultivation method she was cultivating, but he could make such precise and useful adjustments. From this point, he was much stronger than the teacher who taught her this cultivation method. After cultivating for 36 cycles, Chu Nan stopped and let go. The girl's dantian was already completely filled. It was meaningless to cultivate anymore and Chu Nan did not waste any time. After the girl's internal breath returned to her dantian, Chu Nan gestured to the girl a few times, indicating that it was best for her to cultivate her internal breath according to the method he had guided earlier. Only then would her body avoid always enduring too much burden and have hope of completely healing in the future. It was unknown if the girl understood, but in short, she nodded after hearing this. Her expression seemed to be filled with doubt, but she hesitated and did not ask. Chu Nan did not plan to pay attention to the doubts in her heart. Apart from wanting to save the girl and not let her die in less than 2 years, he actually had his own selfish motives. When he used his internal breath to communicate with the girl in her meridians, he investigated the cultivation method she cultivated even more clearly. The current him could almost be said to have basically grasped the cultivation method that the girl cultivated. The more he understood, the more shocked he was. Perhaps something had happened to the girl when she cultivated this cultivation method, so she did not show the power of this cultivation method at all. It was impossible for this cultivation method to only be a B-rank cultivation method. It was already an underestimate to say that it was an A-rank cultivation method. This cultivation method was very likely an S-rank cultivation method. Chapter 725. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of the girl fighting the blazing flame bird below continuously sounded. Chu Nan lowered his head and discovered that the girl had the upper hand. He ignored her and continued to sit cross-legged in midair to focus on adjusting his internal breath and studying the cultivation method. By helping the girl adjust her internal breath cultivation method, Chu Nan had a deeper understanding of the cultivation method she cultivated again. It was not without reason that he judged this cultivation method to be very likely an S-rank cultivation method. The circulation of this cultivation method in his meridians was far more complicated than any internal breath cultivation method he had come into contact with before. Even a similarly special cultivation method like the 9 revolutions technique could not be compared to it before Chu Nan modified it. As for the 7th level cultivation method, Su Suanshen did not leave behind a clear cultivation method, so it was not easy to compare. Of course, if it was only complicated, it did not mean that the cultivation method was powerful. Among the hundreds of internal breath cultivation methods that Chu Nan had come into contact with previously, there were also complicated circulations of internal breath. However, because many parts were meaningless in his opinion and would even have the opposite effect, not to mention increasing its power, it would only decrease its power and be evaluated as a low-level E-rank or even F-rank cultivation method. As for this cultivation method, although Chu Nan only knew the situation of the circulation of the young girl's internal breath and could not be considered to have a complete understanding of the entire cultivation method, he discovered that the mobilization of his internal breath and the increase in the use of his meridians had reached an abnormally shocking level. Even with his powerful data ability and precise control of his internal breath, it was very difficult to find any problems with this cultivation method. Previously, he had only made slight adjustments to the girl's meridians and various parts of her body according to the foundation of this cultivation method. This adjustment only helped the girl circulate her internal breath more slowly and smoothly in her meridians when circulating this cultivation method. This way, the corrosion and destruction of her meridians and body would be much smaller and could relieve her current situation. However, this was still only a temporary solution. If he wanted to completely change the danger brought about by her cultivation method, unless Chu Nan could obtain the complete cultivation method from the girl and let her study it for a period of time, he could combine the cultivation method with the specific situation of her body to give a complete improvement plan. However, it was impossible for any martial artist to hand the special cultivation method they cultivated to a stranger, especially an internal breath cultivation method that was very likely to be an S rank. Therefore, Chu Nan could only do this for the time being. However, to Chu Nan, the information he had on this cultivation method was enough. With a thought, an internal breath flowed out of his dantian and quickly circulated according to the trajectory of this cultivation method. Chu Nan immediately felt that this internal breath had become filled with the taste of devouring and annihilating everything. Then, it flowed into his palm and he slapped out. A large area of space in front of him seemed to have been instantly swallowed. A piece of the entire space was missing. The spatial energy in it seemed to have completely frozen and completely lost any fluctuations. This cultivation method is indeed powerful. With a thought, Chu Nan slapped out again. This time, he used the mutated goddess song cultivation method. Not only did the spatial energy in the space in front of him completely stop this time, but it was also transformed by the goddess song cultivation method. In an instant, the entire space seemed to have been completely dug out. The spatial energy in the surrounding space felt the loss of this space and immediately surged toward it crazily. Chu Nan felt the spatial energy in the surrounding space instantly become abnormally violent as if he had returned to an alternate space. The space in front of him that was missing spatial energy was extremely similar to the situation near the exit of the Stargate in the alternate space. Chu Nan was shocked. He only had a thought and casually tested it. He did not expect it to cause such a terrifying effect. Feeling that the space around him had already become abnormally unstable and that all the spatial energy had become violent, Chu Nan hurriedly removed the transformation of spatial energy by the mutated goddess song cultivation method and returned it to normal. Then, he felt the entire space shrink and expand. The spatial energy that surged wildly into that space became even more violent and chaotic. If not for the fact that Chu Nan's body had experienced countless tempering in the alternate space and was already extremely used to this situation, he might have been directly destroyed by the violent spatial energy. When the spatial energy in the surrounding space finally calmed down, Chu Nan could not help but wipe the cold sweat that did not exist on his forehead. Damn, if I'm not careful and die to the cultivation method I created, it'll really be a huge joke. After calming down, Chu Nan thought for a moment and his eyes lit up. When these two completely different cultivation methods were combined, the effect was actually so shocking, causing a large area of space to instantly enter a chaotic state. To others, this might be a very dangerous action, but to Chu Nan, it could be used as an abnormally powerful cultivation method. His body was tough enough and could completely endure the corrosion of the violent spatial energy. The other martial artists could not resist. Perhaps even heaven control experts could not endure it. After all, heaven control experts could not pass through the Stargate with their bodies. Apart from that, when he used the two cultivation methods at the same time, Chu Nan felt that he had a new understanding of the fusion of internal breath and spatial energy. Coupled with the situation of using these two cultivation methods, his mobilization and control of spatial energy became even more proficient. Moreover, the characteristics of this cultivation method were simply perfectly compatible with the mutated goddess song cultivation method. When internal breath flowed out, it simply had the aura of devouring everything. If I can obtain the complete cultivation method from her, my strength will definitely increase greatly again. Chu Nan lowered his head to look below and discovered that the girl had clearly gained the upper hand. The blazing flame bird was retreating step by step. With Chu Nan's help, the girl's internal breath was adjusted and her body clearly strengthened. The battle with the blazing flame bird had clearly reversed from being at a disadvantage previously. Moreover, the time she lasted far exceeded the previous few times. However, It should be about time. Chu Nan silently calculated the time. According to her calculations of the situation in the girl's body, the girl's full-strength battle time was still limited. Now, it had almost been exhausted. In a while, her body should be unable to endure the impact of her internal breath again and enter an abnormal state. Seeing that the girl still did not retreat, Chu Nan shook his head. Just as he was about to go down and prepare to receive her, he suddenly felt something amiss and raised his head to look at the sky. A hole suddenly appeared in the atmosphere above his head. A figure suddenly penetrated the atmosphere and fell quickly. Chu Nan's eyes immediately constricted. From the trajectory of this figure's descent, he had clearly flown down from outside the atmosphere, which was space. Heaven Control Expert. Chapter 726. Why did a Heaven Control Expert suddenly appear? Chu Nan was shocked. However, what surprised him even more was yet to come. This Heaven Control Expert had just broken through the atmosphere and actually landed in this direction. He instantly passed through the vast sky below the atmosphere and headed straight for the girl fighting the blazing flame bird below with a shocking aura. Damn, no way. Chu Nan was shocked. From the looks of it, this Heaven Control Expert actually planned to attack the girl. What's going on? Chu Nan was a little puzzled before countless thoughts quickly flashed through his mind. With the girl's strength, she could only barely gain the upper hand against an A-rank beast like the blazing flame bird. Of course, it was impossible for her to be a match for a Heaven Control Expert. It was impossible for her to win a head-on battle, let alone now that she was in an intense battle with the blazing flame bird. Moreover, she was about to reach her limit and was almost exhausted. Under such circumstances, if she was suddenly ambushed by an unexpected Heaven Control Expert, she might not even be able to block a single strike and would definitely die. However, should he save her? If he wanted to save her, he had to fight that Heaven Control Expert head-on. Could he block that Heaven Control Expert? Or could he escape from the attack of a Heaven Control Expert? If he wanted to save her, he might lose his life. Was it worth it for a girl who he had only known for 10 days and could not even speak a word? His parents and Zioxy were still waiting for him to return. If he died here, the hesitation and struggle only lasted for a moment in Chu Nan's mind before he threw it far away. Damn, how can there be so much to consider? A despicable guy used a sneak attack to kill a girl in front of me. If I don't even help, how can I be a martial artist? What kind of person am I? Chu Nan angrily cursed himself in his mind. His eyes instantly recovered their clarity and determination. His internal breath circulated and his figure moved. In the next moment, he appeared in the sky in front of him and threw a punch at the Heaven Control Expert who was falling at high speed. Looking at the girl who was fighting the blazing flame bird below and did not know that she was about to die, the corners of Basler's mouth could not help but curl into a proud smile. He had painstakingly hidden his figure on another planet in this desolate star system for 6 days before finally waiting for this excellent opportunity to launch a surprise attack. After working hard for so long, he finally saw the light of victory. How could he not be proud? When he thought of the generous reward after succeeding, the corners of Basler's mouth curled up even higher, and his smile deepened. Basler was an initial stage Heaven Control Realm martial artist and also an assassin. As a powerful Heaven Control expert, he chose to become an assassin. This was very rare in the entire Milky Way. However, it was also because it was rare that Basler's reputation in this industry was extremely high. He could always receive some special targets to kill and obtain an extremely high reward. However, the reward for this operation was much higher than any other operation he had done in the past, causing him to be unable to reject it at all. It even made him willing to take the risk to follow him all the way to this desolate star system. He was willing to lie low for 6 days and endure all kinds of unbearable pain before launching this last fatal strike. Heh, girl, don't blame me for being ruthless. If you want to blame someone, blame the person who wants to kill you for giving too high a price. Basler licked his lips and apologized in his mind, but the smile on his face became extremely happy and enjoyable. The reason why he chose to become an assassin was not only for the generous reward but also because he liked to kill people, especially such a young girl. If not for the fact that the reward this time was too tempting, and he could not allow himself to have the slightest possibility of failing, he would definitely capture this target girl and torture her in all kinds of ways, watching her slowly die in pain and despair. This was what he loved to do the most. It was also one of his greatest pleasures after becoming an assassin. Poor girl, it's your luck to die before you react. Therefore, go in peace. Basler licked his lips again. His internal breath circulated, and the spatial energy around him was naturally activated. His palm was ready to attack. Since he had decided not to give this pitiful girl any chance to resist, he had to use his full strength in this strike and ensure that he could resolve the problem in one strike. However, just as Basler's internal breath had already circulated in his palm and the spatial energy had been condensed, and just as he was about to slap the girl and the blazing flame bird to death, he suddenly felt an abnormal fluctuation in the space above his left. Then, his vision blurred, and a figure suddenly appeared in his path, blocking his path. Basler's heart skipped a beat. This person appeared so suddenly. Before he appeared, he actually did not sense anything. Without any warning, it proved that this person's strength was extraordinary and could actually hide from his senses. When he thought of this, his caution as an assassin made him forcefully retract his thought of directly killing the girl. His internal breath circulated, and the spatial energy forced his body to stop in midair and focus on looking down. With this glance, he was immediately shocked, then laughed. The guy who suddenly appeared in front of him and blocked his way actually looked extremely young. He looked to be at most 20 years old. No matter how talented such a young guy was, it was impossible for his strength to be strong. When he recalled that he had actually panicked just now, Basler could not help but feel a little ashamed and angry. He was a top assassin of the Milky Way who had experienced countless storms. It was really too embarrassing for him to panic because of such an unexpected situation. However, he knew very well that the reason why he had panicked just now was entirely because the youth in front of him had actually completely hidden from his senses. Not only had he not discovered it when he was flying down from space, he had not even discovered it when the youth was so close. He only sensed it the moment before he flew in front of him. Even if this youth was not strong, the cultivation method he grasped must be extremely special. If he knew some killer techniques and knew how to hide, then a sneak attack at the critical moment might really cause him some trouble. However, now that this guy had foolishly flown in front of him and assumed a posture of fighting head-on, he was really courting death. Basler's gaze passed Chu Nan and landed below. He discovered that the girl had just been sent flying by the blazing flame bird's wing and seemed to be unable to protect herself, so he was relieved. Looking at the target girl's situation, it was impossible for her to escape from this planet, so there was no need to worry. Basler looked at Chu Nan again and chuckled. Kid, you want to protect your little lover? At the very least, you have to weigh your strength. Chapter 727. Chu Nan did not know that Basler was actually an assassin and did not know what he was thinking. He only knew that his opponent was a powerful heaven control expert. Previously, when he faced Grek, it was impossible for him to resist. The facts also proved that he had no ability to resist. He could only escape and barely survive after experiencing endless danger. However, now that he had already decided to help the girl and face this heaven control expert who had suddenly appeared, he had nowhere to run or escape. However, the current him was indeed completely different from when he was chased by Grek. The experience of crawling back from the edge of life and death in an alternate space not only tempered his body more perfectly, but also tempered his will even more firmly. After punching out, there were no more distracting thoughts in his mind. All his essence, energy, and spirit were completely focused on this punch. He knew very well that the first punch was his best chance. Contrary to Chu Nan, Basler did not take it seriously. Seeing the punch, Basler casually waved his hand and slapped back. Originally, according to his estimation, even if this kid in front of him could fly freely in the sky at a young age and have the strength of the Void Break realm, he was still too young. At most, he was only a low-level Void Break martial artist. Naturally, he was far from being a match for a powerful heaven control expert like him, so he could be slapped to death with a casual palm strike. Unexpectedly, as soon as he slapped out, Basler felt not only did the spatial energy in the large space in front of him suddenly surge wildly, but even the spatial energy in the other directions around his body fluctuated abnormally wildly, as if he had instantly fallen into a vortex of violent spatial energy. Basler was immediately shocked. If the abnormal fluctuation of the surrounding spatial energy was caused by this kid in front of him, he had really underestimated him. However, he still did not take it to heart. Although the spatial energy in the surrounding space fluctuated intensely, it was far from being a threat to him, a heaven control expert. Kid, just this punch is enough to make you a rare genius in the entire Milky Way. I'm even far inferior to you when I was your age. Unfortunately, you insist on courting death now. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll have the chance to become another star-grade martial artist in the future. Basler instantly put away the thought of not taking Chu Nan seriously. The internal breath in his meridians circulated and he prepared to strengthen his palm strike to kill him. This kid was not a threat to him now, but with his talent, it would probably not be long before he really had the ability to threaten him. As a professional assassin, Basler would never allow such a hidden threat to exist. This kid was dead for sure. After all, Basler was a powerful heaven control expert. Now that he was serious, when he slapped out, the spatial energy in the surrounding space stirred with the force of his palm. The spatial energy that was in an abnormal state earlier seemed to have been completely absorbed into his palm and gathered into a crazy energy impact that rushed towards Chu Nan. However, it was as if Chu Nan did not sense this at all. The punch he threw did not change and still blasted over from an extremely far distance. Humph, kid, die. Basler sneered in his mind. When this kid's fist collided with the huge spatial energy gathered by his special cultivation method, it would be his death. However, in the next moment, the facts that happened in front of him made him involuntarily widen his eyes and reveal a shocked expression. Chu Nan threw a punch. It seemed to have struck the air, but it actually struck the center of the huge spatial energy brought about by Basler's palm. Originally, this should be the strongest part of Basler's palm strike. According to his estimation, Chu Nan should have been completely destroyed by the terrifying spatial energy that far exceeded the limit of a void break martial artist like him. There was nothing left of his body and he would have turned to dust. However, after Chu Nan's punch landed, the space in front of him seemed to have completely compressed. All the spatial energy condensed into a ball and condensed into an energy ball that could be seen with the naked eye. Not to mention destroying Chu Nan's body, he could not even approach. A moment later, a trace of green suddenly seeped out of the energy ball. The green was mixed with a black aura, instantly dyeing the entire energy ball into a ball of black and green mixed together, looking very strange. What cultivation method does this kid cultivate? Just as Basler was feeling surprised, Chu Nan suddenly opened his fist and pushed forward. The black and green energy ball instantly exploded. Countless black and green lights shot out from the energy ball and transformed into thousands of dazzling lights that instantly enveloped the entire sky. Basler immediately felt that half of the already extremely unstable spatial energy in the surrounding space seemed to have been ignited in an instant. The degree of chaos was 100 times greater than before. He was shocked to discover that the spatial energy around him that was originally casually mobilized under his powerful internal breath and was as convenient as his limbs had actually completely escaped his control. The surrounding spatial energy that ordinary people could not even sense suddenly turned from a docile lamb into a crazy wolf and launched a terrifying invasion on him. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The polymer solid-state close-fitting action suit that had cost him 300,000 dinars to customize was instantly broken down into the most basic fibers under the violent spatial energy. Then, it turned into the tiniest basic particles and completely disappeared. However, Basler did not have the time to feel sorry for the loss of this set of clothes. He did not care that he had suddenly become naked. He had already completely fallen into a state of shock or even disbelief. He discovered that not only did this violent spatial energy destroy his expensive clothes, it even threatened his body. Under the corrosion of the extremely violent spatial energy triggered by the surrounding black-green light, countless extremely small wounds were instantly cut on the surface of his body, turning him into a bloody person. If not for his fast reaction and immediately mobilizing the spatial energy that had completely fused with his internal breath to resist, not only would his skin be separated in the blink of an eye, his flesh would probably not have been spared. However, even if he barely blocked the corrosion of these violent spatial energies, his internal breath continued to be exhausted quickly. Basler instantly determined that if he continued in this state, he might not even be able to last 10 minutes. When he thought of this, Basler looked at Chu Nan, who was still holding out his palm with thousands of black and green lights. Who was this kid? Chapter 728. In the surrounding space, countless spatial energy instantly fell into an extremely terrifying berserk state. This violent spatial energy simply had an aura that could destroy everything. Everything in the space had to be turned into the tiniest basic particles, and even a powerful heaven control expert like Basler was no exception. However, in this space, Chu Nan was like a fish in water and did not feel any discomfort. This was because he had deliberately created this extremely special space. After coming into contact with the terrifying spatial energy mobilized by the other party, Chu Nan further confirmed that the other party was a true heaven control expert and his strength should not be much different from Grek. He immediately confirmed that if he used ordinary methods to face it head-on, it was impossible for him to defeat the other party with the strength of his current internal breath. However, other than facing it head-on, he had many other methods to deal with it. Earlier, when his fist came into contact with the terrifying spatial energy in Basler's palm, he instantly activated the mutated goddess song cultivation method. Coupled with the special cultivation method he had just secretly learned from the girl, he used the technique he had just learned to instantly transform and devour the spatial energy in the space ahead. What happened next was the same as the abnormality when he tried just now, or even more exaggerated. Due to the terrifying spatial energy gathered by Basler's palm, it was completely transformed by Chu Nan. In an instant, a gap in spatial energy appeared, causing the spatial energy in the move to be immediately attracted by this small space and change. This was an unavoidable basic characteristic of spatial energy. It was naturally impossible for Basler to react in advance before he was prepared. As soon as the balance of spatial energy was broken, the terrifying scene of Chu Nan trying to combine the two cultivation methods immediately appeared. The spatial energy in the surrounding space was completely attracted by this small space and quickly fell into a completely chaotic and violent state. Moreover, under Chu Nan's deliberate control and guidance, it quickly spread out, turning a large space into the same situation as the alternate space. In this large space, the violence of spatial energy far exceeded the limit of the positive spatial universe. It was almost equivalent to Chu Nan forcefully creating an alternate space. Although Basler was a powerful heaven control expert, he was not a star-grade martial artist in the end. Under the invasion of the terrifying and violent energy equivalent to an alternate space, it was naturally impossible for him to endure. Feeling that the spatial energy in the surrounding space was becoming more and more violent, the consumption of his internal breath was even faster. It was even faintly showing signs of being unable to hold on. Basler did not have the time to think about why this young kid opposite him had actually grasped such a terrifying cultivation method, nor did he have the time to think about how to complete the mission. His mind raced and his body circulated wildly. He mobilized the spatial energy in his body that he could still control with all his might and his body quickly twisted. In an instant, he had already flown hundreds of meters. He immediately felt his body lighten and he had already escaped the violent energy space affected by Chu Nan. Chu Nan immediately frowned. Although he had relied on this technique that he had unintentionally discovered to use this special energy space and his especially powerful body to force the enemy back, the other party was a powerful heaven control expert after all. It was impossible for him to calmly catch up to him in the positive space universe. Moreover, he had only just grasped this technique and was not skilled enough. With the strength of his internal breath, it was impossible for him to expand this space freely and completely seal the other party in it. Therefore, as long as the other party did not stay in this space and fight him to the death, he really could not do anything to him. Sigh, no matter how strong my body is, the strength of my internal breath still limits my strength. When I return, I have to focus on cultivating for a period of time. Chu Nan silently made a decision. He retracted his internal breath and controlled the surrounding spatial energy. After allowing the spatial energy in the space to be free and chaotic for a while, it was gradually assimilated by the stronger positive spatial universe and finally calmed down. During this process, Basler had been squinting and staring at Chu Nan in the distant sky while sensing the changes in the surrounding space. Seeing that Chu Nan was still calm in the especially violent spatial energy and that there was not even a wound on his skin, Basler was shocked. Who was this kid? He did not believe that the other party had become a star-grade martial artist at such a young age. Then, he must have grasped an extremely special cultivation method that could transform the surrounding space so shockingly that even a heaven control martial artist like him could not endure it. He had originally thought that his target this time, that girl, was already considered to have an astonishing inheritance and her talent was even more powerful. She was called a rare genius in her race. He did not expect that the young man who suddenly appeared beside her, who did not look much older than her, was actually so terrifying. From Chu Nan's punch just now, he felt a trace of similarity to the girl's family cultivation method, but the actual performance was completely different. Basler had never personally experienced that girl's family inheritance. Although he had heard of it being extremely terrifying, from the looks of it, he did not think it would be more terrifying than the cultivation method grasped by the kid in front of him. Damn, that girl actually has such a bodyguard beside her. The client did not tell me, so why didn't I discover it before? Basler frowned deeply. After waiting for a moment, Basler clearly felt the spatial energy in the surrounding space calm down. The young man in the distance focused his gaze on him. Without thinking, he turned around and flew into the sky above his head. As a top assassin, he could accept failure, but he would definitely not let himself fall into any possible danger. Although he still did not think that this youth had the ability to kill him, under unexpected circumstances, his caution as an assassin made him choose to temporarily retreat. Under the protection of that youth, the chance of him killing the target girl was not high. If he continued to pester her and the people beside that girl returned at this moment, he might not even have the chance to retreat. In any case, even if this operation failed, it was only because the client had provided false information that it would not affect his reputation in this industry. As an assassin, compared to finding a chance to kill a target, the priority was not to give others a chance to kill him. Of course, if there's still a chance, I won't give up easily. Just as this thought flashed through Basler's mind, he suddenly felt a chill rise from his heart. He looked up in shock and saw a dense black cloud that seemed to have swallowed the entire space. Pounce down. Under the black cloud, not to mention light and air, even spatial energy seemed to have been swallowed cleanly. Basler discovered that he suddenly could not sense any spatial energy and could not even maintain his flight. His body could only rely on inertia to continue flying towards the black cloud above. He was immediately shocked. Seeing the black cloud pounce down, he could only barely raise his hand and circulate all his internal breath to slap out. However, in the next moment, he felt that the palm he slapped out was completely swallowed by the black cloud. The internal breath in his palm automatically dissolved and turned invisible. In an instant, his entire arm was completely turned into nothingness in the black cloud. Next was his entire body. When his entire face was already swallowed by the black cloud, he only had time to think about the endless regret in his heart. The exterminating heart technique is indeed the #1 cultivation method in the Milky Way. Chapter 729. Looking at the black cloud slowly falling from the sky, Chu Nan was extremely shocked. What the heck? That guy was a heaven control expert. He actually died just like that? In fact, he could not even fight back and did not even make any effective resistance. Did he die so easily? Although his strength was similar to Grek and he should only be an initial stage Heaven Control Realm martial artist, the Heaven Control Realm was still the Heaven Control Realm. How did he die inexplicably? No, it could not be considered inexplicable. Chu Nan stared at the black cloud that was continuously dissipating in the sky and looked at the figure of the girl who gradually revealed herself after the black cloud gradually dissipated. The surprise and doubt in his heart far exceeded the sum brought to him by the girl a few days ago. What cultivation method did this girl cultivate? Chu Nan originally thought that he had already helped the girl treat herself these few days and had a sufficient understanding of the cultivation method she cultivated. It could even be said that he had accidentally successfully learned this powerful cultivation method. However, from the looks of it, he had still underestimated this cultivation method. This cultivation method was definitely not just a possible S-rank internal breath cultivation method. He was 100% certain that it was definitely an S-rank cultivation method. In fact, among the S-rank cultivation methods, this cultivation method was definitely one of the top few. If not for this, with the strength of the girl's internal breath, how could she easily insta-kill a heaven control martial artist? Of course, it was not very true to say that it was easy. Now that the black cloud had dissipated, the girl's body was falling to the ground at high speed without any support. With his powerful vision, Chu Nan could easily see that the girl had her eyes closed. Her body was curled up in the air and she was trembling wildly. Clearly, that strike just now had already used the last bit of her strength. It could be said to be her trump card and would only be used at the most dangerous moment. Chu Nan's figure flashed and he flew over to hug the girl. He lowered his head to look at her gritted teeth and pained expression. While he was puzzled, he sighed endlessly. Although the girl was mute and looked like she was not good at communicating with people and always looked a little afraid, she was definitely not stupid. She had not used this ultimate move even at the critical moment of being chased by the blazing flame bird. Clearly, she knew very well that once she used this ultimate move, she would fall into an extremely dangerous situation. She could not use it unless she had to risk her life. However, she had used it now. Clearly, in that short period of time just now, even if she was still in an intense battle with the blazing flame bird, she still acutely discovered that the heaven control martial artist wanted to kill her. Moreover, he had just retreated and his mind was the most relaxed. When his defense was the most relaxed, she launched this sudden attack and it was effective. Chu Nan still could not figure out who this girl was and how she obtained such a strange inheritance. However, her combat performance did not match her usual performance, so she must have received extremely strict training since she was young, which was why she made such a decisive decision at a critical moment. Most importantly, she actually dared to do this because she believed that Chu Nan had the ability to save her. When he thought of this, Chu Nan shook his head and smiled bitterly. What if I can't save you? Although he thought so, Chu Nan actually carried the girl and landed on the ground. He did not have the time to return to the cave. The girl's current situation was already extremely serious on the surface. He could not delay it at all. Chu Nan carefully laid the girl on the ground and familiarly stretched out his hand to press on her lower abdomen. Before his palm touched the girl's skin, Chu Nan felt a shocking recoil. Chu Nan was immediately shocked. With his extremely sharp perception of spatial energy, he could easily sense that the spatial energy around the girl seemed to have fallen into a chaotic state. All the spatial energy was running around like a headless fly. This was different from the violent spatial energy in the alternate space. The girl's current situation was clearly that the spatial energy that had originally fused into her internal breath and body had completely lost control and was continuously dissipating from her body. If this situation continued, there was only one result waiting for the girl. The body that she had painstakingly tempered would collapse, and it was impossible for her internal breath to recover. From then on, she would become a cripple or even die. Chu Nan did not dare to hesitate. With a thought, his internal breath flowed out of his palm and he controlled the dissipating spatial energy around him. Then, he pressed his palm on the girl's lower abdomen. As soon as his internal breath entered the girl's body, Chu Nan was shocked. At this moment, the meridians in the girl's body were empty. There were actually no signs or reactions of her internal breath circulating. It was as if she had completely used up all her internal breath in that strike just now, leaving nothing behind. It was also because of this that the spatial energy that had originally fused into her body completely lost control and dissipated. If it was only the simple dissipation of spatial energy, it would be fine. At most, the girl would become a cripple from now on. However, at this moment, the spatial energy in the girl's body had already transformed into an extremely special state and was devouring every cell in her body at an astonishing speed. In the girl's body, the dissipating spatial energy ran amok. Everywhere it went, the inside of the girl's body began to collapse naturally and disappear. In just a short period of time, not only had countless meridians in the girl's body been damaged, even her internal organs had begun to be damaged. According to the current situation, in less than 5 minutes, the girl's body would probably be swallowed by the spatial energy and turn into nothingness like the heaven control martial artist just now. Clearly, she had suffered the backlash of her cultivation method because she had used that ultimate move just now. At this moment, Chu Nan no longer had the time to worry about so much. He quickly took off the clothes that were made of an unknown material and could still maintain their integrity under the strange spatial energy. Although a girl was lying naked in front of him, Chu Nan's heart did not fluctuate at all because the situation on the girl's body was already extremely perilous. Black mottled marks could be seen all over her body. Clearly, the chaotic spatial energy had already begun to corrode her skin from the inside out. Chu Nan carefully sized up the girl from head to toe and even flipped her over to look at her in detail. Then, he quickly calculated in his mind. Coupled with the situation his internal breath had detected in the girl's body, he relied on his powerful brain, which was equivalent to an AI, to create a physical model of the girl in his mind. After combining all kinds of data and quickly calculating for a moment, Chu Nan stretched out his palms. One hand pressed on the vital part of the girl's lower abdomen and dantian, and the other pressed on the heart of her chest. He activated his internal breath with all his might. The white light and green aura instantly erupted and enveloped Chu Nan and the girl. Chapter 730. When he was in the alternate space, Chu Nan's body had been destroyed countless times by the violent spatial energy of the alternate space. However, he had used the powerful life force provided by the flame of life and the goddess song cultivation method to reforge his body countless times. In the end, it made his body extremely powerful and he could be safe even under the invasion of the violent spatial energy in the alternate space. Now, he was facing a difficult choice. Should he take advantage of the girl's severely damaged body to do this for her? Through his experience of helping the girl treat her in the past few days, Chu Nan knew very well that there was a major flaw in her body, causing her body to be unable to endure the powerful requirement of the special cultivation method she cultivated. Not only was she unable to use the cultivation method with all her might, but she would also be severely affected and might even lose her life. The situation in the girl's body was extremely bad, so Chu Nan was not too worried. In the end, the greatest threat to her was the scattered spatial energy. It was not difficult to save her. Due to the fact that Chu Nan already had a certain understanding of the cultivation method she cultivated and his super perception of spatial energy, he could completely control the chaotic spatial energy and treat it. Earlier, Chu Nan had used the flame of life and the goddess song cultivation method with all his might and the situation in the girl's body immediately improved. However, just as he was about to control all the chaotic spatial energy and let the girl completely recover, Chu Nan hesitated. If he did not grasp this opportunity and wanted to resolve the hidden danger in the girl's body, he had to wait until she used her ultimate move like before. At that time, who knew if Chu Nan was by her side? After thinking for a moment, Chu Nan quickly made a decision. He turned to look at the girl who still had her eyes closed in a pained expression and muttered in his mind. I've said it before. A moment of pain is better than forever. It's better than losing your life. Therefore, endure it. This is for your own good. After muttering this in his mind, Chu Nan's mind spun and his control of the chaotic spatial energy in the girl's body changed slightly. He deliberately missed a portion of the chaotic spatial energy wreaking havoc in her body, but at the same time, he carefully controlled the range of this chaotic spatial energy. The moment this portion of scattered spatial energy corroded the part of the girl's body, Chu Nan had already used the flame of life and the goddess song to inject it and quickly repair this portion of her body. In the beginning, Chu Nan only dared to miss a very small portion of the scattered spatial energy. Later on, when he gradually became skilled and his control of the various data in the girl's body became more precise, the scattered spatial energy he deliberately missed gradually increased. The corroded part of the girl's body also became more and faster, and the speed at which Chu Nan repaired it also increased. Compared to when Chu Nan reforged his body in the alternate space, his actions were even more careful now. It was not until he let the scattered spatial energy devour the girl's entire body bit by bit that he dared to truly let go and use his full strength. The milky white light that represented the flame of life and the green aura that represented the goddess song completely enveloped the girl. Her entire body was destroyed and reforged over and over again, just like the situation Chu Nan had experienced in the alternate space. During the process of destroying and reforging, again and again, Chu Nan could clearly discover that the flaws and hidden dangers in the girl's body had clearly improved every time she was reforged. This made him even more certain of his thoughts and continued to urge the flame of life and the goddess song with all his might. During this process, the girl clearly experienced endless pain. Her body was always trembling involuntarily. However, Chu Nan was unmoved and his actions did not slow down. He knew very well that as long as the girl could survive this time, the benefits she obtained would definitely far exceed her imagination. Again and again, again and again. In the end, Chu Nan did not have the time to calculate how many times he had repeated it. After the girl's body was reforged again, he suddenly felt an extremely weak trace of internal breath flowing out of the girl's reforged dantian and naturally flowing along a specific line in her meridians. Chu Nan's heart stirred. If he was not wrong, this should be the most primitive internal breath circulation route of the girl's cultivation method. He divided his mind to carefully read this trace of internal breath circulating in the meridians in the girl's body. After comparing it to his research these few days, he was certain that his research direction was roughly fine, and the correction to the girl's physical condition was basically fine. According to the root of this trace of internal breath, if the girl continued to cultivate this special cultivation method, her body would still be continuously corroded. Even if her current body had already been rebuilt countless times and was enough to satisfy the current needs of this cultivation method, problems would still appear in the future. When he thought of this, when this trace of internal breath returned to his dantian and flowed out again, Chu Nan divided a trace of internal breath and led the trace of internal breath in front, forcefully circulating it in the girl's meridians according to his modified route. At first, this trace of internal breath was a little unwilling, but because it was too weak and could not resist Chu Nan's much stronger internal breath, it was forced to flow forward. However, after being circulated by Chu Nan for 2 weeks, it seemed to have discovered that the circulation of this route would only be easier and smoother. Therefore, it did not need Chu Nan to guide it and began to circulate according to this route. After watching the internal breath in the girl's body circulating for 10 cycles and still not taking the wrong path, Chu Nan was relieved. After checking that all the hidden dangers in the girl's reconstructed body had indeed disappeared, Chu Nan heaved a sigh of relief. It had to be said that the project against the girl's body was extremely huge and complicated. If not for his powerful flame of life martial arts that complemented his high-frequency vibration internal breath, the goddess song martial arts that could replenish life force at any time, his extremely deep understanding of the girl's cultivation method and physical situation, and his powerful data ability. Without any of these conditions, it was impossible to complete such a heaven-defying action. Apart from him, it was impossible for anyone else in this world to do such a thing that was almost equivalent to a miracle. Chapter 731. Chu Nan's gaze landed on the girl again and he carefully sized her up from head to toe. He discovered that after countless recasts, what had changed was not only the inside of the girl's body but also her appearance. Originally, because of the cultivation method she cultivated, the girl was extremely thin and weak. Her entire body was shockingly thin, and even if she was naked, there was not much flesh left. Even if people saw her naked body, it was very difficult to have any improper thoughts. Now, after countless reconstructions, the girl's body was perfect internally and her external appearance had changed drastically. Firstly, her face had become much rounder from her previous extremely thin appearance. The originally sharp face was much plumper and rounder. Coupled with her exquisite and small facial features that had filled up again, her appearance actually looked extremely beautiful and cute. She was actually an out-and-out beauty. Looking down, he would also discover that her originally shriveled upper body, which could only be seen with ribs, had become much more voluptuous. Even the 2 places on her chest that were originally only slightly bulging had become much more swollen. They were at least 2 sizes larger than before. As for the lower body, Chu Nan was too embarrassed to look carefully, but just by glancing at his thigh, he knew that it was also much rounder and more voluptuous. Most importantly, the girl's original complexion had always been a little pale with a trace of gray and black, as if her entire body emitted a death aura. Now, her skin was glowing and round, filled with life. If she was compared to the current her, it was as if she was a different person. If it was said that even if she was naked in front of Chu Nan in the past, it would not move him at all, then now that she was also lying naked in front of him, what was there to be tempted about? He only felt extremely exhausted now. Be it his internal breath, energy, or physical strength, they had all been exhausted when he reforged the girl's body just now. How could he have any thoughts about the girl's naked body? Don't think too much. It's best to recover quickly. Having just experienced the powerful threat of a heaven control expert, Chu Nan did not dare to be negligent. He only glanced at the girl's naked body and confirmed that she should have completely recovered. He immediately focused on adjusting his breathing and tried to recover to a perfect state as soon as possible. However, just as he mobilized his internal breath, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Looking up in shock, he saw 3 figures flying down from the atmosphere. They were all heaven control experts. Damn, you really don't plan to let us live. Chu Nan cursed in his mind and was about to barely stand up to fight when he felt an astonishing and terrifying aura pounce down from above, causing him, who was currently in an extremely weak state, to have no ability to resist. He was instantly pressed to the ground and could not move at all. If not for the fact that his body had been tempered thousands of times and could even endure the arbitrary invasion of the violent energy in the alternate space, he was certain that he would have been shattered and doomed. However, even if his body could endure it, he still felt as if his body had been heavily struck by an extremely huge hammer. His mind shook violently and he felt his vision turn black. At this moment, he suddenly heard a crisp and pleasant exclamation beside his ear, as if someone was shouting something. Damn, so she's not mute. After this thought flashed through his mind, Chu Nan immediately fainted. How long had it been since he fainted? The last time seemed to be after the battle with Marek in the West Cloud Planet's martial arts competition last year. After an unknown period of time, Chu Nan finally regained consciousness. As soon as he woke up, he thought of this problem. Then, he opened his eyes and the first thing he saw was silver. Wait, silver? Chu Nan widened his eyes. He was still lying where he was, and the surrounding environment was still the same. However, the girl who should have been lying beside him had already disappeared. The three Heaven Control Realm martial artists who suddenly appeared before he fainted had also disappeared. In front of him was a small spaceship that was 3 stories tall, completely silver white, and had an extremely streamlined appearance. It was obvious that it was filled with high-tech technology. What's going on? Chu Nan blankly looked at the small spaceship that suddenly appeared in front of him and looked around. He even raised his head and did not discover any abnormalities. After being stunned for a while, Chu Nan walked towards the small spaceship. Just as he was about to try shouting, a light blue light swept down from the side and enveloped him. A moment later, a beep sounded from the small spaceship. A gap suddenly opened on the originally round and intact side. A door automatically opened, and then a transparent staircase descended from the door and stretched all the way to him. You're inviting me up. Chu Nan frowned and looked at the transparent staircase in front of him. What's going on? He thought for a moment and was not afraid. Since the other party did not harm him when he was unconscious, he clearly should not set up any traps at this moment. He walked up the stairs step by step and entered the cabin door. He discovered that the interior of this small spaceship was very spacious and technological. Just like its appearance, it should be a very high-level spaceship. However, as far as the eye could see, there was no one. Chu Nan hesitated for a moment before walking into the spaceship. He had just taken 2 steps when an obviously electronically synthesized female voice sounded. Honorable Captain, welcome to this ship for the first time. As this is your first time boarding, you can choose to set up the system according to the system notification or yourself. Please choose. Captain. Chu Nan was immediately stunned. How did he inexplicably become the captain of this spaceship? Chu Nan thought for a moment and tried to answer. Give me a guide on how to set it. Alright, please follow the guide. Firstly, under the notification of this voice that was clearly the main control system of the spaceship, Chu Nan roughly made some setup responses. After the system voice indicated that the initial setup was completed, he could not wait to ask, hey, can you tell me what's going on with this ship? How did I become the captain? Honorable Captain, there's a message for you here. According to my judgment, it should be able to answer your question. Do you want to receive it now? The system voice asked instead of answering. Oh, send it out for me to see. Alright, this is a voice message. Please pay attention. A moment later, a female voice that was completely different from the system's electronic synthesis sounded. Chapter 732. Young man, thank you very much for your help to Her Highness. We don't know your name, nor do we know who you are. You don't need to know our names. It's best not to know who we are. This is not beneficial to you. In return for helping Her Highness, we'll give you this latest spaceship. It should be what you need the most now. Take it and return to the place you should return to. Then, bury the things that happened in the past few days in your heart. The more you forget, the better. This is my advice to you. The original voice of this sentence was a language that Chu Nan did not understand, but it was not a problem after being translated in real time by the mainframe AI. After hearing this, Chu Nan was even more puzzled. The meaning of this sentence was very clear and simple. In summary, everyone would walk their own paths from now on and pretend that nothing had happened in the past few days. However, there were some things in his words that Chu Nan could not ignore. Clearly, the voice of this message did not belong to that girl, but to her companion or even subordinate. They actually called the girl Her Highness. Chu Nan specially asked the mainframe AI on the ship again and confirmed that its translation was correct. However, the term Her Highness was not casually used. From the looks of it, that girl was actually a noble figure. Moreover, from the way the other party casually sent a spaceship to Chu Nan, the girl's identity was probably even greater than ordinary important figures. However, why did such a noble figure come to this desolate planet alone to challenge those powerful ferocious beasts? Most importantly, since her status was so noble, why would she cultivate such a special cultivation method that was so serious to her? Moreover, what puzzled Chu Nan the most was that there was actually a heaven control expert who wanted to kill her. When he recalled that when he interacted with the girl these few days, she was always timid and not good at communicating, it was very difficult for Chu Nan to associate her with these things. However, now that this spaceship was under his feet, everything around him was so real that Chu Nan had no choice but to believe it. After being stunned for a long time, Chu Nan suddenly thought of a very important question. Although he had taken the opportunity to completely reconstruct the girl's body so that she did not have to endure the powerful pressure brought about by a special cultivation method, this was only temporary. If the girl continued to cultivate this cultivation method like before, her body would sooner or later be crushed by an even greater burden. At that time, she would still die. Chu Nan originally planned to tell her after she woke up and make her cultivate according to the modified cultivation method in the future. He did not expect such an accident to happen. After he woke up from his coma, the girl had actually disappeared without a trace. I hope she can sense my intentions from my previous actions. Chu Nan frowned slightly inside in his mind. Now, the girl had disappeared without leaving any information. Moreover, it was obvious that her companions or subordinates did not plan to leave any relevant information for Chu Nan, causing him to be unable to find her even if he wanted to. To find a person who knew almost nothing about the other party in the vast universe was countless times more difficult than finding a needle in a haystack. After thinking for a moment, Chu Nan shook his head and could only throw this matter to the back of his mind. He had already done what he needed to do. To the girl, his help had already exceeded the value of this spaceship. Therefore, he felt at ease accepting this gift. There was nothing wrong. Moreover, it had to be said that the gift given to him by the other party was indeed what he needed the most now. According to the introduction of the mainframe AI on the ship just now, this spaceship had the ability to continuously jump through stargates. Moreover, it had an extremely complete star map. Even this extremely remote galaxy was inside. He only needed to give the order and the mainframe AI on the ship would arrange everything and bring him back to the Earth Federation. Forget it, treat it as a fortuitous encounter. It's more important to go home now. Chu Nan took a deep breath and arrived at the main control room of the spaceship. Just as he was about to order the main AI to head to the star field where the Earth Federation was, he suddenly discovered that there was a square and neat handkerchief on the chair that should be the captain's seat in the middle of the main control room. Handkerchief. Chu Nan walked over in surprise. The first thing he saw was an exquisite accessory lying quietly in the middle of the folded handkerchief. With a glance, Chu Nan recognized that this small accessory was the one the girl had given him as a reward. Although Chu Nan had accepted it previously, because he was naked and had nowhere to put it, after explaining it clearly, he got the girl to take it back and temporarily keep it for him. He did not expect that before the girl left, she would actually remember this matter and take out this small accessory to place here again. Moreover, she carefully used a handkerchief to cushion it. However, compared to this exquisite accessory, the handkerchief that was entrusted to it did not look so exquisite. Chu Nan picked up this handkerchief. With just a touch, he clearly felt that the material of this handkerchief was definitely very high level. It was soft and exquisite in his hand as if he was touching human skin. However, contrary to the material of the handkerchief, the workmanship was extremely rough. This handkerchief was an extremely rare handmade product in society now, but the person who made it was clearly not very skilled. Firstly, the handkerchief was not cut neatly enough. When unfolded, it was not a standard square or rectangular shape at all. It could not even be considered a trapezoid. It looked a little crooked and very awkward. Secondly, although the handkerchief was surrounded by lace made of needles and thread, this lace was even more tragic. The thread was twisted like a worm. One part was bloated, and the other was especially sparse. It was especially ugly when embedded in the handkerchief. This is simply inferior to Xiaoxi's craftsmanship. Chu Nan seriously sized up the handkerchief with an extremely strange expression. If he was not wrong, this spaceship was a gift left to him by the girl, her companion, or her subordinate. Then, this handkerchief was very likely a gift left to him by the girl herself. However, this gift was really, alright, this is my sincerity. My sincerity. Chu Nan smiled bitterly and shook his head. He discovered that there was a set of clothes neatly placed beside the chair. Heh, she's really quite careful and considerate. Chu Nan smiled and put on his clothes. He discovered that although they were a little small, they were a full set of clothing. It felt very comfortable to wear. At the very least, they were much better than his previous naked state. After putting the handkerchief and the small accessory in his pocket, Chu Nan gave the order to the mainframe AI on the ship to head to the Earth Federation starfield. As soon as the spaceship was activated, Chu Nan obtained a notification from the mainframe AI that surprised him. Connected to the Milky Way network. Chu Nan was immediately overjoyed and immediately ordered, "Send a message to the personal terminal number XJD717652. Chapter 733. I'm in the field." Oh. Hearing Yufan's weak answer, Chu Zongping sighed secretly, shook his head, and pushed open the door. As soon as he went out, he heard a few consecutive whooshes of wind beside him. He turned around and saw that Chu Xiaoxi was punching the air in front of her continuously. Every punch could bring about a biting cold wind and several drops of sweat. At this moment, the northern hemisphere of the purple cloud planet was in the middle of a bitter winter. Chu Xiaoxi was only wearing a tight sports vest and sports shorts, revealing her beautiful and healthy limbs. Her body was steaming and filled with sweat. Even the top of her head was steaming, looking extremely energetic. However, there was no smile on her face. Her expression was serious, and her gaze was extremely firm, as if there was an enemy in front of her. She was extremely focused. Chu Zongping glanced at her, and the worry on his face deepened. Ever since the news of Chu Nan's death spread, Xiaoxi had never gone to school again. Apart from eating and sleeping every day, she continuously practiced her fist technique. Chu Zongping had once persuaded her to go to school obediently. Life had to continue, but Chu Xiaoxi ignored him completely. It was as if there was only fist practice left in her life. Chu Zongping looked up at the sky and discovered that the star had just risen. From Chu Xiaoxi's current appearance, she had probably woken up and started cultivating before dawn. Chu Zongping watched Chu Xiaoxi practice for a while. He thought for a moment and finally could not help but shout, "Xiaoxi!" Chu Xiaoxi threw a punch, and the air in front of her shook. A crisp air explosion sounded, and finally, a smile appeared on her usually wooden face. Hearing her father's call, she stopped and walked over with a calm pace that was completely different from her usual self. "Dad, what's the matter?" Chu Zongping sized up Chu Xiaoxi and sighed in his mind. He took a deep breath and tried his best to maintain his calm as he asked, "The school asked me again yesterday. You've already skipped class for more than a month. If you still don't go to class, the school will consider it your automatic withdrawal." "I'm not going." Before Chu Zongping could finish, Chu Xiaoxi had already shook her head. "Just consider it as me dropping out." "Dad, I happen to want to discuss it with you. I want to go to school elsewhere." "Other places? What school?" Chu Zongping was stunned. "I want to go to the martial arts academy or study in the martial arts hall," Chu Xiaoxi said. "I've already contacted the Flowing Cloud Martial Arts Hall. If there's no suitable martial arts academy to accept, I'll go to them." Chu Zongping looked at Chu Xiaoxi in surprise. "You want to focus on learning martial arts?" After asking, Chu Zongping instantly felt relieved. In the past month, Chu Xiaoxi had been so focused on practicing her fist every day. Clearly, she had long made up her mind. It was not surprising for her to make such a request now. "Yes." Chu Xiaoxi nodded with a serious expression. "Dad, I've already decided. I must become stronger, very strong, much stronger than the heaven control martial artist who killed my brother. Then, I'll kill him and personally take revenge for him." But, Chu Zongping opened his mouth and wanted to say that he was a super expert at the heaven control realm. It was easier said than done to kill him. Moreover, he had just started practicing martial arts and was much later than Chu Nan. How could he be sure that he would become such a powerful martial artist in the future? However, when the words reached his mouth, they finally turned into a sigh. "Alright, if you've already decided, go. However, I feel that, instead of going to a martial arts academy so far away from home, it's better to go to the Flowing Cloud Martial Arts Hall. At the very least, it's closer to home. Moreover, we know the hall master of the Flowing Cloud Martial Arts Hall. It's convenient for you to learn anything, right?" "No, I'm only considering where can I improve the fastest now. I've already decided that I'll try to register for Star Cloud Academy. I even want to go over and ask Dongfang to introduce me to a good master. I think if I ask him, he should help me." Chu Zongping smiled bitterly. "Since you've already decided, we'll do as you say." However, Chu Zongping sighed again. He raised his hand and pressed down on Chu Xiaoxi's shoulder. His lips trembled twice as he said softly, "Remember, we've already lost Chu Nan. We don't want to lose you, our daughter. Do you understand?" Chu Xiaoxi's eyes immediately turned red, but she forcefully endured it and nodded. "Don't worry, Dad. I won't." Chu Zongping sighed and shook his head. He turned around and walked towards the farm. Chu Xiaoxi looked at her father's back. He seemed to have aged at least 20 years in the past month. She was silent for a moment and gritted her teeth. Just as she was about to turn around and continue cultivating, a communication notification suddenly sounded from the personal terminal on her wrist. Chu Xiaoxi was immediately stunned. Ever since her brother died, she had almost cut off all communication with the outside world. At first, many people wanted to contact her, but because she had made a special setting on her personal terminal, they could not connect. However, the notification that sounded now clearly indicated that this communication came from a special private communication channel that only one person knew. This person was Chu Nan. No way. Chu Xiaoxi's body could not help but tremble twice. She lowered her head to look at her wrist with a trace of anticipation, but she was instantly disappointed. The person who sent the message was clearly an unfamiliar terminal. She definitely did not have any impression of it. As expected, it's not. Chu Xiaoxi sighed in her mind. She raised her hand and was about to turn off the communication that someone must have unintentionally dialed. However, she immediately recalled that this private channel had been specially set by her. Even if others unintentionally found this personal number, it was impossible for them to pass the second-level verification. Only one person could make the communication reflect the personal terminal on her wrist. Thinking of this, Chu Xiaoxi's right hand that was reaching for her personal terminal involuntarily trembled. After 2 seconds, her finger finally pressed the option to answer the call. The virtual screen of his personal terminal opened, and the scene opposite him gradually appeared. Chu Xiaoxi felt her heart almost reach her throat. Her heart was filled with nervousness and anticipation that she had never felt in her life. The scene gradually became clear. A familiar face of Chu Xiaoxi appeared on the virtual screen and looked over with a smile. When she saw this face, Chu Xiaoxi immediately felt as if her entire heart had exploded. She was instantly filled with endless surprise, but 2 streams of hot tears immediately surged out of her large eyes, mixed with the hot sweat on her face. She covered her face with both hands and widened her eyes to look at the familiar smile on the virtual screen. After a long time, a whimpering shout finally jumped out of her throat. "Brother!" Chapter 734. Dongfang was certain that he had never been in a daze for so long in his life. After staring at Chu Nan on the virtual screen for more than 10 minutes, Dongfang finally exhaled and a heartfelt smile involuntarily appeared on his face. A good person doesn't live long, but a scourge lives for 1,000 years. "I knew it. It's impossible for you to die so easily." Chu Nan curled his lips and muttered in dissatisfaction, "Who are you calling a scourge? You don't know how I survived at all. I'm already extremely lucky to be able to stand here safely." Dongfang could not help but nod. Earlier, Chu Nan had spent nearly half an hour before roughly explaining his encounter after entering the Stargate. Although it was obvious that he was holding back and did not say everything, just from the part he revealed, it could be seen that his experience was extremely magical. Being able to survive could definitely be considered a miracle. Not only did Chu Nan escape death, he even inexplicably had a small spaceship that belonged to him. This made Dongfang feel even more magical. Chu Nan only said that he had unintentionally encountered a mysterious figure and helped him obtain such a gift. Then, who was this important figure? What did Chu Nan help him with that he was willing to give him such a precious small spaceship? Since Chu Nan did not say it clearly, Dongfang could not ask. However, even if he guessed with his heel, he knew that what happened was definitely not as simple as Chu Nan had said. To be honest, Chu Nan, other than being happy to see that you're still alive, I'm more relieved. Dongfang looked at Chu Nan and sighed seriously. Do you know? I almost committed suicide in front of Uncle Chu. Chu Nan looked at Dongfang deeply and shook his head with a smile. I understand your thoughts, but it's meaningless to do this. Look, I'm back alive now. If you commit suicide for no reason, won't I feel guilty for the rest of my life? Dongfang nodded lightly, yes. Therefore, it's very good now. You're not dead, and I'm not dead. However, Dongfang's gaze suddenly became extremely sharp. Some people must die. Chu Nan snorted softly and was silent for a moment before saying in an extremely firm tone, since I survived, I naturally have to complete the revenge myself. Don't interfere. Dongfang frowned, do you have that ability? Perhaps not now, but it won't be long before I do. Looking at the determination in Chu Nan's eyes and hearing the powerful confidence in his tone, Dongfang thought for a moment and nodded. Alright, I believe you. Since you were able to miraculously survive after being forced to enter the Stargate, you must have an unimaginable fortuitous encounter. I believe you have the ability to personally kill the damned guy, but if you need help, you must not be stingy in asking me. In the end, I'm also involved in this with our company. Alright. Chu Nan did not argue and simply agreed. Then, he asked, do you know where Angie Prairie is? I contacted her but she did not respond. Dongfang shook his head. After seeing the recording of you entering the Stargate last time, we separated and haven't contacted each other since. Angie Prairie said that she had to focus on cultivation and would only come out after cultivating to the point where she could kill Grek. Perhaps she's in a very secret place and hasn't connected to the Milky Way network at all. With her personality, it's very likely. Angie Prairie's goddess-like beautiful face appeared in Chu Nan's mind. When he recalled that she might be cultivating in a place that no one knew about and was focused on taking revenge for him, he could not help but sigh. Even if he still did not feel that there was any deep relationship between him and Angie Prairie, he was already extremely lucky to have such a friend or even a confidant. When he thought of Angie Prairie, Chu Nan thought of another person. Right, I've been missing for more than a month, right? Is there any news of Supremacy Ovally during this period of time? No. Dongfang shook his head again and frowned deeply. Be it in the Earth Federation or the Lepler star system, there's no news of Supremacy Ovally. Of course, there's no news of the Stargrade martial artist invited by Sand Eagle. My guess is. At this point, Dongfang could not help but pause as if it was a little difficult to say. Do you think the two of them died together? Chu Nan asked. Dongfang sighed and nodded silently. More than a month had passed, but there was no news from the two Stargrade martial artists. Then, there was only one explanation, and that was that the two of them had perished together in an intense battle. Chu Nan was silent for a moment before shaking his head. No, even I can't survive flying into the Stargate. Supremacy Ovally is much stronger than me. She won't die so easily. The opponents you two face are also different. This sentence hovered around Dongfang's mouth, but he did not say it. He thought for a moment and asked, then what do you plan to do next? Return to Star Cloud Academy to continue your studies. Of course, I have to go to Star Cloud Academy, but not now. I've decided to go home first and stay at home for a period of time to focus on cultivation and guide Xioxy. When I feel that my strength is enough, I'll appear. I still need you to help hide my tracks during this period of time and try not to let anyone discover that I'm still alive to avoid alerting the enemy, Chu Nan replied. Dongfang grinned. That's a powerful heaven control martial artist, not just a snake. Powerful. The corners of Chu Nan's mouth curled up and the smile on his face was filled with confidence. It won't be long before he's not strong enough in my eyes. After discussing the next arrangements with Dongfang, Chu Nan closed the communication. Looking at the dark virtual screen, Chu Nan fell silent. Now that the most important parents, Xioxy and Dongfang had been informed and Angie Prairie could not be contacted, other than them, it was Elvie's turn. However, after he got the ship's mainframe AI to try to send a message to Elvie, she did not pick up after a few times. Strange, could it be that she didn't bring her personal terminal? Or is she immersed in the experiment and didn't receive the notification? Chu Nan tried twice more, but no one picked up. He could only give up for the time being and send a message to Elvie. Elvie would eventually return to her personal terminal or the coverage of the Milky Way network. At that time, she would receive the news that she was still alive. As long as these people who were the most important to him knew that he was still alive, it was enough. Chu Nan did not care if others knew. To him, the most important thing now was to increase his strength. After sending the message, Chu Nan looked at the estimated route and confirmed that it would take a week to return to the star field where the Earth Federation was. He casually found an empty space in the main control room and sat down cross-legged. With a thought, his internal breath instantly circulated. Although his experiences in the past few days had made him narrowly escape death, the increase he had obtained was also extraordinary. As long as he spent a short period of time, he was absolutely confident that his strength would increase greatly. In fact, he could reach the extent of killing Grek. Chapter 735. Looking at the laboratory that was still brightly lit in the distance, Dunleavy sighed deeply. It was already 2 a.m. on Star Cloud Academy's Earth. Elvie was still in the laboratory and refused to come out. It seemed that she was prepared to stay in the laboratory overnight again tonight. She was only willing to sleep after she could not hold on anymore or sleep in the laboratory. Eating in the laboratory, sleeping in the laboratory, going to the toilet in the laboratory. It had been more than a month since she returned from planet Lepler. She spent every day like this as if she had suddenly become a research maniac and wished she could throw herself into experimental research. Not only Dunleavy, but the teachers and even the dean of the Star Cloud Academy's Life Science Academy had personally persuaded Elvie to pay attention to her body, but she ignored them all. Others did not know why Elvie suddenly had such a change, but how could Dunleavy not know? Every time he looked at Elvie's completely different and expressionless face and her eyes that were like stagnant water, Dunleavy could not help but hate someone deeply. Damn Chu Nan, how can you die like this? However, at the same time, he looked forward to a miracle. If only Chu Nan had survived, Elvie would not have become like this. However, Dunleavy knew that was impossible. It was impossible for a star-grade martial artist to survive after falling into the Stargate. Elvie knew this very well, which was why her heart was dead. However, what could he do? Chu Nan was already dead. No matter how advanced the technology in this world was or how prosperous martial arts was, it was not a mythical world that could revive the dead. As for Elvie, Dunleavy could only hope that time would soothe everything. After a long time, she would gradually forget and finally return to normal. However, the scar this matter had caused in her heart would probably never heal in her life. Sigh, that damned Chu Nan. Dunleavy sighed in his mind and shook his head. Just as he was about to turn around and return to the place he rented outside the academy, a communication notification suddenly sounded from his personal terminal. Looking down, he saw that it was a message from the distant Macaw star system. Dunleavy frowned and immediately chose to answer. The commander-in-chief of the Macaw Federation, Yanadanj, appeared on the virtual screen. Father. Dunleavy looked slightly puzzled. Why did you contact me so late? If it's about L. Dunleavy Yanatanj, accept the order. General Yanatanj's expression was serious as he directly planned Dunleavy's words. Dunleavy immediately became serious and straightened his body. He saluted General Yanatanj. Yes, please give the order. Now, I order you in the name of the Commander-in-Chief of Planet Macaw to immediately head to the Lepler star system to meet up with the second fleet of the Macaw star system and cooperate with the Federation Army and the Ceres Security Company to attack the cosmic pirates wreaking havoc in the Lepler star system. Dunleavy was immediately stunned. The Federation Army is actually going to the Lepler star system? The Council actually agreed to this operation? This is too. Don't ask why. Obey the order. General Yanatanj interrupted Dunleavy again without holding back. Yes. Dunleavy could only hurriedly put on a serious expression to indicate that he was listening. After giving the order, General Yanatanj's expression softened slightly. He stared at Dunleavy for a while before suddenly sighing and asking, "How's Elvie now?" Dunleavy smiled bitterly and shook his head. It's still the same. General Yanatanj frowned slightly. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but in the end, he waved his hand and sighed. Forget it, let her be. Don't worry about her for the time being. I'll send someone to secretly watch her. Okay. Dunleavy could not help but snicker in his mind. No matter how domineering his father had been previously, he still doted on Elvie in his heart. With his personality, it was already very rare for him to say these words. Next, General Yanatanj instructed him on some details of sending Dunleavy to the Lepler star system to participate in the operation before hanging up. How's Elvie now? Just as the virtual screen in front of General Yanatanj dimmed, Mrs. Yanatanj Kerrigan walked over and asked with concern. Not dead yet, General Yanatanj replied stiffly. Kerrigan immediately frowned and wanted to be angry, but when he recalled General Yanatanj's personality, he could not be bothered to be angry. However, she rolled her eyes and understood the meaning of General Yanatanj's words from their many years of understanding. It seemed that Elvie's current situation was not very good, but in short, there was not much of a problem. It seems that I have to ask Dunleavy in private later. Kerrigan made up his mind. Because Elvie's personal terminal had already rejected all communication, she could only understand her current situation through Dunleavy. However, Dunleavy was about to be sent to the Lepler star system. There was no one close to Elvie now. Thinking of this, Kerrigan glanced at General Yanatanj and thought to himself that he might as well go to Earth to accompany Elvie. There were definitely many things she could not say to Dunleavy, her brother, but she could definitely say them in front of her mother. As long as he had a good chat with her and accompanied her, he would definitely make her feel much better. Just as he was about to suggest this to General Yanatanj, there was suddenly a loud knock on the door. Dong, 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 dong. The special knocking frequency indicated that this should be an emergency military report from General Yanatanj's personal guards. Kerrigan could only immediately shut up and quietly retreat to the room on the other side. Seeing his wife retreat, General Yanatanj put away the trace of worry on his face that was still worried about Elvie and returned to his dignified commander-in-chief appearance. He shouted in a low voice, "Come in." The door was pushed open. As expected, it was his personal guard, Shana. General. Shana bowed with a snap. The Star System's monitoring department has reported that an unmarked small spaceship has just jumped through the Stargate and entered the star system. General Yanatanj frowned. Why are you telling me such a small matter? Is the Federation Star System Self-Defense Act useless? Let them deal with it themselves and not disturb me. Chu Nan paused for a moment and added, but General, according to the report sent by the Galactic Monitoring Department, although this small spaceship doesn't have any external signs, according to the test signal feedback, this small spaceship has the highest diplomatic immunity certification authority. What? General Yanatanj was immediately shocked. Chapter 736. White light and green aura continuously surrounded Chu Nan's body and occasionally turned into a strange rolling black aura. These strange black auras would also continuously change. One moment, they were as black and bright as thick ink, and the next moment, they were indifferent as if they were covered in a thin black veil around Chu Nan's body. The next moment, they would be mixed with white light and green aura. They looked extremely unstable and changed endlessly. Surrounded by these different auras, the color on Chu Nan's face continuously changed. One moment, it was white, the next moment, it was green, and the next moment, it was black. However, no matter how his expression changed, Chu Nan's body remained stable and did not tremble, as if the changes in the outside world did not affect him at all. After an unknown period of time, the various auras around him suddenly retracted at the same time and were instantly absorbed into Chu Nan's body. Several expressions flashed across his face before he finally recovered his usual rosy luster. Chu Nan opened his eyes and let out a long breath. He could not help but smile. After these few days of cultivation, he finally successfully fused the Goddess Song cultivation method, the mutated Goddess Song cultivation method, and the domineering cultivation method he had secretly learned from the girl, causing his control and use of spatial energy to increase greatly. Chu Nan flipped his palm and with a thought, the surrounding spatial energy naturally condensed in his palm and gathered into a visible energy ball. Then, with a thought, this energy ball that was originally only emitting a faint light immediately turned green. Just by looking at it, he felt that it was filled with endless life force. Then, with a thought, this green energy ball instantly turned black. In the range of the black ball, the entire space seemed to have been swallowed, causing people to feel the coldness and destruction that filled it. The green energy ball earlier was the result of Chu Nan using the Goddess Song cultivation method to highly transform and condense life force. If used well, he could instantly replenish a huge amount of life force when necessary. Coupled with the flame of life cultivation method that had also become stronger in the past few days, it even had the magical effect of reviving the dead. Unlike this green energy ball, this completely black energy ball would only crazily destroy life force or even everything. Chu Nan looked around and found a simple metal chair in the main control room of the spaceship. He held it in one hand and slowly approached the black energy ball. Before he touched the black energy ball, everything was normal. However, as soon as the chair leg touched it, a shocking phenomenon happened. There was no sound, no explosion, and no intense reaction. After the chair leg touched the black energy ball, the tip seemed to not exist in the first place and simply disappeared from the surface of the energy ball. Chu Nan continued to send the chair into the black energy ball and the chair continuously disappeared bit by bit. There was no intense reaction throughout the entire process. It was as if the space where the chair was and the space where the black energy ball was were completely different. When the chair entered the black energy ball, it was as if it had entered another space. In a breath, the entire chair was completely swallowed by the black energy ball, leaving only the backrest in Chu Nan's left hand. He could not help but stop. Even if he had created this black energy ball himself and knew the structure and situation inside clearly, he still felt his heart palpitate and did not dare to stuff his left hand in to try. This black energy ball seemed to have the ability to devour and destroy everything. Chu Nan casually threw the remaining chair back into the black energy ball and watched as it disappeared into thin air with a strange expression. He thought for a moment and flipped open his left hand. A green energy ball gathered in his left palm. At the same time, he controlled the two spatial energies to condense into two completely opposite forms. This was impossible for other martial artists, but it was easy for Chu Nan, who had an AI-like brain. He looked at the green energy ball in his left hand and then at the black energy ball in his right hand and had an urge. The characteristics of these two energy balls were completely opposite. What would happen if they collided? After hesitating for a moment, Chu Nan gave up on this crazy thought. Now, he was inside a small spaceship. If the two energy balls collided and had an especially intense and terrifying reaction that completely lost his control, it would destroy the entire spaceship. Although he would not die, without the spaceship, he could forget about returning home. When he thought of returning home, Chu Nan reacted. He had cultivated for so long in a row. Where had this spaceship brought him? Where are we now? Chu Nan asked loudly. A moment later, a crisp voice that sounded like a teenage girl but was clearly electronically synthesized sounded. Captain, we have just jumped through the Stargate and entered the Macaw star system belonging to the Earth Federation. We are heading towards the Stargate that leads to the target star system, the Purple Cloud star system. Oh, you've already arrived at the Macaw star system? So fast. Chu Nan was surprised. According to the voyage set previously, it would take a total of 7 days to reach the Purple Cloud planet. Now, he had actually arrived at the Macaw star system. It could be seen that Chu Nan had cultivated for nearly 7 days. Chu Nan jumped up and arrived at the console in the main control room. He looked out the window in front of the console and naturally, he could only see the vast sea of stars. The Macaw star system. This is where Elvie's home is. Speaking of which, she just doesn't answer the call. Could something have happened to her? When he thought of this, Chu Nan could not help but worry. In the past few days, he had to take the time to send a message to Elvie every day during his cultivation, but he did not receive a call. This puzzled and worried Chu Nan because under normal circumstances, it was impossible for Elvie to reject his communication. Why don't I stop when I pass planet Macaw in a while and ask Dunlevy and Elvie's parents about the situation? Looking at the growing planet Macaw in the distant starry sky, this thought appeared in Chu Nan's mind. Just as he was thinking, an alarm suddenly sounded. Warning, warning, Captain, 7 armed spaceships are approaching us. The initial judgment is that the other party is hostile to us. We can't rule out an attack. Please decide whether to counterattack or dodge. Armed spaceship. Chu Nan was stunned. It's impossible for there to be cosmic pirates so close to planet Macaw. Wait, armed spaceship? Could it be the Federation army? They really came knocking on my door. That's great. Chapter 737. Looking at the monitoring screen on the virtual screen, the extremely small spaceship in the sky was getting closer and closer. Major Alfat, the captain of the 3rd team of the 3rd Space Fleet's Strategic Mobile Brigade of the Earth Federation's Macaw military area, actually felt a rare trace of nervousness. He clenched his fists and turned to ask the highest foreign official of the planet Macaw's Federation government, Mandrell, who also had a serious expression, "Can you confirm the other party's identity now?" Mandrell shook his head and frowned as if he was quite puzzled. "Now, we can confirm that the highest diplomatic immunity certification authority the other party has is indeed real. However, what's strange is that we can't find any relevant information about this spaceship in the Federation's Foreign Affairs database. We don't know where this spaceship came from at all." Major Alfat was very strange. How can this be? This is the highest diplomatic immunity certification authority. Shouldn't the spaceships that have this be given out after a detailed review by the Federation's Foreign Affairs Department? Can such a thing be given out casually? Hearing the trace of dissatisfaction in Major Alfat's tone, Mandrell glanced at him and snorted softly. There are exceptions to everything. The highest diplomatic immunity certification authority issued by the Federation will be carefully reviewed in 99.99% of cases, but there are indeed 2 places that do not need to be reviewed and have free authority. There's such a thing? What if the other party uses this authority to send spies and saboteurs to swagger in? Major Alfat was immediately shocked. Mandrell glanced at him indifferently, and the corners of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. Do you think the royal family of the Declan Empire and the board of directors of the Noctem Chamber of Commerce need to use such a method to deal with our small Earth Federation? The royal family of the Declan Empire and the board of directors of the Noctem Chamber of Commerce? How is it related to them? Major Alfat was stunned for a moment. His eyes darted around, then he reacted and his expression instantly changed. You mean? Mandrell raised his hand and interrupted him. I'm sorry, what I said just now has actually violated the relevant rules. Please pay attention to secrecy and not easily leak it. Major Alfat almost choked on his own saliva. He knew that Mandrell was doing this on purpose, but when he recalled the meaning of his words, he only cared about shock and did not have the time to pay attention to his thoughts. He looked at the small spaceship in the monitoring screen in shock and was stunned. He asked, "Then what should we do now? We can't watch it enter planet Macaw's space area like this." Mandrell glanced at Major Alfat in disdain, wondering how this guy became a team leader and why he acted as if he did not know anything when it came to things. Is there a need to ask? Didn't General Yanatanj already order to stop this ship and make a decision after coming into contact with the other party? Major Alfat frowned. But how can we stop it? From what you said just now, we clearly can't attack it directly. This is your mission and has nothing to do with me, Mandrell replied coldly. Major Alfat could not help but glare at Mandrell, but he knew that this was not the time to argue. He sneered and looked at the spaceship less than a light minute away from his fleet in the monitoring screen again as he thought of a plan. Fortunately, he was trained for a long time after all and had top-notch tactical literacy. After calming down, he quickly thought of a countermeasure. However, just as he was about to give the order, the fleet liaison officer not far away suddenly cried out in surprise. Major, the target has sent a communication request. Major Alfat was stunned. Are you sure it's from the target? What kind of communication request is it? The fleet liaison officer had a strange expression. It's the public channel of our Earth Federation. Major Alfat and Mandrell looked at each other in surprise. If the other party was from the 2 places that Mandrell had guessed, why was his action so strange? Choose to answer. Major Alfat hesitated for a moment and ordered decisively. What they felt the most troublesome now was that they did not understand the other party's situation. Now that the other party had taken the initiative to contact them, it was naturally best. Wait. However, Mandrell took a step forward at this moment and stopped the fleet liaison officer who was about to answer. Then, he turned to look at Major Alfat. There are strict relevant rules for communicating with VIPs with the highest diplomatic immunity certification authority. Major, I hope that this matter can be handed to me to deal with completely. Please cooperate with me as much as possible. Major Alfat was furious. Chapter 738. Mandrell was stunned for a moment, but in the end, he quickly reacted with his years of experience in foreign affairs. Hello, esteemed guest. I'm the Foreign Affairs Director of the Earth Federation in the Macaw Star Zone, Mandrell. According to the rules of the Federation, we need to report your identity and let us verify it. If it's convenient, we also hope to reveal your goal in coming to the Earth Federation this time so that I can report it for you to deal with. Please don't worry, this is not a restriction on you, but for your journey to our Earth Federation to be more smooth and happy. Beside him, Major Alfat rolled his eyes. This guy was acting arrogant in front of him, but in the end, when faced with this so-called foreign guest who came from nowhere, he was so humble and respectful that he wished he could stick his head to the ground. It was really annoying. After waiting for a moment, there was finally a response. Hey, you're the Foreign Affairs Director? I clearly saw that your side is the Federation Army's fleet. Where are the people from the Federation Army? It was still the Earth Federation's common language. It took Mandrell a lot of effort to suppress the surprise in his heart. He turned around to look at Major Alfat and replied, "Honorable guest, you might have misunderstood. Our fleet did not mobilize with any intention of attacking you, but to welcome your arrival. As long as you follow the diplomatic channel and reach a connection with us, your actions will be monitored and protected by us. It will be much more convenient." This time, there was a long silence. It was not until Mandrell could not help but ask again that the other party replied, "There's no need to go through so much trouble. Since you're in the fleet now, there should be people from the Federation Army beside you, right? Let them send someone to tell me." Mandrell almost choked to death. He paused for a moment and could not help but say, "Honorable guest, you're a VIP from other countries and regions. It's only right for our Federation's Foreign Affairs Department to receive you. I'm afraid it's not appropriate to contact the Federation Army directly." "What Foreign Affairs Department? There's no need." The other party sounded a little impatient. "Get the people of the Federation Army to come out for a moment. I have something to say to him directly." Mandrell's face immediately flushed red. He looked back at Major Alfat and saw that he was smiling gloatingly. When he saw Mandrell looking at him and even deliberately replied with a proud expression, it made him even angrier. However, under such circumstances, he could only helplessly make way and gesture for Major Alfat to come over. Major Alfat tidied his military uniform and stepped forward. He said in a high voice, "Hello, I'm the captain of the 3rd Team of the 3rd Space Fleet's Strategic Mobile Brigade of the Earth Federation's Macau military area, Major Alfat. May I ask what you have to tell me?" This time it was Mandrell who rolled his eyes. Was there anyone who spoke to such a noble foreign guest like him? However, it was obvious that the respectable foreign guest opposite him would fall for this and quickly replied, "You're a major of the Federation Army? Then you should be able to contact General Yanatange, right?" Major Alfat and Mandrell were stunned. The person opposite him actually knew the name of General Yanatange? It seemed that not only was he proficient in the common language of the Earth Federation, he even knew the situation of planet Macau very well. Thinking of this, Mandrell and Major Alfat became nervous at the same time. Such an outsider who might have an extremely noble status actually knew so much about the situation of the Federation. Could it be that he had an extremely special goal? The general is my superior. You know him. Major Alfat thought for a moment and asked carefully. "Yes, I do know him," the other party replied. "Help me tell General Yanatange that I want to contact him alone." Major Alfat frowned deeply. "I'm afraid, this is not appropriate. Your current identity is unknown. The general won't contact you in private. That's simple. Tell the general for me that Elvie said that the oil painting in his room was personally torn off by her because the woman in the painting is too ugly." Major Alfat and Mandrell immediately looked at each other. 20 minutes later, General Yanatange looked at the virtual screen in front of him with an extremely strange expression. Even with his many years of composure as the Commander-in-Chief of the Federation Army's Star Field, it was very difficult for him to remain calm when he saw the person who appeared on the virtual screen. After a long time, he gently exhaled. "You are actually not dead." On the virtual screen, Chu Nan grinned. "Thank you for your concern, General. I'm living very well now and even better than before." General Yanatange shook his head and sighed. "You shouldn't have used the oil painting to contact me. Everyone thought that Elvie was a young lady spoiled by me. Now, they know that she even dares to tear my precious oil painting. It confirms this even more." "Is she spoiled?" Chu Nan shrugged. "I don't think so. On the contrary, I think Elvie is a very smart and understanding girl. I like her very much." "Like?" General Yanatange's eyes narrowed, and his gaze suddenly became sharp. "What kind of like are you talking about?" Chu Nan was stunned. He did not expect General Yanatange to suddenly emphasize this question. General, you've misunderstood. Elvie is only 15 years old this year, a year younger than my sister, so I've always treated her as my sister. My fondness for her is only like that of siblings." "Is that so?" General Yanatange smiled bitterly and shook his head. He sighed. "If Elvie hears your words, she'll probably be even sadder." Then, he smiled in relief. "However, if she knows that you're still alive, she'll definitely be very happy." "Do you know? After the news of your death spread, Elvie..." General Yanatange shook his head again and did not say anything else. However, Chu Nan clearly understood what he meant and immediately asked, "How's Elvie now? Is she alright? I've been trying to contact her since I escaped, but she hasn't replied. I'm very worried that something has happened to her." "Don't worry, she's fine. She's just a little depressed now. However, knowing that you're still alive, she should recover." When he recalled that his daughter, who looked strict on the surface but actually treasured her extremely, was heartbroken because of this kid in front of him, General Yanatange sighed in his mind. If possible, he simply wished he could personally kill this kid who made his daughter sad to vent his anger. However, it was clearly impossible now. This kid was actually able to return alive under such circumstances. Moreover, he had even obtained a spaceship with the highest diplomatic immunity certification authority. It was really unbelievable. What had this kid experienced during this period of time? Chapter 739. Half an hour later, Chu Nan and General Yanatange's private conversation finally ended. After hearing Chu Nan's explanation, General Yanatange was silent for a long time. In the end, he looked at Chu Nan with a complicated expression and sighed. "I have to say that your experience is really too magical. If not for the fact that I've seen you before and your relationship with Elvie, I wouldn't have believed it even if I heard it from you." Chu Nan smiled and did not say anything. In fact, the experience he had told General Yanatange just now had already hidden many key points. He had only said that he had obtained a breakthrough in his cultivation method in the alternate space after entering the Stargate, which was why he had survived. He had basically not told him in detail about his experience after landing on that desolate planet. Although it was impossible for him to completely hide this experience because of this spaceship, he only said simply that he had unintentionally helped someone on that planet and obtained this spaceship as a gift. Overall, this description was not wrong, but because it hid the most important details, there was too much room to imagine. I have to say that it's fortunate that you're smart enough to keep the news that you're still alive a secret. Otherwise, you would have brought great trouble to the entire Federation, General Yanatanj said again. Why? Chu Nan was a little strange. To put it simply, because of the incident that happened in the Lepler star system, the most important thing is your death. The Federation is taking some actions against the Lepler star system. However, if the news that you're still alive spreads, the Federation's operation will become unknown. The Federation will suffer considerable losses and some condemnation from the outside world. Do you understand what I mean? Although General Yanatanj did not speak clearly, Chu Nan had a thought and nodded. I roughly understand. In short, it's beneficial to the Federation if I don't announce that I'm alive now. You can think so. General Yanatanj nodded. Therefore, I hope you can listen to my arrangements and continue to hide the news that you're still alive until I contact the higher-ups of the Federation and have a proper plan to deal with this. As a member of the Federation, it's only right for me to do something for the benefit of the Federation. Moreover, I'm unwilling to expose the fact that I'm still alive because I haven't made some preparations, Chu Nan said. Prepare? What preparation? General Yanatanj said in surprise. Chu Nan grinned, revealing his white teeth, and his eyes turned cold. Revenge, of course. Revenge. General Yanatanj was slightly shocked and frowned. Could it be that you still want to personally challenge the heaven control expert who sent you into the Stargate? It was not easy for you to survive. I advise you not to court death again. Don't worry, I know my limits. General Yanatanj was not at ease at all. Chu Nan agreed very well, but from the expression on his face, it was obvious that he would not give up on this thought. However, General Yanatanj also knew very well that it was impossible for him to persuade a young man like Chu Nan. Therefore, he did not continue this topic and began to discuss the next arrangements with him. Because it involved many details, this discussion took much longer. Another 2 days passed. At the exit of the space station of the second largest city on the purple cloud planet, a figure quickly walked out and entered a floating shuttle parked near the exit. As soon as the floating shuttle started, Chu Zioxi, who was sitting in the back, threw herself into this person's arms and cried. Uncle Mu Luo, who was in charge of driving, set the automatic driving. He turned around and looked at this scene with a rare smile. I heard that you arrived today. Zioxi did not sleep the entire night last night. When the sky lit up, she urged me to bring her over. The figure who entered the car was naturally Chu Nan. According to the plan, he should have returned to his home on the purple cloud planet 2 days ago. However, after contacting General Yanatanj, in order to resolve some trouble, he had no choice but to stay on planet Macaw for 2 days. Hearing Uncle Mu Luo's words, Chu Nan lowered his head to look at Chu Zioxi, who was still crying in his arms. He smiled and patted her back to help her stand up. Didn't we meet through a long-range communication long ago? Do you have to be so excited to see me? Look, your snot is flowing out. Chu Zioxi's small face was covered in tears. As she took the handkerchief from Chu Nan and wiped it carelessly, she whimpered intermittently, I didn't see you in person. I don't dare to. I can't believe it's true. You know, those remote communication, can also be fake. Chu Nan laughed. Who would lie to you for no reason? Dongfang might do this, Chu Zioxi replied. She pinched her snot with her handkerchief, but she suddenly smelled the elegant fragrance coming from the handkerchief and was immediately shocked. Brother, why do you have a handkerchief on you? This, oh my god. Chu Zioxi suddenly seemed to have discovered a new continent. She stood up in the car in surprise, but she suddenly collided with the roof of the car. With a muffled bang, she bounced back into her seat. Fortunately, she did not feel any pain and still looked at the handkerchief in her hand in a daze. Oh my god. Brother, this handkerchief is actually made by hand. Moreover, and it's so lousy, Chu Zioxi suddenly widened her eyes and looked at Chu Nan. Tell me, brother, where did this handkerchief come from? This must be made by a girl. Could it be that not only were you running for your life outside, you actually had the time to find a girl? Chu Nan did not know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at Chu Zioxi. This girl was still crying tears of joy when she saw him just now, but in the blink of an eye, she threw everything else to the back of her mind for such a handkerchief. This girl's thoughts were really strange. Seeing that Uncle Mu Luo was also looking at the handkerchief in Chu Zioxi's hand curiously, Chu Nan secretly regretted it. In order to comfort Chu Zioxi, he had taken out this handkerchief from his pocket in a panic just now, but he had forgotten that this handkerchief was a gift from that mysterious girl. Although the workmanship was extremely poor, such a precious gift should have been kept well. Now, it was wiped on by Chu Zioxi with snot and tears. It looked colorful and extremely ugly. If that mysterious girl saw this situation, would she be so angry that her cultivation method would be messed up again and her internal breath would lose control? It'll take a long time to explain. I'll tell you slowly when I get back. Chu Nan shook his head and snatched the handkerchief from Chu Zioxi's hand. He did not care that there was still a piece of mucus stuck to it and stuffed it into his pocket. Then, he grabbed Chu Zioxi's hand and probed with a trace of internal breath. This trace of internal breath quickly circulated in Chu Zioxi's body. Chu Nan then widened his eyes and looked at her in disbelief. Oh my god. Zioxi, you've actually formed the internal breath circulation. You are actually already an internal breath martial artist? Chapter 740. Chu Zioxi immediately looked proud. Brother, am I powerful? Impressive, very impressive. Chu Nan could not help but click his tongue. One had to know that if one seriously calculated, Chu Zioxi had only officially started cultivating martial techniques before he arrived at Star Cloud Academy last year. Up until now, it had only been less than half a year. In less than half a year, she had actually crossed the novice realm and the 1st to 5th stage overlord body realm in a row and directly became an internal breath realm martial artist. Although the reason why she grew so quickly was mainly that Chu Nan had helped her open all the meridians in her body and built an internal breath cultivation method that was completely suitable for her to build an extremely strong foundation, her talent was still extremely important. When he recalled that he had cultivated to the martial technique since he was young and had used 13 years to barely cultivate to the initial stage overlord body realm, if not for the fact that he had accidentally obtained a powerful data ability and a series of fortuitous encounters, he might not even have the hope of breaking through to the internal breath realm in his life. Chu Nan immediately sighed. In the path of martial arts, talent was indeed the same as an inheritance. It was the two most important conditions for success. Chu Nan, I'm afraid you don't know. At this moment, Uncle Muluo interrupted. Apart from eating and sleeping every day, Zioxi has been cultivating nonstop. Such hard work is much stronger than when I cultivated martial techniques back then. Is that so? Chu Nan looked at Chu Zioxi. Chu Zioxi nodded lightly as if she was a little embarrassed and turned her head away. I want to become a heaven control martial artist as soon as possible. Chu Nan sighed softly and reached out to touch Chu Zioxi's head, his heart filled with warmth. There was no need to ask. The reason why Chu Zioxi cultivated so desperately and even wanted to become a powerful heaven control martial artist only had one goal, and that was to avenge him. Fortunately, he had survived safely now. Otherwise, with Chu Zioxi's personality, her life might be ruined by this obsession. After all, no matter how talented Chu Zioxi was, it was not easy to become a heaven control expert. Alright, Zioxi, I'm back now. You don't have to work so hard in the future. You have your own life. You don't have to do this in the future. No, unexpectedly, Chu Zioxi shook her head and looked at Chu Nan with shining eyes. Brother, I didn't think so in the past, but after cultivating recently, I discovered that cultivating martial techniques is actually quite fun. Look. Chu Zioxi rolled up the sleeve of her left arm, revealing a white arm that she handed to Chu Nan. Did you notice that my arm is even whiter than before? Chu Nan glanced at it and shook his head. I can't tell. Your arm was quite white in the past. Tisk, touch it. Chu Zioxi grabbed Chu Nan's hand and rubbed it on her arm a few times. Do you think it's very smooth? Very delicate. Chu Nan touched it a few times and nodded. Yes, it feels much stronger than when I grabbed you in the past. What? What do you mean by letting me see your arm? What I mean is, ever since I cultivated martial techniques, especially after my internal breath gradually became stronger, I discovered that my body was getting better and better. Even my skin was getting better and better. It became clean, healthy, and smooth. It was simply much better than using the best skincare products. Don't you think it's magical? Chu Nan laughed. What's so magical about that? Have you forgotten? I told you before that the process of cultivating martial techniques is actually a process of continuously tempering the body. The stronger the internal breath, the deeper the tempering of the body. Your body will naturally become better and better. If you don't believe me, watch me. Chu Nan also rolled up his sleeves and handed an arm to Chu Zioxi. Touch it. Chu Zioxi reached out and touched it a few times before immediately exclaiming, wow, really? Brother, I didn't pay attention to it in the past. Actually, your arm is also very smooth and delicate. It simply feels better than mine. After saying that, he carefully stared at Chu Nan's face for a while and revealed a confused expression. Brother, why do I realize that even your appearance has changed a little? Moreover, didn't you have a scar on your face in the past? Why is it gone now? In addition, those freckles and moles on your face are gone. Oh my god. Your skin is actually so good. It makes me so jealous. Tell me, are you someone else pretending to be my brother? What nonsense are you talking about? Chu Nan angrily slapped away Chu Zioxi's hand that was touching his face. I even know that there are 3 triangular moles on your right butt. You're telling me that I'm an imposter. Chu Zioxi immediately blushed and glanced at Uncle Muluo. She discovered that he was trying his best to hold back his smile and her face became even redder. She punched Chu Nan's chest. Brother, you're talking nonsense. Chu Nan laughed. After playing with Chu Zioxi for a while, she finally returned to her usual liveliness. Alright, continue. You just said that cultivating martial techniques made your body feel better and your skin better. What happened next? My mind feels much better. Chu Zioxi waved her arms happily and displayed her vitality to Chu Nan. Moreover, I really feel that cultivating martial techniques is very interesting. Every day, I feel my internal breath circulating in my meridians. I feel that it's very fun. So, therefore, I've decided that I have to focus on martial arts in the future. Chu Zioxi said firmly. Chu Nan was slightly stunned, but when he saw the firm expression on Chu Zioxi's face and her unwavering gaze, he was relieved. He smiled and asked, tell me the true reason. Chu Zioxi looked straight at Chu Nan and suddenly, 2 rows of burning eyes surged out. Brother, do you know? When I saw you being forced into the Stargate by that damned guy, I wanted to kill him immediately, but I knew that I could not do it. During this period of time, I have always hated my powerlessness. Every time, I think about how good it would be if I became very strong. As long as you encountered any danger, I could rush over to save you immediately. At the very least, if anything happened to you, I could personally take revenge for you. Therefore, I must cultivate my martial technique well and become very strong, even becoming the strongest star-grade martial artist. Only then can I protect you and mom and dad. Don't you think so? Chu Nan sighed and reached out to hug Chu Zioxi again, letting her twitch and choke in his chest. After a moment of silence, he touched Chu Zioxi's head and said softly, if you're really interested in martial arts, then practice it. However, you have to remember that the path of martial arts is definitely not as easy as you think. If you've really made up your mind, I'll ask you even more strictly next. If you can't do it, don't cry. Chu Zioxi twitched twice and left Chu Nan's arms. She looked at him firmly and nodded. I definitely will. Brother, I guarantee you that this is the last time I'll cry in my life. No matter how strict you treat me in the future, I'll endure it. Very good. Chu Nan smiled, then from tomorrow onwards, I'll stay at home for at least 3 months. In these 3 months, I'll specially train you and myself. In 3 months, regardless of whether it's you or me, we'll shock some people. Chapter 741. The light of the star crossed the long distance of 1.4 astronomical units, penetrated the atmosphere of the purple cloud planet, and evenly scattered on the Roman continent. It no longer had the power to melt everything like before, and only a comfortable warmth was left. Under such a rare warm winter sun, it could not help but make people feel a little lazy. Even the usually hard-working Chu Zongping had slacked off like 2 days ago. Early in the morning, he moved a chair and placed it in the courtyard outside the house. As he bathed in the warm sunlight, he glanced at Chu Nan and Chu Zioxi, who were focused on cultivating not far away. Chu Zongping did not know any martial techniques, so he naturally could not understand what the two of them were doing. However, when he saw that the two of them could be here in front of him, especially since Chu Nan was still sitting there alive, he was already extremely satisfied. His son, who he thought was doomed, had actually returned alive. Was there anything happier than this? Hey, old man, what are you thinking? Your smile is so disgusting. Yu Fang's voice sounded from behind, and then a hand was handed over. On it was a cup of steaming hot mate tea, Chu Zongping's favorite. Chu Zongping took it and took a sip. He felt the fragrance of the tea melting in his mouth. Looking at the pair of children in front of him and his wife who had helped him for decades, he felt that he had never felt so happy in his life. He could not help but smile even more happily, and his eyebrows even squeezed together. Hee, Xiao Fang, little Nan is about to turn 20, right? Chu Zongping asked. Yu Fang was stunned. She did not expect Chu Zongping to suddenly ask this question. His birthday is in 3 months. Why are you suddenly asking this? He's already 20 years old. He's not young anymore. It's time for us to arrange his marriage, don't you think so? Chu Zongping chuckled. Oh. Yu Fang thought for a moment and sat down beside Chu Zongping. She looked at Chu Nan in the distance and understood why he suddenly mentioned this. Under normal circumstances, the two of them would definitely not be so anxious to arrange Chu Nan's marriage. After all, he had only turned 20 after 3 months and could not be considered old. However, after Chu Nan escaped death this time, she and Chu Zongping had experienced an extremely painful mental journey, so their thoughts could not help but change. If Chu Nan could get married earlier and give birth to a grandson for them, it would be best. Otherwise, if such a thing happened again and Chu Nan did not survive, the bloodline of their Chu family would be severed. They would definitely regret for life. The traditional concern of family inheritance was the most important thing to them, the descendants of the Chinese civilization, even in this interstellar era. That's good too. Even if they're not in a hurry to get married, they should at least talk about one first. Yu Fang nodded and echoed Chu Zongping's suggestion. I think that girl from the Luo family is not bad. She's beautiful and has just turned 18 this year. Let them meet and talk. Perhaps they'll like her. No. I've heard of the Luo family. They've been fooling around outside for a period of time. How can I introduce them to little Nan? I think. Chu Nan's face involuntarily twitched. Chu Zioxi, who was sitting cross-legged opposite him, could not help but smile as she looked at Chu Nan with schadenfreude. Chu Zongping and Yu Fang thought that Chu Nan and Chu Zioxi would definitely not be able to hear their conversation from afar, but they underestimated the increase in the 5 senses of powerful martial artists after their bodies were tempered. In fact, Chu Nan heard every word of their private conversation. Moreover, even Chu Zioxi heard it clearly. Brother, Mom must have been talking about Luo Xianglin. I've seen her before and she's indeed quite beautiful. How is it? Are you interested? Chu Zioxi leaned towards Chu Nan's ear and asked softly with a shifty expression. Who's interested? Chu Nan rolled his eyes at her. No matter how beautiful she is, can she be prettier than NG Prairie? Alright, don't think about this gossip. Sit down properly and adjust your breathing in peace. I'll start when you're ready. Chu Zioxi chuckled and sat back down. She looked down and quickly retracted her mind. A moment later, her internal breath circulated throughout her entire body and she could even vaguely sense her aura. Chu Nan could not help but nod. It seemed that Zioxi's hard cultivation during this period of time was indeed not nonsense. Just the fact that she could calm her mind and circulate her internal breath in such a short period of time proved that she already had the most basic and important quality of a martial artist focus. Moreover, just from the signs of her aura, it could be confirmed that she indeed had the strength of an internal breath realm martial artist. It was definitely not fake. Zioxi's talent is really shocking. Even though Chu Nan had already investigated the situation in Chu Zioxi's body several times in the past 3 days and knew the current situation of her internal breath, every time he felt this, he could not help but sigh in his mind. If Chu Zioxi had started cultivating martial techniques with him back then, her improvement would definitely have been much faster than his. As long as she could obtain a good inheritance, she might already be a high-level internal breath martial artist and even have the chance to attack the cosmic heaven's gate. However, it was not too late. With his understanding of internal breath cultivation methods that far exceeded ordinary martial artists and his understanding in the past few days, Chu Nan was confident that he could let Chu Zioxi improve faster and make her not inferior to any martial artist of the same age. Brother, I'm ready. After Chu Zioxi adjusted her breathing, she opened her eyes and said to Chu Nan, "Yes." Chu Nan nodded, "Remove your clothes." "Oh." Chu Zioxi replied and skillfully rolled up her shirt, revealing her smooth and flat lower abdomen. Chu Nan glanced at Chu Zioxi's fatless lower abdomen and suddenly laughed. "Heh, Zioxi, I suddenly discovered that even if you're sitting like this, there are traces of abs on your stomach. If others see you, they'll laugh at you for being a muscular woman." "Humph, what are you laughing at?" Chu Zioxi snorted softly with a proud expression. "Let me tell you, I'm even more popular than before. Do you know? When I went to school to settle the withdrawal procedures yesterday, a few boys chased after me and confessed to me." "Oh, is that so? Then how did you answer? Did you fancy anyone?" Chu Nan asked with a smile. "Tisk, all of them are either as thin as a monkey or as fat as a pig. The only normal one is a playboy. Who would agree to them?" Chu Zioxi said in disdain, "I told them that my brother doesn't let me date so early. If anyone wants to pursue me, they have to defeat my brother." Chu Nan was slightly stunned. "Hey, you're pushing the blame on me just like that? Moreover, the news that I'm alive hasn't spread. No one said that since I'm already dead, it doesn't count." "Someone said so. Then, what did you say?" Chu Nan was a little curious. "I beat up that blind guy. He didn't have to get up for at least 2 months, Chu Zioxi replied casually. "He dared to curse you to death in front of me. He's lucky that I didn't kill him." Chu Nan was immediately speechless. After thinking for a moment, he could only shake his head. Then, he stretched out a hand and touched Chu Zioxi's smooth but especially firm lower abdomen. Then, a trace of internal breath seeped into his palm. Chapter 742. This trace of internal breath quickly and skillfully circulated in all the meridians in Chu Zioxi's body and grasped the situation in her body, allowing Chu Nan to understand the most subtle links and changes in her body. "Zioxi, it might be very painful later. You have to be mentally prepared." After investigating, Chu Nan reminded Chu Zioxi seriously. "No problem, just come." Chu Zioxi nodded and put on a fearless expression. "In the past, it was very painful when you helped me open my meridians. Didn't I endure it too? It might be even more painful this time, or even much more painful." Chu Nan's expression was still serious. "Moreover, if you can't endure it, the consequences will be even more serious and it'll be very troublesome to recover. You have to think carefully." "I've thought about it very clearly." Chu Zioxi's expression also became serious. "Don't worry, brother. I've already decided that no matter what pain I endure and how much hard work I need, I have to increase my strength as soon as possible. Do whatever you want. Mom and Dad are beside me. I guarantee that I won't even make a sound in case they worry." Chu Nan turned to look at his parents who were still pointing over and discussing which girl to introduce to him. He thought to himself that if they knew what he wanted to do, they would probably not agree. This was because what Chu Nan wanted to do to Chu Zioxi was simply unbelievable and completely exceeded the limit of ordinary people's understanding. What Chu Nan needed to do was to reconstruct Chu Zioxi's body. Or to be more precise, only a portion of her body had to be reforged. This was the inspiration Chu Nan had obtained from helping the mysterious girl reconstruct her body. After reforging the entire body of that girl countless times, the girl's body gradually increased in the process of reforging again and again. In the end, she obtained an extremely high strengthening, allowing her body to finally endure the corrosion of her cultivation method. Coupled with his relevant experience, Chu Nan understood something. The human body was probably much tougher, stronger, and had unlimited potential than what humans knew. As long as there was a suitable method, the human body could obtain an extremely considerable increase. To be precise, cultivating martial techniques and tempering the body through internal breath was actually this. It was just that the speed was relatively slow. In comparison, regardless of whether it was the body reconstruction Chu Nan had done for himself or the body reconstruction he had helped the mysterious girl complete, they were both extreme methods to increase the strength of his body under extreme circumstances. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for this method to exist because no one could have a powerful data ability, flame of life, and the goddess song cultivation method like Chu Nan. He could guarantee it because he knew the other party's physical condition like the back of his hand and control it extremely accurately without any mistakes. He could even replenish the other party's life force and help them recover in time. However, it was precisely because he had so many special abilities that Chu Nan grasped this extremely special method. Of course, he did not want to reconstruct Chu Zioxi's entire body now. Firstly, this method was only an attempt Chu Nan had been forced to make on that mysterious girl after all. He could not guarantee that it would succeed. Secondly, there was no need. Chu Zioxi's physical condition was completely different from that mysterious girl. She had never cultivated that special cultivation method and her body had always been intact. Although her internal breath increased extremely quickly, because this was the 9 revolutions technique that Chu Nan had specially modified according to her situation, it was not to the extent that her body refinement could not keep up with the speed at which her internal breath increased. What Chu Nan needed to help her do was only to reforge a portion of her body. In other words, he wanted to let the places in her body that were not naturally powerful be reforged and make her body more perfect. This way, the increase in her cultivation of martial techniques would be faster, and the possibility of problems in the future would be smaller. The reason why he chose to make his move on the third day after returning home was because Chu Nan had spent 3 days understanding and grasping Chu Xiaoxi's physical condition to be safe. Then, he carefully calculated and formulated a plan to ensure that nothing went wrong. Now that everything was ready, the only thing Chu Nan was worried about was whether Chu Xiaoxi could endure the huge pain brought about by the process of reconstructing her body. This was because this process was to destroy a portion of his body and repair and reforge it at the same time. During this process, in order to prevent any mistakes in the reforged meridians, Chu Nan could not use his internal breath to cut off Chu Xiaoxi's nerve perception. She had to be forced to feel complete pain the entire time. If she could not endure it and suffered, it would be fine, but it would be troublesome if this reforging failed. However, now that Chu Xiaoxi had displayed such a firm will, Chu Nan naturally would not hesitate. With a thought, his internal breath circulated and penetrated Chu Nan's palm on Chu Xiaoxi's lower abdomen again. At the same time, a white light and green aura seeped out of Chu Nan's body and enveloped Chu Xiaoxi. The light that suddenly emitted from Chu Nan's body immediately frightened Chu Zongping and Yufeng, who were talking in the distance. The two of them blankly watched Chu Nan and Chu Xiaoxi's actions. After a while, Chu Zongping could not help but mutter, "What are the two of them doing?" "I don't know," Yufeng shook her head in confusion. "If they're only cultivating martial techniques, how can it be like this?" Not to mention the two of them who knew nothing about martial techniques. Even if it was any other martial artist, it would be very difficult to see what the two of them were doing. This was because the true change was in Chu Xiaoxi's body. Chu Nan's internal breath entered Chu Xiaoxi's body and instantly scattered into countless meridians. After absorbing all the meridians into a situation where his internal breath could affect her at any time, a green aura flowed into her body and mixed with her internal breath before flowing to the intersection of two of her meridians. At this moment, Chu Nan raised his head and glanced at Chu Xiaoxi. "Are you ready? It's about to begin." Chu Xiaoxi looked slightly nervous, then took a deep breath and nodded. "Yes." Hearing Chu Xiaoxi's agreement, with a thought, the green aura that originally represented life force that flowed into the intersection point of the meridians suddenly transformed into a black aura filled with the smell of destruction. The intersection point of her meridians was instantly destroyed by the black aura. The sudden intense pain made Chu Xiaoxi involuntarily groan. "How is it? Can you hold on?" Chu Nan asked in concern. I'm fine, continue." Chu Xiaoxi frowned. Clearly, she was in extreme pain, but she gestured for Chu Nan to continue without any hesitation. "Very good." Chu Nan nodded, and with a thought, the white light representing the flame of life and the green aura representing life force surged into Chu Xiaoxi's body again. In the blink of an eye, the meridian junction completely recovered. Chu Xiaoxi felt the pain suddenly disappear and could not help but open her eyes in surprise. "Brother, this is too magical, right? Don't speak. Endure it well. We have to do it again." "Oh." With a thought, the black aura filled with the smell of destruction instantly destroyed the intersection point of the meridians. A moment later, under the dual effect of the flame of life and the goddess song cultivation method, the meridian junction quickly recovered. Chu Nan used his internal breath to investigate and could clearly sense that after being destroyed twice and recovering, this meridian junction that would originally pose a certain obstruction to the circulation of Chu Xiaoxi's internal breath had become smoother and tougher. It's indeed useful. After succeeding in his experiment, Chu Nan could not help but smile. He bluntly urged his internal breath and the spatial energy that had fused into it to completely destroy the meridian junction that had just recovered. If he wanted to reconstruct the natural flaw in Chu Xiaoxi's body into a perfect state, 1 or 2 times was far from enough. According to Chu Nan's calculations, he needed at least 137 times. This flaw was only the most insignificant of the 76 flaws that Chu Nan had discovered in Chu Xiaoxi's body. Therefore, all of this was only the beginning. Chapter 743. Chu Xiaoxi's face turned red and white, white and red. Her body kept trembling, and the expression on her face kept changing in relief after extreme pain. If anyone else saw her here at this moment, they would definitely think that she had suddenly fallen ill to cause such a strange situation. However, if other martial artists who were sufficiently sensitive to internal breath observation and perception were here, they would definitely discover that every time the pain ended, the internal breath that vaguely seeped out of Chu Xiaoxi's body would become more condensed, pure, and robust. Compared to before, she could only barely expose her internal breath and reach the realm of an internal breath martial artist. The current her seemed to have become an old martial artist who had broken through to the internal breath realm for many years in a short period of time. The star rose above their heads from the far side of the horizon and fell from their heads. In the end, it touched another far side of the horizon and the sky gradually darkened. It was not until the light of the star had completely turned yellow and the surrounding sky began to turn dark that Chu Nan moved his hand away from the dantian in Chu Xiaoxi's abdomen and let out a long breath. For the entire day, he had been helping Chu Xiaoxi partially reconstruct her body. Compared to helping the mysterious girl recast her entire body, he originally thought that this job should be simpler, because it was only a partial recast. However, in fact, he discovered that that was not the case. When he helped the mysterious girl reconstruct her body, because the girl's situation was already very dangerous, he had no choice but to try his best. However, helping Chu Xiaoxi reconstruct a portion of her body was common sense when she was completely awake. Moreover, because Chu Xiaoxi was his biological sister, he was very careful in whatever he did. He had to ensure that nothing went wrong before he dared to take the next step. Moreover, there was still a difference between Chu Xiaoxi and that mysterious girl. Although that mysterious girl's body could not satisfy the requirements of the cultivation method because of the special cultivation method, her strength was still much stronger than Chu Xiaoxi's. She had also cultivated martial techniques for a long time, and her body refinement was several times stronger than Chu Xiaoxi's. Chu Nan could completely destroy her body and reconstruct it, but it was impossible for Chu Xiaoxi to do this. After all, Chu Xiaoxi had only barely broken through to the internal breath realm. The strength of her body was far from comparable to that mysterious girl. Moreover, some physical reforging was actually more troublesome than the entire body. If he wanted to reconstruct and improve a portion of his body, he had to consider the effect on the surrounding parts. Therefore, Chu Nan had to observe Chu Xiaoxi's body as a whole after every attempt to ensure that there was no problem before continuing. This was the reason why it took the most time, causing this project to take an entire day to complete. Phew, no matter what, I'm done. Chu Nan habitually wiped his forehead and asked Chu Xiaoxi, "How is it? Xiaoxi, how do you feel?" Chu Xiaoxi did not answer. Instead, she closed her eyes and adjusted her breathing with all her might. After a while, she suddenly exerted strength in her legs and her body suddenly jumped up like a spring. She actually jumped more than 10 meters high before landing with a bang and smashing a huge pit in the soil in front of Chu Nan. "Haha, brother, I feel great now. It's as if my body has suddenly become much lighter and my entire body is filled with strength. Wow, my internal breath has clearly become much stronger. Look, brother, look." Chu Xiaoxi shouted a few times, but Chu Nan did not respond. He looked around in surprise and discovered that he had already run more than 10 meters away and was looking at her angrily. "Brother, why did you run so far?" Chu Nan did not answer and only pointed at the ground. Chu Xiaoxi lowered her head and discovered that the solid ground had actually been smashed into such a huge pit by her. She was immediately even more excited. "Oh my god, I'm really too powerful." Chu Xiaoxi cheered. This time, she simply arched her legs and jumped with all her might. She immediately felt as if her entire body had been bounced into the air. This time, because she used her full strength, she actually jumped more than 30 meters into the air. When she rose to the highest point and slowed down, she discovered that the entire ground seemed to be under her feet and immediately laughed excitedly. However, in the next moment, her laughter turned into an exclamation. In the end, she was not a void break martial artist. It was impossible for her to float in the air with her martial technique alone. When she reached the highest point, she would naturally fall. However, this was the first time she had discovered that she could jump so high. When she suddenly fell from such a height and looked at the approaching ground, she immediately felt flustered. "Brother, save me, quickly save." Boom. Chu Xiaoxi heavily smashed into the ground, creating another pit. A moment later, she jumped up from the pit and pointed at Chu Nan angrily. "Brother, why didn't you save me? You could clearly fly, so why didn't you save me?" Chu Nan, who was laughing in the distance, did not answer this question. Instead, he smiled and asked, "Hey, does it hurt?" "Nonsense, of course it hurts. How can it not?" Chu Xiaoxi suddenly revealed a surprised expression. She touched her chest, then her back, and then her entire body. "It doesn't hurt." Only then did Chu Nan walk over and pinch Chu Xiaoxi's arm. He smiled and said, "You're already a true internal breath realm martial artist. Your body has been reforged and modified by me just now, and the strength has far surpassed ordinary initial stage internal breath realm martial artists. Since you could jump so high just now, you'll naturally be fine if you fall. It's only because you didn't adapt to your change just now. When you get used to it in the future, you won't fall like a dog eating shit." "You're the one eating shit." Chu Xiaoxi glared at Chu Nan and thought for a moment before becoming excited. Then, "Brother, do you think it's possible for me to become a void break martial artist like you in the future and be able to fly freely in the sky?" "Why not?" Chu Nan shrugged. "Your current foundation is very good. Be it your body or internal breath cultivation method, it's almost perfect. Under such circumstances, if you can't even become a void break martial artist in the future, you'll definitely be lazy and be spanked. Don't forget that you told me previously that you have to cultivate martial techniques well and at least become a heaven control expert. Why have you forgotten in just 2 days?" Chapter 744. No, how can I forget? Chu Xiaoxi waved her hand. "I just thought that, it's really possible for me to fly in the sky, or even, become a heaven control realm martial artist and fly in space. It feels too magical and unbelievable. I've said it before. Just get used to it in the future." Chu Nan smiled and released a trace of internal breath from the hand that held Chu Xiaoxi's arm. He quickly checked her body and was relieved after confirming that she was fine. He had no intention of fooling Chu Xiaoxi just now. After the good foundation that Chu Nan had passed for her previously and the reconstruction of her body, Chu Xiaoxi's current physical foundation was definitely something that all martial artists were extremely envious of. With such a perfect physical foundation, the speed at which she cultivated her internal breath cultivation method would become extremely fast. In turn, it could push her internal breath to cultivate better and faster. It could be said to be a complementary result. Under such circumstances, even if Chu Xiaoxi only cultivated the lowest F-rank internal breath cultivation method, her body could still be easily tempered and increased by her internal breath, steadily improving herself. Moreover, Chu Nan was now prepared to customize a set of perfect martial arts that was more compatible with her. If he could squeeze the potential of her perfect body to the greatest extent, the speed of improvement would only be even more shocking. Chu Nan even believed that after a year, it was very likely that Chu Zioxi would break through the first to fifth stage internal breath realm and touch the threshold of the cosmic heaven's gate. With her perfect body and the internal breath cultivation method tailored by Chu Nan, breaking through the cosmic heaven's gate was a huge problem for other martial artists. To her, it was definitely as easy as eating and drinking. She would definitely not encounter any problems. Compared to the hard work he had put in to break through the cosmic heaven's gate, Chu Nan could only sigh endlessly in his mind. It's really infuriating to compare herself to others. Zioxi has such talent, such a perfect body, and she's about to have a powerful cultivation method. As long as she really has the perseverance to cultivate, she might even catch up to me in the future. Of course, Chu Nan was not jealous at all and only felt gratified and happy. If his sister could also become a super expert, how happy would that be? Just as he was fantasizing that the siblings would become the strongest star-grade martial artists in the future and travel the Sea of Stars together, a call sounded and interrupted Chu Nan's fantasies. It's time to eat. Aren't the two of you hungry? Turning around, they saw that Yufeng had already walked out. The two of them hurriedly replied and returned to the house. As soon as he entered the house, Yufeng looked at the two of them and frowned as she cursed. Look at what the two of you are doing. You're covered in dirt and sweat. Hurry up and wash up before eating. The two of them looked at each other and laughed at the same time. Chu Nan was fine, but he was covered in sweat and there was some soil splashed by Chu Zioxi. However, because Chu Zioxi's body had been ravaged by Chu Nan for the entire day, not to mention sweat, a lot of blood seeped out. Coupled with the fact that she had fallen to the ground and was covered in soil, she looked as miserable as could be. I'm going to take a shower. Chu Zioxi shouted and ran away. You're already so old, but you're still like a tomboy. How are you going to get married in the future? Yufeng looked in the direction Chu Zioxi left and shook her head. She turned to look at Chu Nan but immediately smiled and pulled him back. Right, little Nan, do you still remember your Uncle Lu? Chu Nan smiled bitterly in his mind, but he did not dare to break free and could only barely answer, which Uncle Lu? It's that Uncle Lu who lived not far from our house in the past and moved to planet Macaw later. When you were young, he often brought his daughter over to play with you. Have you forgotten? His daughter is called Lu Yu and has been quite beautiful since she was young. 2 years ago, during the new year, your Uncle Lu even brought his daughter over from planet Macaw to pay a visit. The girl has grown up now and is very beautiful. When he heard Yufeng's Uncle Lu's daughter, how could Chu Nan not understand her thoughts? However, no matter how much he understood, he could only nod in agreement. He also knew very well that his escape from death some time ago had definitely dealt a huge blow to his parents. It was understandable that they were suddenly anxious about his marriage. However, oh my god, I'm not even 20 years old. As Chu Nan wailed in his mind, he allowed Yufeng to pull him to the table and sit down. She nagged at him about how good-looking Uncle Lu's daughter was, how filial she was, and how obedient she was. Chu Nan replied and nodded from time to time in agreement. In fact, more than half of his energy was divided and he was thinking about something else. When he helped Chu Zioxi perfect her body in the day, he did not have the time to think too much. Now that he could finally relax, he had to consider how to combine the cultivation method he had grasped to develop a more perfect cultivation method for her. Previously, Chu Zioxi had been cultivating the 9 revolutions technique he had provided for a few months and had already laid a relatively solid foundation. Moreover, she had quickly broken through to the internal breath realm with this. If he completely rejected the cultivation method she was cultivating, it was naturally inappropriate. What Chu Nan needed to do was to modify the foundation of her current cultivation method, just like how he had repaired the 9 revolutions technique he had cultivated previously. Now, there was a benefit because Chu Nan had already successfully broken through to the 7th level of the 9 revolutions technique and discovered the characteristics of every cultivation method before the 9 revolutions technique was connected to the previous cultivation method. When he designed the cultivation method for Chu Zioxi, he would avoid this detour and allow her to cultivate better. However, Chu Nan was still not satisfied. Although the mysterious cultivation method he had learned from that mysterious girl was not complete, during this period of time, after combining the 9 revolutions technique and the other various internal breath cultivation methods he had grasped, he had already sorted out some clues. He had the chance to fuse this cultivation method into the 9 revolutions technique and interact with the goddess song cultivation method. If all the problems were solved, the various internal breath-related cultivation methods he had grasped would begin to form a system. It would be extremely helpful to his future strength and cultivation method perfection. Before he did this, Chu Nan did not plan to directly give Chu Zioxi a cultivation method to cultivate because it would still make her take more detours. However, taking a detour might not be a bad thing. Chu Nan touched his chin and hesitated. Before and after he obtained a powerful data ability, because there were many detours in figuring out various cultivation methods, this was not completely useless. During these detours, he also obtained many deep understanding of cultivation methods. Sometimes, he could even obtain some new thoughts and insights from a different angle. It was also helpful. If he did not take the wrong path at all, the increase would be fast, but if he encountered any problems in the future, he would not be able to train his ability to break through by himself. Moreover, I wonder if Zioxi can learn the goddess song cultivation method and the flame of life cultivation method. If she knows these two cultivation methods, if anything happens to her family in the future, such as her parents being injured, as long as she's around, it can be resolved. At the very least, she can greatly increase her survivability because of these two cultivation methods. No matter how I look at it, she has to learn them. Little Nan, why are you frowning? What? You're not satisfied with Uncle Lu's daughter? Yufeng suddenly asked when she saw the expression on Chu Nan's face. Chu Nan knew that she had misunderstood and hurriedly waved his hand with a smile. No, I've never seen her before. How can I be satisfied? Since you're not dissatisfied, it's settled. Yufeng immediately clapped her hands and said happily. Chu Nan was stunned. Decided? Decided on what? Kid, you really didn't listen to me properly. Yufeng slapped Chu Nan's head and said angrily, I just said that if you're willing, I'll contact your Aunt Lu and arrange a time for the two sides to meet. You nodded quickly just now, but it turns out that you didn't listen. Chu Nan could only smile bitterly. Mom, I. As soon as he spoke, the light suddenly shone outside the house, instantly illuminating the entire house as if it was daytime. What's going on? Yufeng was immediately shocked. Chu Nan stood up and looked out with a strange expression. Why are they here at this time? Chapter 745. Mom, the news that I'm still alive needs to be kept a secret for the time being and can't be casually revealed. Therefore, that Uncle Lu's daughter, remember this first. We'll talk about it in the future. After saying that, Chu Nan rushed out the door and looked up. He discovered that a huge spaceship nearly 100 meters long was slowly falling. A huge light source shone down from below the spaceship, illuminating the entire farm as bright as day. This spaceship looked extremely huge in the night sky at this moment, but in space, it was only a small spaceship. It was the spaceship that the mysterious girl had given Chu Nan. After discussing with General Yanatange and the Macaw Star system, Chu Nan agreed to the general's request to temporarily hide his whereabouts. Moreover, according to General Yanatange's suggestion, in order to avoid being too ostentatious, he temporarily placed this spaceship on planet Macaw and returned alone. According to the agreement between the two sides, General Yanatange would then send someone to send this spaceship over under the name of military mobilization. However, Chu Nan did not expect it to be sent so quickly. Moreover, it was fine if it was sent at night, but why did it cause such a huge commotion? Are you afraid that others won't know? Chu Nan was puzzled. General Yanatange was not such an unreliable guy. Since he was certain that he wanted to keep the news of Chu Nan's survival a secret, why did he cause such a huge commotion? Although the farm was located in a remote place and there was no second family in the vicinity of 100 kilometers, because the news of Chu Nan's death more than a month ago had spread, there were many anxious media reporters around the farm who came to inquire. Even if more than a month had passed and these guys nearby had been cleaned up by the series security company sent by Dongfang, it was still difficult to guarantee that some would escape. If such a commotion attracted the attention of someone, it would be difficult to hide the news of Chu Nan's survival. The spaceship slowly landed about 100 meters away from the farm hut. Seeing that the spaceship had flattened a large area of farmland below and the crops planted inside had been pressed into the soil, it was obvious that it was impossible for them to survive. Chu Nan could not help but curl his lips. Very good. I must find General Yanatange to settle this. It's already considered kind that I'm not charging him 10 times the losses. Chu Nan looked in the direction of the spaceship in dissatisfaction. Soon, the door on the side of the spaceship opened and the transparent staircase that Chu Nan had been extremely surprised by the first time he saw it slid down. Before the last step landed, a figure had already darted out of the cabin door and quickly ran over. When he saw this figure, Chu Nan was immediately stunned. Why is she here? The figure ran extremely quickly. It only took less than 10 seconds to cover 100 meters, indicating that she was also a martial artist with a martial technique foundation. Just as she was about to collide with Chu Nan, she suddenly braked and stopped in front of him. Then, she widened her eyes and stared at him. Chu Nan grinned at her. Heh, Elvie, I've sent you so many messages previously, why didn't you answer? I was worried that something had happened to you. I'm very happy to see that you're fine. This figure was Elvie, who should be in the Earth Federation's Star Cloud Academy. Chu Nan had contacted her a few times but she did not respond. He did not expect her to suddenly appear in front of him like a divine weapon. It really surprised him. Elvie blankly looked at Chu Nan without blinking. The expression on her face was as if she would disappear in the blink of an eye. As soon as Chu Nan spoke, her expression immediately changed and tears flickered in her large eyes. As soon as Chu Nan finished speaking, the expression on her face instantly collapsed. She suddenly cried and threw herself into his arms. She stretched out her hands and hugged him tightly. Her arms used a lot of strength. If Chu Nan was an ordinary person, he even believed that he would be strangled to death by Elvie. Feeling the softness of Elvie's chest that was even fuller than Angie Prairie's, Chu Nan was a little helpless. Although he had been with Elvie for a few months and was already extremely familiar with her, in order to study his body, she even let him lie naked in front of her. This was the first time the two sides had such intimate contact. Moreover, this hug had a completely different meaning from ordinary hugs. Chu Nan opened his arms and thought for a moment before reaching out to rub Elvie's head. Alright, don't cry. Elvie, I know you've been worried that I'll die, right? But it's fine. Look, I'm alive and well now. You should know that the person standing here is not my ghost, but a real person, right? It was fine if Chu Nan did not say anything, but after he said that, Elvie cried even louder. For a moment, her cries spread far into the night and actually suppressed the restless sounds of the various animals on the farm. Looking at Dunleavy who followed him out of the spaceship as expected, Chu Nan could only make a helpless gesture. Dunleavy also sighed helplessly and looked at Elvie who was hugging Chu Nan tightly and was unwilling to let go. However, he did not say anything and only watched quietly. The other subordinates behind Dunleavy who were wearing military uniforms and were probably sent by General Yanatange stood behind him and waited quietly. Behind Chu Nan, Chu Zongping and Yufeng, who had heard the commotion, walked out and were stunned when they saw the situation outside. However, after they saw that the person hugging Chu Nan was clearly a girl, Yufeng immediately raised her eyebrows at Chu Zongping and whispered something. With his powerful hearing, Chu Nan completely heard their whispers, but he could only smile bitterly in his mind. After a while, Chu Zioxi, who had quickly taken a shower after hearing the commotion, rushed out. When she saw the scene outside, she gave Chu Nan an extremely ambiguous smile and he could only roll his eyes at her. The group of people watched as LV hugged Chu Nan tightly and cried. This strange situation lasted for more than 10 minutes before her cries gradually weakened and finally disappeared. After the cries completely disappeared, LV waited for another 2 minutes before stopping the trembling and shaking of her body. She slowly raised her head and met Chu Nan's gaze. LV immediately blushed, but she still raised her head stubbornly and did not dodge Chu Nan's gaze as she looked into his eyes. After looking at it for a while, LV suddenly spoke. Brother Chu Nan, I like you. No, I love you. Ah. Chapter 746. The atmosphere in the dining room of Chu Nan's house was strange. As the family head, Chu Zongping sat at the head of the table. One moment, he looked at Dunleavy, who was sitting in the guest seat on his left. Another moment, he looked at Elvie, who was sitting opposite him and hugging Chu Nan's arm tightly, and then at Chu Zioxi, who was sitting on the right and laughing secretly. Another moment, he looked at Chu Feng, who was busy in the kitchen, and discovered that he felt like he was sitting on pins and needles like now. Dunleavy smiled at everyone with no abnormal expression. However, when he saw that Elvie had buried Chu Nan's arm deep in her plump chest because she was hugging him tightly, he could not help but frown. On the other hand, Chu Zioxi smiled and only stared at Chu Nan and Elvie. The smile on her face became even more ambiguous as she sized up Elvie with curiosity and scrutiny. Under so many strange gazes, it was as if countless needles had pierced into Chu Nan's butt and he wished he could immediately escape. However, his arm was tightly hugged by Elvie. Not only was he unable to move, he also fully experienced the soft touch and warmth brought about by her voluptuous chest. It could only make him feel even more awkward. When he looked at Dunleavy, he could only apologize with his eyes. The only calm person here was Elvie, who was also being watched by everyone. At this moment, she was hugging Chu Nan tightly with an extremely happy and satisfied smile on her face, as if she had the entire world with him. Although she clearly sensed the strange gazes of the surrounding people, her response was to hug Chu Nan's arm even tighter. The smile on her face was filled with pride and she even glared at Dunleavy, who had a trace of warning in his eyes. She completely ignored his warning. Seeing Elvie's reaction, Dunleavy could only smile bitterly in his mind. After thinking for a moment, he said to Chu Nan, this spaceship will be stored in a small secret military base set up in the military district on the Roman continent about 200 kilometers northwest of here. Although this spaceship is your private property, because the authority behind it is too sensitive, Father suggests not to use it easily. Yes, I know that. Chu Nan nodded. However, I'll still use it when necessary. I'm the system-certified captain of that ship now. Unless you obtain my authorization, I'm afraid you won't be able to use it. Of course. Dunleavy nodded. As long as this matter ends and the officials announce that you... At this point, Dunleavy glanced at Chu Zongping and Chu Zioxi and looked at Chu Nan inquiringly. Chu Nan nodded slightly. Tell me, I've told them about this. All right. Dunleavy nodded and continued. After we officially choose a suitable time to announce that you're still alive, we should need you to cooperate with us in some things. Such as... There's no discussion of the details for the time being. We still have to see the development of the situation before deciding. Yes, let's talk about it in the future. However, I hope this time is not too long, because I can't wait that long. The corners of Chu Nan's mouth curled up into a cold smile. With his current strength, he was probably still not Greg's match. However, in a few months, he was confident that his strength would greatly increase. At that time, it would be Greg's death. The two of them casually discussed for a while before ending this conversation. In the end, all the arrangements were only temporary. What to do next would depend on the development of the situation, as Dunleavy had said. From the known news, the Earth Federation had officially sent an army to cooperate with the fleet of the Ceres Security Company to enter the Lepler star system. From the officially stated goal, this was to clean up the evil cosmic pirates of the Lepler star system. However, who knew what the true goal was? Chu Nan was not interested in this aspect. He was only concerned about the effect of this operation on planet Lepler. The most important thing was whether it would scare Greg and Sand Eagle away. If Greg ran away, Chu Nan really did not know where to find him. Fortunately, the information returned through Dongfang showed that because the Earth Federation had many reservations, it was not convenient for them to directly attack Greg. On the other hand, Greg was clearly fearless and still stayed in the Lepler star system with Sand Eagle. Right, Chu Nan, do you still plan to return to Star Cloud Academy in the future? Dunleavy suddenly asked. Go back. Why not? Chu Nan was stunned. Hearing this answer, Elvie, who was holding his arm, immediately became happy. That's great. Brother Chu Nan, I thought that after this matter, you would definitely hate Star Cloud Academy and be unwilling to return in the future. Now that you're willing to return, I don't have to withdraw from Star Cloud Academy. Ha! Chu Nan turned to look at Elvie in surprise. Why should I hate Star Cloud Academy? Also, what does this have to do with you dropping out? Because those guys from Star Cloud Academy abandoned you at the critical moment. In the end, they almost let you die just like that. Don't you hate them? After I learned of the entire matter, I couldn't wait to run to your martial arts branch and curse them, Elvie said. That's right. Star Cloud Academy was scolded badly some time ago. On the other hand, Chu Zioxi interrupted, someone exposed what happened on the space station of planet Lepler at that time. They said that the teachers of Star Cloud Academy clearly saw that you were in danger, but they ignored you and ran away. If they had chosen to save you at that time, none of those things would have happened. You wouldn't have died. At this point, Chu Zioxi gritted her teeth. Humph, these guys are so detestable. They left you in the lurch. Don't go back to school, right? However, she had forgotten that she had planned to register for the Star Cloud Academy's martial arts branch a few days ago. Seeing the angry Elvie and Chu Zioxi, Chu Nan did not know whether to laugh or cry. It's not as exaggerated as you make it sound. At that time, to be honest, I insisted on leaving the team and returning to the surface of planet Lepler to help Dongfang. I asked for it. As for what happened later, that was my own choice. I can't blame anyone else. Brother Chu Nan, you're too kind. This won't do. Elvie shook her head. Even if you don't hate them, Star Cloud Academy is clearly in the wrong. If you return, you must ask them to compensate you. Ah. Hearing this, Chu Zongping, Chu Nan, and Chu Zioxi looked at Elvie in surprise. Although Chu Zongping and Chu Zioxi were also dissatisfied with Star Cloud Academy's actions because of the previous public opinion, they had really never thought of asking Star Cloud Academy to compensate. After all, in their hearts, Star Cloud Academy was the high and mighty #1 academy in the Federation. How could a commoner like them have the qualifications to ask for compensation from Star Cloud Academy? Yes. Dunleavy nodded in agreement with Elvie. Chu Nan, Star Cloud Academy has suffered a lot of pressure in this incident and it has a huge impact on their reputation. If you can return alive in the end and cooperate with them to make up publicly, it will be very helpful to them, so it's natural for you to ask for some compensation. Oh. Chu Nan touched his chin and thought for a moment. He immediately felt that what Elvie and Dunleavy said made sense. Request compensation. Chu Nan's eyes lit up. I wonder if they'll agree to directly ask them to give me the Arhat Overlord Golden Body. Chapter 747. The intense night enveloped the entire farm again. 2 hours ago, the spaceship downloaded Dunleavy and the others under Chu Nan's authorization and left, causing the farm that had been noisy for the night to return to its usual silence. Chu Nan sat cross-legged on the bed and was not sleepy at all. He lowered his head and focused his gaze on his open left palm. Threads of aura were wrapped around it. White, green, and black mixed together, but they were not as bright as before. Instead, they were extremely thin and mixed together to envelop his palm like a cloud. Even Chu Nan was a little surprised that his internal breath had mixed with spatial energy and finally became like this. However, this meant that regardless of whether it was his internal breath or spatial energy, his control was better than before. He also had more understanding of internal breath fusing with spatial energy and could control it more smoothly and freely. In fact, after breaking through the 7th level of the 9 revolutions technique in the alternate space and recasting his body countless times, Chu Nan had a deeper understanding of the relationship between internal breath and spatial energy. He no longer simply thought that the two were only controlled and controlled. As his perception of spatial energy deepened, Chu Nan discovered that his internal breath and spatial energy were actually similar. Internal breath was the energy hidden in the human body that martial artists used various cultivation methods to stimulate. Spatial energy was the energy that existed outside the human body. When a martial artist's internal breath was powerful to a certain extent, they could rely on the circulation of their internal breath to sense this energy from the outside world and use their internal breath to influence and control spatial energy to become stronger. From this perspective, internal breath and spatial energy were actually the same. However, one was the energy in a martial artist's body, and the other was the external energy. Before this, Chu Nan did not think much about this. However, when he allowed the violent spatial energy in the alternate space to destroy his body and continuously reforge it, he did something he had never thought of. He let the spatial energy directly fuse with every cell in his body and was no longer different from his body. When Chu Nan reconstructed his dantian, the spatial energy of the outside world was also deeply fused into his dantian. Such a special situation made Chu Nan feel that something was completely different every time he circulated his internal breath in the future. In the past, when he wanted to control spatial energy, he would mobilize his internal breath to affect the spatial energy of the outside world and control it. After that, every time he mobilized his internal breath, he would discover that a portion of spatial energy would naturally be activated with his internal breath. It was especially easy to mobilize the spatial energy of the outside world. Previously, Chu Nan did not mind this because after escaping from the alternate space, his main thought was to return home. Now that it had finally returned home and helped Chu Zioxi complete the basic physical perfection, it had also seen Elvie with its own eyes and obtained the news that she was safe and sound. It finally had the chance to completely calm down and carefully think about these problems that had been ignored previously. Chu Nan's mind continuously changed and the internal breath and spatial energy in his palm continuously changed under different cultivation methods. Amidst these rapid multiple transformations, Chu Nan discovered that the difference between his internal breath and spatial energy was getting smaller and smaller. It could even completely fuse together and be indistinguishable. To fuse with the universe and achieve the great Tao. The last sentence left behind by Su Anchen regarding the 7th level of the 9 revolutions technique suddenly appeared in Chu Nan's mind and he understood. After quickly thinking and calculating in his mind, Chu Nan put away the scattered internal breath and spatial energy on his palm, closed his eyes, and focused all his attention on his body. A moment later, all the internal breath in his dantian suddenly erupted and instantly filled all the meridians in his body. Under Chu Nan's deliberate actions, the spatial energy that had originally fused into his body was mobilized and fused into his internal breath to circulate in his meridians without any left. Soon, a huge internal breath and the same huge spatial energy circulated in Chu Nan's meridians according to the trajectory of the first level of the 9 revolutions technique. Then, without stopping, it began to circulate the second and third levels. It was not until the 6th level of the 9 revolutions technique circulated for a cycle that Chu Nan suddenly let all his internal breath and mixed spatial energy out of his body and circulated them. The 7th level of the 9 revolutions technique was activated. That familiar feeling of his body fusing with the entire outside world assaulted him again. If he followed the method of Chu Nan cultivating the 7th level of the 9 revolutions technique, after controlling his internal breath to circulate with spatial energy outside his body for a cycle, it would continue to return to his body and flow back to his dantian. This cultivation process was a very normal cultivation process. Because the 7th level of the 9 revolutions technique was powerful, the strength of his internal breath would obtain increase that far exceeded the first 6 levels of the cultivation method. The spatial energy fused into his body would also increase. After such repeated cultivation, his strength would naturally increase bit by bit. This was the most normal cultivation method for internal breath cultivation methods that all martial artists were suitable for. However, this time, Chu Nan wanted something different. After his internal breath fused with spatial energy and circulated outside his body for a cycle, Chu Nan did not control it to return to his body and flow into his dantian. Instead, he suddenly gave up on controlling these internal breaths. After losing Chu Nan's control, his internal breath immediately scattered into the surrounding space like rootless duckweed. If other martial artists knew about this, they would definitely think that Chu Nan was crazy. Not only would his actions not increase his strength, but it would also make the internal breath he had painstakingly cultivated dissipate and weaken him greatly. However, Chu Nan did not panic at all. Instead, he revealed a smile. In the short moment when his internal breath scattered into the surrounding space, he clearly discovered the intrinsic connection between his internal breath and spatial energy. If it was said that his previous guess about the connection between internal breath and spatial energy was only a guess, then the moment he obtained it through his bold experiment just now, he confirmed his guess. Since his guess had been confirmed, Chu Nan naturally did not have any reservations. With a thought, he surged out all the internal breath produced in his dantian again and fully mobilized the remaining spatial energy in his body. He circulated it 7 times according to the previous method and gave up on controlling his internal breath after completing the 7th level of the 9 revolutions technique. As expected, his internal breath scattered into the outside world, but Chu Nan's glasses did not blink as he mobilized the remaining internal breath in his dantian and continued to repeat the previous steps. After repeating this a few times, not only could Chu Nan no longer find any internal breath in his dantian, he could no longer find any traces of spatial energy in his body. The current him did not have any spatial energy stored in his body, and there was no internal breath in his dantian as if his entire body had been emptied. According to ordinary standards, he was simply a cripple now. In the eyes of other martial artists, what he had done just now was simply crippling his martial arts. However, there was no panic on Chu Nan's face because he could not sense his internal breath and spatial energy. Instead, he revealed a relieved smile and stretched out his arms as if he was welcoming something. "Come, I've completely emptied myself now. Aren't you going to react?" As if responding to the words in Chu Nan's mind, the space around him suddenly changed shockingly. Chapter 748. Hiss, 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 hiss. Countless small black stripes suddenly appeared in the space around him that was originally calm and no different from anywhere else. They flickered and trembled continuously, looking like living creatures. If one only looked at it with their eyes, these black stripes were only slightly strange. However, in fact, every one of these black stripes was an extremely terrifying spatial crack, representing that the positive space had been cut open. As long as one touched it, they would suffer extremely terrifying damage. However, this terrifying spatial crack that could almost tear everything apart only cut the things in his bedroom into pieces, but it was useless against Chu Nan's body, which had been reforged countless times in the alternate space. Chu Nan was as still as a mountain in this environment. He maintained the posture of extending his hands and waited calmly. A moment later, the spatial cracks in the space around him suddenly seemed to have found an outlet. They tore open the space and surged towards Chu Nan densely. In the blink of an eye, it was as if Chu Nan's entire body was covered in black spiderwebs that covered the entire room. In fact, along these black cracks, the ordinary spatial energy of the positive space and the violent spatial energy of the alternate space that Chu Nan was abnormally familiar with surged into his body at the same time. If it was any other martial artist of the same level as Chu Nan, their bodies would be torn to pieces by this terrifying spatial energy in the first instant. However, Chu Nan's body had been tempered thousands of times in the alternate space, so it naturally did not affect him. Be it the ordinary positive spatial energy or the violent alternate spatial energy, after crazily surging into Chu Nan's body, it was as if he had finally found a place to stay and stayed in his body. At the same time, the spatial energy of the positive space collided with the violent spatial energy of the alternate space. At first, they did not fuse with each other, but after circulating in Chu Nan's body a few times, they perfectly fused into one. In fact, when they discovered that Chu Nan's body could no longer accommodate more spatial energy, they joined forces to reject the influx of spatial energy from the outside world and affected it. Before long, the spatial energy in the extremely chaotic space around him actually stabilized bit by bit, and the space completely returned to normal. Feeling the stability of the outside world and the abundance of spatial energy in his body, Chu Nan could not help but laugh. So it's that simple and crude. He took a deep breath and mobilized the trace of internal breath naturally produced by the spatial energy that had surged into his dantian just now. He quickly completed the 6 cycles of circulation from the first level of the 9 revolutions technique to the 6th level. Then, he mobilized it to an even higher circulation of internal breath. After it became powerful enough, he drove all the spatial energy that had surged into his body out of his body and circulated the 7th level of the 9 revolutions technique. After the 7th cycle ended, Chu Nan instantly gave up on controlling these internal breath and spatial energy and allowed them to dissipate in the surrounding space. Chu Nan seemed to have fallen into a state of being completely emptied again. After the surrounding space that had just stabilized discovered the spatial energy gap in his body, it immediately moved again. Just like before, countless spatial cracks densely connected to Chu Nan's body. The terrifying normal spatial energy of the positive space and the violent spatial energy of the alternate space swarmed over. He repeated this situation again. After the 2 different spatial energies mixed in Chu Nan's body, they gradually calmed the space outside his body and calmed it down. After repeating this process for the second time, Chu Nan discovered that the spatial energy that flowed into his body had fused better with his body, especially the trace of internal breath that was naturally born in his dantian. With a thought, Chu Nan mobilized his internal breath again. A moment later, the powerful internal breath that had been enhanced by the 6th revolution surged out of his body with all the spatial energy in his body. It circulated according to the 7th level of the 9 revolutions technique and dissipated into space under Chu Nan's deliberate control. Therefore, the surrounding space moved again. This happened repeatedly. After repeating this process dozens of times, Chu Nan suddenly discovered that even after completely letting go of the control of his internal breath, he could still clearly sense the existence of the internal breath and the spatial energy around him. Moreover, he could sense it extremely clearly, as if they were still in his body. With a thought, the spatial energy in the space around him was instantly absorbed into his body and entered his dantian. It easily transformed into a powerful internal breath and quickly filled his originally empty dantian, almost returning him to the most perfect state in the blink of an eye. Chu Nan controlled these internal breaths to circulate 6 times with the spatial energy that was filled in his body again. Then, he circulated them outside his body according to the 7th level of the 9 revolutions technique and dispersed the control. This time, there was no intense spatial abnormality like before. This was because at the same time that the spatial energy in his body was brought out by his internal breath, the spatial energy around him seemed to have sensed the spatial energy gap in his body and naturally flowed into his body, quickly filling the entire gap. Moreover, in the blink of an eye, it replenished the internal breath in his dantian. Moreover, the internal breath and spatial energy that he controlled naturally fused into the space around him without causing any abnormalities. With a thought, the spatial energy in the space around him quickly transformed into internal breath and flowed back into his body. These internal breaths circulated in his meridians for a cycle. After returning to his dantian, he still obtained the strengthening of cultivating the 7th level of the 9 revolutions technique, causing the internal breath in his dantian to become even stronger. Feeling the spatial energy circulating around his body without any obstruction and the seamless switch between his internal breath, Chu Nan felt very happy. Only such a realm can be considered to have truly fused with the universe. Now, he only needed to think and the internal breath in his dantian would be completely filled by spatial energy. To him, there was even no difference between internal breath and spatial energy. Spatial energy could enter his dantian at any time to fill his internal breath, and his internal breath could mobilize spatial energy as he pleased. The entire process was extremely smooth and natural, far better than before. The only thing restricting Chu Nan now was only because he did not have enough time to break through the 9 revolutions technique and his internal breath was not powerful enough. There was a limit to the spatial energy he could transform. However, putting aside this upper limit, Chu Nan's current realm could even be said to be infinitely close to the heaven control realm. So it's not that difficult to become a heaven control expert. Chu Nan could not help but grin. Now that his realm had reached, the only obstacle on the path of becoming a heaven control expert was the increase in his internal breath. This was the problem that required time the most, but it was the problem that he was least worried about. He, who had already broken through to the 7th level of the 9 revolutions technique, could mobilize spatial energy at the same time to cultivate, and he had the strongest data ability, so how could he be obstructed by such a problem? Give me time and I can become a heaven control expert too. Chu Nan clenched his fists tightly and his heart was filled with powerful confidence. However, before he could be proud for long, he heard footsteps walking toward his bedroom. Looking at the various dregs that had been torn into pieces by the spatial cracks he had created when he was cultivating in the bedroom and then at the countless cracks on the wall, Chu Nan could only smile bitterly in his mind and rush over to open the door. Chapter 749. Wow! Yufang was shocked by the sudden opening of the door. She took a step back in shock and gasped. She patted her chest and berated, "Little Nan, what are you doing? It's so late. Why aren't you sleeping?" Chu Nan laughed dryly, "It's nothing. I'm cultivating." "Cultivate?" Yufang frowned, "Why aren't you sleeping and cultivating at night?" "I got up to go to the toilet and heard movement in your room. I thought there was a thief." Chu Nan laughed, "Mom, your son is an expert now. Which thief is blind to dare to steal from my room? Moreover, Uncle Mu Luo and their people are guarding outside. It's impossible for thieves to enter." "Yes, I knew it. However, sleep obediently at night and don't focus on cultivation. You've been cultivating with Xioxi all day today. Rest well at night." Alright. I'll sleep in a while." Chu Nan knew very well that he could not talk back to his mother about this and could only hurriedly nod in agreement. "Hurry up and go sleep. It's late." "You still know it's late." Yufeng glared at Chu Nan but did not turn around to leave. Instead, she looked around and leaned towards him with a mysterious expression. Coincidentally, you're not asleep either. Mom has something to tell you. Ah. Looking at Yufeng's expression, Chu Nan guessed that nothing good had happened. As expected, Yufeng said, let me ask you, that girl called Elvie who came today, who is she? What's your relationship with her? I think she seems to like you very much. You didn't do anything to her, right? She's younger than Zioxy no matter how you look at it. I'm afraid she's not even 16 years old this year, right? Chu Nan helplessly rolled his eyes and thought to himself that his mother must have been filled with questions after seeing Elvie. However, he had never been able to find a good opportunity to ask. Now that he had finally found a good opportunity to be alone with her, how could he hold it in? Mom, you're thinking too much. Elvie is only 15 years old this year. What can I do to her? She does like me and even confessed to me just now. However, I don't have any thoughts about her for the time being. She's still young, right? She's really not young anymore. She's 15 years old. She'll be a big girl in a year and can get married. Stop. Mom, what are you talking about? How can anyone want to get married at the age of 16? Zioxy is also 16 years old this year. Do you want to marry her off? I dare. Yufeng glared. Zioxy is only 16 years old this year. Which kid dares to provoke her now? I'll break his legs. As her brother, watch carefully. You can't let Zioxy befriend those messy kids, understand? Chu Nan could only roll his eyes again. Mom, can you not be so good at dual labeling? This is considering your marriage. What double standards? Let me tell you. Half an hour later, Yufeng finally ended her nagging. After receiving Chu Nan's promise that he would find a chance to call Elvie over as a guest for a day and let her take a good look, she finally returned to her room to sleep in satisfaction. Seeing her figure disappear, Chu Nan heaved a sigh of relief. Hearing her mutter for half an hour simply made him feel more tired than fighting with Greg. He shook his head and turned to the corner on the other side to shout, alright, have you heard enough? If you've heard enough, come out quickly. Chu Zioxy jumped out from the corner with a gloating smile. Haha, brother, I let you fool around outside. Look, you've been scolded by Mom, right? Reprimand. Chu Nan shook his head. You heard it just now. Mom did not scold me at all. She even urged me to quickly get Elvie and get married immediately. Haha, then listen to her and marry Elvie. In any case, from the looks of it, she's completely bewitched by you. If you say that you want to marry her, she'll definitely be very happy. What a joke. Chu Nan glared at her. Now that a boy you like has come to tell you that he wants to marry you, will you agree? I can't agree even if I want to. Didn't Mom say just now that she would break that boy's leg? Chu Zioxy chuckled. So, didn't you see that Elvie's brother came with her today? Clearly, he's preparing to break my leg. Moreover, do you know who her family is? Tisk, so what if she's the daughter of a large family? Can her status be higher than Angie Prairie? Chu Zioxy said indifferently. Hearing Chu Zioxy mention Angie Prairie, Chu Nan's heart stirred. He had been back for a few days, but he had been unable to contact Angie Prairie. Even if he asked Dongfang to help contact him, there was still no news. With Angie Prairie's personality, since she had expressed her determination in front of Dongfang, she would probably not have any contact with the outside world before she achieved it. With her talent and inheritance, Chu Nan did not doubt that she would become a heaven control expert in the future and fulfill his oath. However, Chu Nan was not certain that Angie Prairie had not even broken through the cosmic heaven's gate previously. If she wanted to become a heaven control expert, it might take at least a few years. At that time, not to mention avenging Chu Nan, it would be too late. Moreover, the most important thing is house supremacy ovally. Chu Nan frowned deeply. This was the first time he truly felt how great the impact of the series of events in the Lepler star system was. Not only Chu Nan, but all the people of the Earth Federation felt the huge impact of the incident in the Lepler star system. 47 days after the incident in the Lepler star system, the Federation Council officially approved the joint operation of the Federation Army and the Ceres Security Company. Then, the Third Fleet of the Federation Army cooperated with many local military garrison legions and the Second Security Fleet of the Ceres Security Company to form a joint Special Operations Brigade and advance into the Lepler star system. Although the Earth Federation's operation had a very legitimate reason for investigating the truth of the incident in the Lepler star system and cleaning up the cosmic pirates who were wreaking havoc in the Lepler star system and giving it a safe and peaceful starfield, this operation still attracted extremely high attention and even caused a huge commotion. Regarding the actions of the Earth Federation, the various countries around the Lepler star system expressed different opinions at the same time. The United States of Meleda, which was the closest to the entire Sapphire star field and directly bordered the Lepler star system, had the most intense reaction. The United States of Meleda officially announced that the Lepler star system was directly connected to the United States of Meleda. Even if there was the threat of cosmic pirates, the United States of Meleda should be responsible for cleaning up. The Earth Federation could not easily slap the army into this star field. Everyone knew very well that the United States of Meleda had always treated the Sapphire star field as their backyard. Now that the Earth Federation actually wanted to interfere, they were naturally unwilling. This warning was actually announcing his control of the Sapphire star field to the Earth Federation. However, the reaction of the Earth Federation was very interesting. After being warned by the United States of Meleda, the Earth Federation immediately revoked the Federation Army number in this operation brigade and assigned it to the Second Security Fleet of the Ceres Security Company. On the surface, this operation team belonged to the Ceres Security Company and had nothing to do with the Federation's officials, but in fact, everyone knew that this was only a lie. However, this way, the accusations and warnings of the United States of Meleta and other countries against the Earth Federation lost their target. Since this operation was led by the Ceres Security Company, it was a civilian action. It was impossible for any country to directly criticize a civilian company and not allow it to act in a star field that did not belong to them. This was a violation of the Milky Way Convention. However, on the surface, it was impossible to criticize. In fact, many countries, including the United States of Meleta, also sent their military forces to the Kepler star system in the name of private companies. Originally, because the Sapphire star field had a stargate that directly jumped to the Perseus arm, this star field was extremely sensitive. Almost all the surrounding countries could not directly interfere. However, now that the Kepler star system had happened, these countries seemed to have suddenly found a breakthrough and began to interfere wantonly. For a moment, various factions surged into the Kepler star system. The situation instantly became tense. Chapter 750. Unlike the tension in the Kepler star system, Chu Nan's life was abnormally calm and peaceful. In order to ensure that the news that he was still alive would not be leaked, Chu Nan had almost never left the farm during this period of time. Coincidentally, he also needed a quiet environment to cultivate for a period of time so that he could master the insights he had obtained from various adventures and increase his strength better and faster. As time passed, his internal breath became stronger, and his comprehension and control of spatial energy became more and more energetic. He also increasingly experienced the realm body fusing with the universe, and his overall strength increased at an astonishing speed. Apart from him, Chu Nan had also been guiding Chu Zioxi's cultivation nonstop. With the help of the 9 revolutions technique that Chu Nan had tailored for her and fused with the characteristics of her meridians, the strength of Chu Zioxi's internal breath also increased clearly. In just 3 months, her internal breath had completely caught up to the strength requirement of her body and was comparable to a third-stage internal breath martial artist. Moreover, as her cultivation of the cultivation method became deeper and deeper, she quickly increased from having only grasped the first 2 levels of the 9 revolutions technique to grasping the 5th level. The speed at which her internal breath increased greatly. According to Chu Nan's estimation, in less than a year, Chu Zioxi would successfully break through the cosmic heaven's gate and become a void break martial artist. Moreover, her current body and cultivation method were almost perfect. She would definitely not encounter any problems when breaking through the cosmic heaven's gate. Therefore, when she broke through in the future, it would seem natural and without any obstruction. Every time he recalled the difficulties he had encountered when breaking through the cosmic heaven's gate and a large amount of preparation he had made in advance, compared to the ease and contentment of Chu Zioxi's future breakthrough, Chu Nan could not help but sigh in his mind. Not only that, but because of the good foundation Chu Nan had laid for her and the fact that he had instilled his understanding of cultivation methods into her from the beginning, Chu Zioxi had been built on an extremely high starting point when she first started cultivating. Coupled with the fact that her talent was indeed extremely outstanding, she believed that even breaking through the cosmic heaven's gate was only the beginning for her. It was not difficult for her to become an even stronger martial artist in the future. The speed at which the siblings' martial techniques increased made Elvie, who had often come to play after that day, feel very envious. However, when Chu Nan proposed to help her customize a cultivation method, she rejected him. Elvie expressed that she was not interested in cultivating martial techniques at all. Otherwise, she would have had a lot of opportunities to learn profound cultivation methods when she was young. Compared to cultivating martial techniques, she was most interested in her profession, human genetic research. Therefore, brother Chu Nan, help me carry this over there. Elvie pointed at a silver-white strange device that was as tall as 2 people and said to him, "What's this?" Chu Nan glanced at it and placed his hand under the device before easily lifting it. At Elvie's signal, he carried this device to a newly built shed not far from the farm hut and carefully placed it. Glancing at the various pieces of equipment that were almost filled in this simple shed, Chu Nan had a strange expression. "I say, Elvie, are you planning to build a laboratory here?" "That's right." Elvie smiled and nodded without hesitation. "In any case, I don't plan to return to the academy recently. Moreover, you're the best research subject. It's good to set up a laboratory here. These things cost a lot of money, right? Where did you get so much money?" Chu Nan was a little curious. "I applied for a research fund myself. Coupled with some support from my mother, I also have the pocket money I saved in the past, but it's only barely enough. I'm still much worse. Employment." The expression on Chu Nan's face became even stranger. Any one of these pieces of equipment would probably cost millions of Federation coins. All of them would cost more than 30 million. She actually said that a portion of the funds inside was her pocket money. "About that, Elvie, let me ask you a question." Chu Nan thought for a moment and said, What problem? Tell me," Elvie replied with a smile. Ever since she confirmed that Chu Nan was still alive, Elvie was in an extremely happy mood. Every day, she would subconsciously smile. She was completely different from before. "Didn't your parents say anything when you came here every few days?" Elvie glanced at Chu Nan in surprise. When she saw his worried expression, her eyes darted around and she chuckled. "I know what you're worried about. Don't worry, I've already told Mom and Dad that I like you. Then they still dare to let you come here for no reason." Chu Nan was even more surprised. Although he had promised Yufeng that he would invite Elvie to play, he had never thought that she would really be invited. In his opinion, Elvie was a girl who was only 15 years old after all and her background was extraordinary. Her parents would definitely not agree to her crossing dozens of light years between planet Macaw and the purple cloud planet. However, she did not expect that as soon as Chu Nan raised the invitation, LV immediately agreed happily. Moreover, she ran over the next day and stayed here for 2 days before leaving. After that, she would come over to play for no reason. It was as if she did not take the distance of dozens of light years between the two galaxies seriously. That was one thing. Every time she came, she would stay here for a period of time. At first, it was only 2 to 3 days, but then it became longer and longer. Recently, she had already stayed here for 6 days. It was very difficult for Chu Nan to imagine how her parents could let a girl stay in another boy's house for so long, not to mention that she liked this boy. Why not? LV smiled at Chu Nan with a trace of playfulness. Could it be that they're afraid that you'll eat me? Chu Nan rolled his eyes and was speechless. LV and her parents were not worried. Why was he worried here? Alright, don't worry. Although mom and dad didn't say anything, I'm certain that they've long sent people to investigate your house clearly. They only dared to let me come because they felt that there was nothing wrong with your family. Moreover, I'm certain that they must have secretly sent people around this farm. Not only is it to ensure that the news that you're still alive won't be leaked, but it's also to protect my safety. I'm already used to it, LV comforted Chu Nan. Alright, even if they're not worried about this, are they really not worried? Worried that I'll do something to you? Chu Nan could not help but ask. LV chuckled and opened her arms to hug Chu Nan. Come, brother Chu Nan, what do you want to do to me? Do it. To be continued. Thanks for listening. If you enjoyed this video, hit that like button and subscribe so you never miss an update. Check out the playlist to catch up on the rest of the series. I'll be back with the next part soon, stay tuned.